Narrated by Susie Bernice. Forward. Maureen Ryan has been producing my films from the time of our very first meeting in the spring of 1997. Our first project together was a daunting, ambitious period film with no obvious commercial prospects and a tiny budget provided by the BBC. You'd have to be crazy to want to produce this film. It involved elaborate historical recreations that needed to be filmed across all 4 seasons, on location in Wisconsin. There were stunts with horses and steam trains, hangings, shootings, and burnings. The script called for a 19th century mansion to be burned down. All of this was achieved, and more, across a production that sprawled over 2 years on a budget that was little more than that of a well-funded music video of the time. It turned out that Maureen wasn't crazy at all. She was just methodical, resourceful, and bold. Looking back now, I still don't know how we did it. Or rather, how she did it, though some of the answers can now be found in this new edition of her well-regarded book. The resulting film, Wisconsin Death Trip, premiered at the Telluride and Venice Film Festivals and was theatrically released in the United States and the United Kingdom. It even turned a small profit. Our collaborations have grown in budget and scope since then. We've worked together on documentaries and features and have grown together in our experience of production. Like all filmmakers, we've never quite had the resources we wanted. The genius of a great producer is to never let you feel that is a problem. So Maureen knows what she is talking about. In this book, anyone who's involved or wants to be involved in film production at any level will find answers to every question and pitfall a production generates. Like her productions, the book is clear, detailed, generous, and inspiring, and this edition has been updated to reflect all of the changes to the film industry since the first edition was published. James Marsh, February 2017. Introduction. Be passionate. Be serious. Wake up. Susan Sontag. It's a hot August afternoon somewhere in Appleton, Wisconsin. The corset I'm wearing under this Victorian-era peasant dress is digging into my ribs. I and it are filthy because I'm lying in a pit of mud in a chicken coop on some godforsaken farm. Did I mention I'm in rural Wisconsin? As I try to distract myself from the pain and filth, I hear the shout of "Action!" from the film director, who sits comfortably behind the video monitor as the key grip and production assistants begin pelting me with potatoes. They are actually trying to hit the wooden slat above my head, but they often miss and hit me instead. Trying not to think about the bruises that are beginning to form on my limbs and back, I concentrate on the very obvious question that I should have asked about an hour ago. How the hell did I get myself into this? It's too late now. There's only one answer. I'm producing a low-budget film, and we can't afford any more extras. And the truth is, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Why? Because I love what I do. I'm an independent film producer. This audiobook is about film producing. Every page is filled with all the knowledge I think is essential to produce well. Because that's the goal here, to produce well. Anyone can learn to make a budget, hire a crew, and take all the steps necessary to produce a film, and this book will teach you all of those steps. The ultimate goal of this book is to teach you how to produce in a way that gets the project completed on time and under budget, to teach you how to stretch the precious dollar in the right places, but also how to produce with integrity, decency, respect, and wit. I hope that's what makes this audiobook different. To me, that's the prize. That's what makes all the hard work worthwhile. and that's how it should always be. Nothing else will do. If that appeals to you, then please listen on. By the way, my scene never made it to the final cut, but that's okay. That film was the first of 6 films I would make with that director. One of them won an Academy Award. It's the journey, not the glory, that makes film producing so satisfying. It's about jumping in and doing what it takes, even if it involves a Victorian dress and a chicken coop on some farm in northern Wisconsin. Maureen A. Ryan, April 2017. What's new about the second edition? Attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. Simone Weil. A lot has happened since the first edition of Producer to Producer was published in 2010. The book has been more successful than I could have hoped for. Read and used by filmmakers all over the world, that edition was translated into Chinese and Japanese, and it's gratifying to hear from filmmakers how the book has helped them produce their many and varied projects. It's become the go-to book for film production classes across the United States, and it's satisfying to know that professors have made it required reading for their course syllabi. A lot has happened in the world of filmmaking, too. The technological advances are coming at a faster rate than ever before, which has changed the way we conceive of and make our projects in big and small ways. Our access to the means of production, distribution channels, and new audiences is evolving constantly. It's a terrific time to be a filmmaker, producer, and content creator, and thus the need for a newly updated and expanded book. Producer to Producer, second edition, is packed with the most up-to-date information about all the steps and ways of making great film projects. It covers the latest innovations and technology that every producer needs to know and understand when making a project. It will help you to connect with everything and everyone you need to support your vision and creation. In this edition, I added 2 new chapters that are key to being the best producer you can be: hiring crew and safety. There's a new case study film titled Sunday, New Fiction and Nonfiction Treatments/Proposals, and the production templates, script breakdown, budget, etc., at producertoproducer.com have all been updated, and you can access them at any time at the website. Revising and updating the entire book has enabled me to pack it full with the latest information, best practices, and advice to help you to produce your projects in the best possible way and to realize your full potential. Those are all the things that have been changed in this revised book. What has not changed is the step-by-step, tried-and-true information that allows you to go out and produce well, whether it is your first project or your 20th. There is something here for everyone, whether you are a film student taking a production course at a university, a first-time producer figuring out how to make a YouTube project, or a professional producer who wants to use the book for its reminders, checklists, case study, and templates. This new edition of Producer to Producer will guide and support you in all your creative filmmaking projects. How this book works and whom it is for. It's the wanting to know that makes us human. Tom Stoppard, Arcadia. I'm always asked, what does a producer do? My simple answer is they make the project happen. Without a producer, there isn't a project. When I teach university producing classes which focus on no/low budget filmmaking, there is always a directing student who says, I can't afford a producer. And I always reply, you can't afford not to have one. Producer to Producer teaches you how to produce independent low-budget productions, narrative features, digital series, documentaries, short films, music videos, etc. The principles and steps involved are the same whether it is for a 6-day shoot or a 28-day schedule. If you were gathering all the materials, cast, and crew for a short film, you still need to follow all the same rules and regulations as you would for a web series or a feature-length project. This book is put together in general chronological order for the steps taken to make a film. All aspects of film producing are here and directly reflect my specific background as a producer. I came up through the production ranks as a line producer, so this book will be grounded in that particular perspective. I'm the type of person who likes to make a project and not just talk about making one. I find that often, if you can produce it for less money, you can make it happen faster and easier. I'd rather do it and get it done for less than waste time gathering up more resources or collecting more money with strings attached. This book will take you through all the steps to produce your project well, with creativity and finesse. I think it's helpful to define what a producer does, and there are many different kinds of producers with several different titles. Let's go through them here. The Producers Guild of America is a good resource for information. Their website is www.producersguild.org. I've included a summary based on their definitions for each title. Executive Producer. The person who brings in financing for the project or makes a significant contribution to the development of the literary property. Producer. The person who puts together various elements for the project, such as purchasing the rights to underlying material, coming up with the idea for the project, hiring a screenwriter, optioning and/or purchasing a script, attaching actors, talent, to a film, hiring key department heads, overseeing production and post-production, and bringing in financing. Co-producer. The person who is responsible for the logistics of the production of the film or a particular aspect of the film. Line producer. The person who is responsible for the logistics of the production from pre-production through completion of production. Associate producer. The person responsible for one or more producing functions delegated by the producer or co-producer. Depending on your budget, your project may only have a few of these positions, but the producing principles are the same. Please note that in this audiobook, I will refer to any production, no matter what format or genre, as a project. Most projects are shot on digital video, but to simplify the grammar, I'll use the word film or filmmaking in a generic sense, regardless of what format it was captured on. I will refer to the listener of this book as a producer. You may be a director, production manager, screenwriter, filmmaker, or producer, or a combination of several of these, but this book is for the producer or the producer in you. In addition, this book is directed toward low-budget, independent productions. There are other books out there that concentrate on Hollywood and big-budget features. There are also lots of books dedicated to the topics of development, finance, and distribution. I will discuss those topics only insofar as they impact the low-budget side of the spectrum of filmmaking. This audiobook is for the low-budget, independent filmmaker, and I will assume throughout the book that you have limited funds for your project and that the project's ambitions go beyond what those dollars can normally afford. I say normally because this book will help you to stretch your dollars as far as humanly possible to give you the highest production values at the lowest cost. On the philosophical side, as a producer, I truly believe that everyone wants to be a part of something that is bigger than themselves. People like being a part of something special that inspires them, and that's what a good project does. And good film producing can provide that experience for all those associated with it. Often that experience is worth more to someone than a paycheck. A good producer can create that, and that is what I intend to do with this book. Throughout each chapter, there will be words that I'll define along the way. At the end of each chapter, there will be points that I wish to highlight, and you will find them under the recap heading. Finally, there is the website www.producertoproducer.com that contains lots of information that you can use, like downloadable documents and templates, essential production information, and important links for you to refer to when making your film. So let's get started. Chapter 1. Development. Politics is the art of the possible, while art is the art of the possibility of the impossible. Tony Kushner. Development refers to the time period and resources it takes to bring an idea to full maturation as a final script, with full financing. Ideas can be completely original or be derived from underlying material, such as a novel, magazine article, comic book, theater play, television show, web series, or graphic novel. This process involves the creative aspects of writing and revising a script, as well as the legal steps of optioning or purchasing underlying material and procuring the proper releases and contracts. Simultaneously, you are looking for and finalizing the financing as well. Once you have completed these steps, you will enter the next one, pre-production. The process from first idea/concept to final distribution is usually anywhere from 2 to 5 years for a long-form project. Some projects have an even longer gestation period. Keep that in mind as you begin the journey. Finding the idea or material. With the knowledge of how long it will take you to create a project from start to finish, the first thing you want to keep in mind is that you need to love the project. As the producer, it's going to be a part of you for the rest of your life, so choose wisely. Make sure it's a project you are passionate about, because there will be many twists and turns on the road to completion. It's just too damn hard otherwise. Take some time to think about what excites you, energizes you, holds your attention. Figure out what makes you laugh. What's your particular take on things? For nonfiction projects, think about what topic inspires you. What do you want to explore? It needs to sustain you intellectually and emotionally for a long, hard time. When deciding what project you want to produce, also consider where this project fits in with your vision for your career. Is it in keeping with where you want to be in 5 years? Is it a step forward in the right direction? Or is it a path down another road that doesn't lead to where you ultimately want to go? Is it the perfect vehicle for you to get from where you are now to where you want to be? When I decided to produce my first feature documentary, Wisconsin Death Trip, I was line producing country music videos and commercials in Nashville, Tennessee. I loved the treatment for the film and believed in the project with all my heart. It was also a way for me to move toward my dream of producing documentaries full-time. So I worked part-time on Wisconsin Death Trip for 2.5 years, while I made a living producing videos for country artists like Dolly Parton and Junior Brown. It was really hard to do, but when the film premiered, it was well received, won many awards, and played in theaters and on television. And I had taken a big step toward my goal. Learning to say no. Producers are in an enviable place in the film industry. We are the creative engine for any given project. So if you are good at what you do, people will offer you projects and ask for your assistance. Often. So talented producers need to learn to say no. Saying yes is kind of easy, but saying no for most people is much harder. Producers need to figure out their own criteria for collaboration and get good at seeing and then listening to red flags, or else your time will be wasted and your plans derailed. By defining your own taste, values, and goals, you can determine if a specific project is right for you and if this is the right time. Be vigilant so you can stay on track and create the kind of work you want to put your talents toward, and then stick to those goals. Study scripts. Spend time learning what makes a great script. Read lots of already produced scripts, and educate yourself by determining what elements compose an excellent one. Find the scripts you love at the library or online and study them. Watching them on screen is not the same thing. You need to read them line by line, analyze the structure, figure out the beats, and decide what makes a captivating protagonist and compelling narrative to really understand what makes a stellar screenplay. Producer Shelby Stone, Lackawanna Blues, Bessie, calls it mapping. She takes a great already produced script and breaks it down, beat by beat, and maps the beginning and end of each act on paper so she can analyze what makes that particular project work so well. Then she uses that information and compares it to the script she is developing to make sure she is on track. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just use great past work as a template for your great future work. Better yet, buy books that contain great screenplays in which the author analyzes them and demonstrates how they are crafted. Or take a screenwriting class to learn the principles of the screenplay form. Even if you don't want to be a writer, you will learn the basics of screenwriting, and they will be invaluable as you develop a script with a writer. Producers need to know what/how to achieve compelling storytelling at the craft level, so they can give excellent script notes and guidance during development. Lastly, read lots of current scripts, good and bad, in the genre you wish to produce. Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary defines genre as a category of artistic, musical, or literary composition characterized by a particular style, form, or content. It is the type of project you plan to make, such as horror, comedy, drama, sci-fi, fantasy, documentary, or animation. There are subgenres, too, like coming-of-age films, road movies, and buddy films. These genres have a specific set of rules that drive the narrative and character development. The audience gets its enjoyment from the creativity of the project itself, but also how it follows the rules of that genre. Learn them so you can combine them in a different way, or subvert them. Decide what you want to produce and really go to school on it. Development process. The development process can be broken down into 5 steps. 1. Rights acquisition of script and/or underlying materials. 2. Screenwriting and revision. 3. Proposal/pitch document creation. 4. Financing procurement. 5. Tentative distribution plan creation. We'll go through them here. Rights acquisition of script and/or underlying material. A project may originate as a screenplay, or it could come from some other material to be used for adaptation. Such possible materials can include magazine or newspaper articles, short stories, novels, comic books, graphic novels, blogs, theater plays, games, apps, TV shows, web series, screenplays, or another film. If the idea comes from another format, you'll need to obtain the rights to that material to be on solid legal ground. Do this before wasting your time and energy in trying to adapt the material. Inquire first to make sure someone else doesn't already own the film rights. Hollywood studios and film production companies have departments dedicated to discovering new material for potential film projects. They often get a book in pre-publication galley format so they can see it before everyone else and have a chance to purchase the rights first. Documentaries are often based on already published material about the subject matter. Man on Wire, a film I co-produced, is about Philippe Petit, the high-wire artist who walked between the World Trade Center towers in 1974. In 2002, Philippe wrote a book titled To Reach the Clouds about the miraculous event. The film's producer, Simon Chin, purchased the rights to that book and negotiated a deal for Philippe's involvement in the film before he went to financiers to obtain funding for the film. This important step assured the investors that the producer held the proper rights to the underlying material to make the film, without fear of any rights problems further down the line. Around the same time as Chin's successful negotiations, Philippe Petit sold the narrative film rights to film director Robert Zemeckis, and in 2015 the theatrical 3D film version titled The Walk premiered. This is a great example of how a rights holder can split the rights for different kinds of projects. Who knows? There may be an opera or Broadway musical someday from the same underlying materials. But before we get into the particulars, let's discuss the meaning of the word rights. Rights is short for copyright, or the right to copy. According to Michael Donaldson in his comprehensive book, Clearance and Copyright, copyright law does not protect ideas. Copyright law only protects the expression of an idea that is fixed in a tangible form. For our discussion in this chapter, we will concentrate on literary-type rights needed for script development. Music rights will be covered in the music chapter later in the book. Here's what you need to consider when obtaining the rights for a project. 1. Do you need exclusive or non-exclusive rights? Is it okay for someone else to also own the rights to material that you use for the basis of your script? Or do you need to own it exclusively? The price will be higher if you require exclusivity. 2. For how long do you need the rights? In perpetuity or a fixed period of time? Generally, you want to own rights in perpetuity, forever, but sometimes you may want to purchase rights for a shorter period of time, especially to start with. You could negotiate an option for the rights for a year or two, with the ability to acquire the rights for a longer period of time automatically. With an option, you can develop the project more cost-effectively and then pay a higher fee for the full rights once you know the project is funded and is going to be produced. 3. Who is the proper and legal rights holder? Do the research to ensure you know who definitively owns the rights. They must own the copyright and be able to prove it, so you have a legally binding agreement. Life rights are the rights to the details of a private person's life that are not in the public domain. If you have these rights, the individual can't sue you for using his or her life story. 4. What rights do you need? There are different kinds of rights based on distribution/viewing format and the country or region. Theatrical, domestic and foreign, domestic TV, domestic cable TV, international TV, video on demand, VOD, DVD, internet/online, streaming, film festivals, cell phone, and probably a few more since this book was published. Regarding regions, it is usually best to purchase all of them, commonly referred to as worldwide rights. But sometimes you don't need all those rights, or you can't afford them, or they are not available. You have to weigh all of these possibilities with what you know and what you anticipate your needs will be, now and in the future. Technology is changing quickly, so make sure to look ahead and stay on top of the current and future state of the industry. 5. Film festival rights are usually affordable. Some of my students option the rights to a short story when producing their short films. Often the author will give them non-exclusive film festival rights to the story for free or at a small cost. This is helpful and allows you to screen at film festivals for almost no money. But if your film does well and someone wants to buy the rights to your film for a television broadcast or some other distribution, you are going to have to go back to the rights holder and renegotiate for additional rights. The rights holder could ask for more money than you can afford, and then you won't be able to make the deal. You always want to plan for your film's success. A good way to future-proof your film is to make an initial deal for the festival rights and simultaneously negotiate fees for the additional rights you would need if your film was successful: internet, DVD, television, streaming, etc. And get it in writing, so you'll know the costs before you begin to produce your film and be able to refer to it if you go back to the rights holder later on. 6. Add future technology rights to any agreement that you sign. You want to future-proof your ability to exploit your film to your own best advantage. Having rights for media known and unknown is necessary to make sure the rights will follow any new technology that has yet to be invented. All of this should be done with the assistance of an entertainment attorney. Be sure your lawyer approves the final contract before you sign it. Screenplay creation and revision. As discussed above, it is important to know what makes a great screenplay. Work hard to get it right and learn to give good, clear, and helpful notes to the screenwriter. Writing is actually a misnomer. It's actually rewriting. It's the revision process that will make all the difference. Make sure the script is rewritten and rewritten until it is the best you and the writer can possibly create. Benjamin Odell, Girl in Progress, How to Be a Latin Lover, the talented producer and co-founder of 3PAS Studios, has a lot of experience regarding script revision and the development process. Following is the transcript of an interview I held with Ben regarding his thoughts and experience with these topics. Maureen: what are the most important steps a producer needs to take to develop a project successfully? Ben: first and foremost is ownership of material, what will eventually be called chain of title. One of the first things a distributor or a studio asks for is a chain of title, which follows who owns the rights to the underlying material and how those rights were transferred from the original source material, whether it be a novel or a documentary or an idea, to the screenwriter, to the producer, and then to the distributor, who's going to control those rights for some period of time. So, when you're developing material, the question you have to ask yourself is, where are the ideas coming from? Where is the material coming from? And are those rights controlled? If they're not controlled by you, the first thing you have to figure out is how to control them long enough to develop the material into something that you can use to raise the money and make the film. So many first-time producers get really far into projects. They find a script they like, they develop it with the writer, and they put a lot of energy into sort of shaping the material so it'll work. Then, at some point, when they're ready to do the deal, they haven't discussed and signed and sort of buttoned down the terms of the deal, and the writer walks away, or extorts them, or feels like he or she deserves more. So buttoning down rights is by far the first thing to think about before you think from a creative point of view. Secondly, as a producer, I think you always have to think about and ask yourself, who's my audience? Who am I developing this material for? Who is the end user? I think that's the huge difference between a producer and a screenwriter/director. Producers have to really think about the end game where the filmmakers are thinking about their vision, and to some degree, I think producers have the obligation when they're looking for material to say, is this a project I can sell? And if it's going to be a hard sell, or if you want to take an artistic approach to the material, as a producer, you have to go in knowing that. When you're searching for material, ask yourself, who is going to want to see this? I think it's important, too, before you get into development, to sort of see where the business is. If you already have a project you like, I think you have to ask those tough questions before you buy any material or spend any time really developing. People don't really consider this part of development, but the truth is, as a producer, I think your obligation first is to understand the reality of the business. Then sometimes it's like, throw all caution to the wind and do it because there is no logic to it, and you don't know if there is an audience there, but you love it. And that's fine too. But I think you have to go into it clear about the reality. I see so many young producers who are perhaps too optimistic about the value of their projects in the marketplace. They're developing material that leaves them so shocked when they can't find anywhere to take their projects, and they don't know what to do with them. Maureen, you are a writer yourself, and you've written screenplays. I'd love to hear your philosophy about giving great notes to screenwriters and the revision process. Ben, first off, when you're in this position of making low-budget films, the one thing you obviously don't have is money to buy scripts. So more often than not, what you're going to do is option a script for a period of time while you develop it, and then you're going to try to get it made or raise the money. Draw up an option, negotiate it, and sign it with the writer. Obviously, there is going to be very little money involved, and I think that inherently changes the nature of the relationship between the producer and the writer, because you have to be much more diplomatic in your approach to development. Development money is the riskiest money. I don't like to spend money early on. I like to develop at least to a certain point before I spend any money. One of the first things I'll do if I read a screenplay that I think is 50% there is I'll sit down with the writer and try to understand his or her vision of the screenplay. In other words, not what's on the page, but what they tried to get on the page. Because oftentimes I think where the problems come between a producer and a screenwriter is that the producer doesn't try to understand where the screenwriter is going. So when the producer is giving notes to the writer is fighting these notes because in her head, the movie is something completely different. So I think there is a process early on, and I think it's pre-option, where you're really trying to figure out what the writer's vision is. And then you try to also sort of say, okay, is that my vision? Is that what I liked about the screenplay? And if it isn't, then you need to have that conversation, and you have to be very transparent about how you envision the movie, because it has to be all clear beforehand. It's like entering into a marriage. If you don't understand where the writer envisions the movie going and where you envision it, and those things aren't cleared up, most likely you'll find yourself a year later incredibly frustrated and won't have gotten anywhere. So that's the first process. Try to bring the writer's complete vision to the foreground, even if it's not in the screenplay, and then compare it to your own. Then, even pre-option, I would recommend that you sort of say, okay, this is what I feel like the movie needs. Oftentimes, what I'll do is say, watch this movie, because I feel like that's the tone. The tone that you have isn't right. Try to find movies or novels or whatever it is that you can give to the other people to express where you think the screenplay needs to go. Then sit down again, and this could take a month or two, and see if you can get on the same page. At the end of the day, what I do is I keep a log, like a development log. Every time I give notes to a writer, I keep those notes in a log so that I know where the script went at the end of the process, and I know how I impacted that script. And that's for a lot of reasons. It's also for legal reasons, and I guess, on some level, for my own gratification to understand my impact on the script. And it's also because sometimes you find yourself with a screenplay that's developed, and it's gone in a direction that you hadn't imagined. It's always good to be able to go back and see where it all went wrong and say, remember, the original idea that we talked about is that this movie is about a man who will go to all ends to stay. It's the strength of paternal love. And look, we've gone off. Let's go back and look at these original notes and look at what you said. You can always go back to that original idea that got things going. Maureen, do you ever put your notes in writing and send to the writer? Or is that done in your conversations and they take notes from that meeting? Ben, I usually go in, take notes, write them down, email them to the writer, get on the phone with the writer, and go through the notes. What I try to do, and I'm not sure that I always succeed, is let them air their complaints, because it's such a personal thing. It's people's egos and their lives and their emotions are wrapped up in their characters. So often the main character is some reflection of the writer. So when you're giving notes, it can get very touchy and emotional. So you sort of let them react to your notes. First, let them read them, digest them. You give them a couple of days to react to the notes, and then you sit down, chew on them, and then take it from there. I think every development process with every writer is completely different, and part of your job as a producer is to be a psychologist and figure out how to best get where you need to go and the way they need to deliver notes. So often, if you have an idea that you think would work, the best way to get it to work for the writer is to somehow make her think it's her own idea. It's just not to make them think it is. It's to somehow get them engaged with the idea in such a way. I can't tell you how many times I'll give a writer an idea, and a week later he or she will call me up and say, "I got this idea." They'll tell you the idea exactly as you proposed it to them. And it's hard on the ego, but you've got to say, "That's a brilliant idea." And then everything is good. It's hard as a producer, but you have to be prepared on some level that you are going to support this project, creatively, on so many levels that you will never get credit. The only way a producer ever is seen as a creative force is over time with a body of work. But never on a single film will somebody say, "It's obvious that you, the producer, had a great creative impact on the script." Maureen, as the producer, you need to know what you really want for the project. Ben, definitely. I also think you don't have to be a writer, but you should, as a producer, have tried to write, and you should read the books. You should read Save the Cat by Blake Snyder, The Art of Dramatic Writing by Lajos Egri, and you should read Sid Field, and you should read Robert McKee, Screenplay Teaching Gurus. These books can be helpful as a guide as long as you don't become dogmatic. Some great films live beyond the logic of these books, but better to understand the rules and discard them. Also, so many writers live by them today, it's useful to understand what they know. You don't have to know how to write, but you should be able to at least speak the language. I frankly think any producer should go through the painful act of trying to write a screenplay to understand how bloody hard it is, and therefore why you shouldn't beat your writers up when they don't do exactly what you think they should. Because the movie you have in your head is never the movie that ends up on the page. It never translates that fluidly, unless you're a genius screenwriter, but there are very few. I think the more you can empathize with the writing process, the easier it is to deal with the writers. The other thing that I think is really important to mention is the pacing of the rewriting process. No good screenplay comes in less than 15 or 20 drafts, but you can't get all your notes in one draft. When you read a screenplay and you love it, but it needs a lot of work, and it needs structural work, and it needs work on the character, and it needs work on the dialogue, you have to start with the macro first and fix the structure, and make sure there is a through line and a premise, and that there are themes and all those sort of larger concepts first, and then you go in. If you send them a 30-page document, and I know this because I've done it and it's a disaster, with every note from, like, the second act, it doesn't work, to, on page 33, the line of dialogue, blah, 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 doesn't feel funny enough, writers will feel so overwhelmed that they'll burn out. You shouldn't try to get everything in one draft, and I think that anyone who tries to do that finds it takes much longer to get a good screenplay. Pace yourself in terms of how you're trying to deconstruct and reconstruct the screenplay. Also, after a draft, let the writer rest, and don't come at him 3 days later with aggressive notes, because you can really burn out a writer fast if you don't watch how you're pacing. That's why I think it's good to write a screenplay, and then you'll understand just how hard it is. Richard Price, a novelist and screenwriter, said that writing a screenplay is like carrying a piano up 5 flights of stairs. He had written a screenplay called Clockers for Scorsese, and so he got it up the 5 flights of stairs. And then Spike Lee decided to direct the movie. He said it was like all of a sudden you had to take the piano down the 5 flights and carry it back up again. That's sort of the way it feels as a writer to go through a draft. So the more you can put yourself in their heads and realize how difficult it is, I think producers always underestimate how hard it is to be creative and execute those creative ideas. Because of that, they sometimes beat the writers up unnecessarily. Maureen, any other advice regarding the rest of the screenwriting process? Getting to the point where you finally have a script that's ready to go into production? Ben, one is if you're dealing with a screenwriter who's not the director. You need to know when to bring a director in, and you shouldn't bring a director in at the end. If you bring in a director at the end, you're losing the advantage. It is a director's medium, and the director needs to come in early enough to shape the material. At the same time, you have to be very clear about who controls the ultimate vision of the screenplay, because you may bring in a director who takes control and takes it in a direction you don't want. So you almost have to do the same thing with a director. You have to interview your directors, make sure they have the vision that you want, and that they're only going to bring out more of what you had in mind. If it's a writer/director, you don't have that problem necessarily. But you can have other problems because they're so tied to it in so many different ways. I think the other big piece of advice is patience. Too often, producers take their material out too early. They have one connection to one executive at one studio, or they have one potential financier, and they take the screenplay to them when it's not ready. It's always harder to get that person to read a screenplay a second time. They don't read as carefully. They remember the things they didn't like. Even if they aren't in the screenplay any longer, they still sort of linger in the mind of the reader, and so it's very hard to get somebody to become excited about a screenplay the second time. You only have one chance at a first impression. I think producers so often make the mistake, especially when they're doing it cheaply and they raise the money independently, where nobody has invested that deeply in it. It's $10,000 here or there, and you make it for $200,000. No one contemplates that by not spending those 6 extra months to get the screenplay right, you will have to live with that flawed movie for the rest of your life. Forget about the fact that you have 2 to 3 years between pre-production, production, editing, and distribution of just dealing with the project. Why would you not spend those additional 6 months to get the script further along? First, to raise money, and then to go into production? People are really impatient, and often young producers will go into production before they should. Maureen, how do you know when it's time to go into production? Ben, I think one thing is that you should surround yourself with people you trust. I'll send my screenplays undeveloped out to 3 or 4 readers, and I ask the screenwriter to do the same. Look for people who are neutral, don't know the story, and some who do. Some who've read a previous draft and some who haven't. Every time we feel like the script is taking a giant leap forward, we try to find that little group of people. Some of them are the same, some are new, to read it and give notes. I never take their advice 100%. I listen, and what you'll find, if you take it to enough readers, is the film's patterns. Things that you were feeling, and then you hear 3 people say the same thing, and you'll go, okay, I have to change that. Then you'll get a note from somebody whom you really respect, but it's the only time you've ever heard that note. And frankly, often, it's not that the person is wrong, but it's not the right note for the project you're making, and so you have to ignore it. It's a process, but don't depend on just your opinion and constantly refresh yourself by finding new people to read it. But always keep an arm's length from those notes because they don't always work. They may not like the genre. They may not have been paying attention when they were reading. That's why you need enough readers to really rely on. Don't rely only on yourself, and certainly you have to be very in touch with your ego and the need to make a project. Never discount how much your ego plays into making films, because we all want to be recognized as filmmakers, and there is always that glamorous side of it. Sometimes we're so hungry for that part that we rush through the rest because we're imagining receiving the Oscar. Frankly, because you rush through things, you won't get close to getting even a theatrical release. It's about getting your ego in check and not being too eager to be a producer and tell everybody that you're making a movie because they'll see it a year later and say, "That sucked." And then you'll really regret that you didn't take more time. Maureen. As you're getting ready to go into production, anything else to keep in mind? Ben. Screenplays are fluid, and what's amazing about the process of making films is that when your art director gets involved, when your actors get involved, when your director of photography, DP, gets involved, they all see your movie from their own particular angles, and they all bring really interesting energy and ideas. At that point, the director really needs to be in control, and all of those ideas need to be filtered through the director. But as long as the parameters of the idea of the movie you want are firmly in place, all of that new energy and those new ideas are good. As a producer, and then with the director, of course, you create an atmosphere of collaboration where those ideas can be absorbed. Because in the process of making the movie, you're still writing. I think as a producer, you have to stay very alert, especially in the low-budget world, to how the budget is impacting the storytellers. So it's a process of seeing what's in front of you and being able to weave it into your screenplay, taking advantage of the resources you do have, rather than trying to force a screenplay using the resources you don't have. In other words, trying to make a big-budget movie with a low budget. Keep the writing process open as you go into production, because you'll find that so many opportunities continue to expand and make the script better. So often you'll find that the things that are right in front of you, that you have access, that can work as well or better than what you had imagined in the screenplay, and will cost you less money. That process is using your resources and continuing to develop your screenplay as you go, and keeping your eyes open to opportunities within the reach of your budget that are functional to low-budget screenwriting. I think all the good, interesting low-budget projects have that story in which there is a lot of exploration that came out of the limitations. Maureen, if you are open and if you're looking, if you're seeing and hearing and then you just throw out an idea, it could really take the scene to a whole other level, and it didn't cost anything. That's probably a major part of my philosophy about producing. Ben, I think we, the producers, have to establish that atmosphere of collaboration and willingness to change early on. When you talk about development, I think it does leak into pre-production and production, and you need a director who's going to have that kind of spirit. Too often you'll find directors who are so set in their ways that, because they're not willing to make changes based on the reality of the budget, they undermine the film and end up with something that doesn't work. It's hard in low-budget filmmaking especially to separate the development of the screenplay from the development of the film itself. Honestly, no matter how big the budget, resources are always limited, and filmmakers need to tailor their stories to their resources. Imagination has no limits. Movies do. Maureen, how important is a good log line to the development process? Ben, screenplays need a focus, and usually that focus can be summed up in some way in a log line. It may not be in the traditional Hollywood sense of the log line, but there is this kind of concept that will carry you through, all the way to the marketing of the movie. It's like that very same thing that hooked you into wanting to make the project is the same thing that, captured properly in a trailer, will hook an audience into going into a movie. That can be very effective. Producers, from the day they decide to make a project until it's marketed at the end, need to be able to sum up a movie quickly for 100 different people. First for investors and for actors, then for your director, then for a great DP, and then when you've got to get into a festival and they ask you to send in a log line. If you get in, that log line ends up in the catalog, and that catalog ends up being sent to every major distributor. Or it ends up showing up at the festival with people reading the log lines to decide whether or not they're going to see the movie. So in a way, if you don't have a quick way of summing up your film, it will make it harder every step of the process. I believe that with most great films, you tend somehow to catch their essence in a very simple way, even if it's not some sort of Hollywood hook. I think that as a producer, you're constantly forced to reduce your movie to a concept that's saleable, and so it is effective to figure out how to sell it from the beginning. The other point is that it also depends who you're talking to as to how you want to sell your movie. So you may want to have sort of different pitches depending on who you're talking to. Certainly if you're trying to pitch name actors, that log line should be about the characters they would be playing. Maureen: I think that if I can't come up with a log line that makes sense, I find it to be a red flag. You've got to go back and make sure you get it right. Do you agree with that? Ben: I completely agree. I fully believe that, and frankly, I won't make a movie unless I feel like there is a really interesting concept in it. Partly it's because I've come to a point where I tend to like movies that are a little more concept-driven. Even if it ends up being John Malkovich. Being John Malkovich is a pretty weird concept, but there was a log line. A guy finds a portal into the brain of John Malkovich. Now, that's not going to get the masses running to go see it, but certainly for its audience, that log line was brilliant. I definitely feel that's the way to develop screenplays, and that, truthfully, once you have that concept, you sort of have to ask yourself as you're developing it, are you being true to it? If you find that in the middle of Act 2 you're off on some tangent that has nothing to do with that original concept, you're probably lost. But the only reason I don't say that out loud is because you get that, how would you discover the next Fellini then? How would you pitch Amarcord? It's true. It's like the exception, in a sense, proves the rule, that once in a while there is a movie that's so brilliant and so impossible to sum up in a phrase. I think as a responsible producer, you want to have more than a log line. It's a concept that conveys your movie in some way that's interesting and unique and, more often than not, emotional. If there is some sense of emotion in the concept, and you're true to that emotion in your movie, it tends to make more sense. Maureen: I know you've worked with a lot of writer-directors. Is there anything in the development process that would be different if I were a writer-director as opposed to only a writer? Ben: One thing that I do see happen often is that writer-directors tend to think, young ones, new ones, and some who maybe aren't fully developed, they don't need everything on the page. They say, no, but I had this in my head and I've envisioned. The problem is that a screenplay is a tool that many people who collaborate on a movie have to use. And so it does two things. One is that you need to communicate it to other people. And also, it's always better to force your writer-director to articulate his vision on the page first. Because often when they don't, you realize they really didn't have it that clear. And when they try to execute, it didn't work. So it's always better to try to get them to get as much of their vision in screenplay form as possible. And that's one of the areas that you can run into problems. I think there is one other area of development that's hugely important, which is finding your director. How do you find your director based on your material? Obviously, you have them read the script. You have them sit down and articulate their vision, and then one of the things that I often do is have them list several movies that they feel in some way capture what it is they want to do. Like, how many different ways can we have them visualize their vision before you take them on as director? I think you have to get a sense of what they're going to bring to the table before you get them involved. It's not just about seeing their previous films and thinking that they have the right sensibility. It's also about articulating their vision on that project before you sign them on. Because once you sign a director, you now have 3 people opining about every little nook and cranny, and it gets more complicated. Maureen, thanks so much for your insights, Ben. Screenwriting software. There are many screenwriting software programs out there. Final Draft is one of the most common and is compatible with Movie Magic scheduling and budgeting, Showbiz scheduling, and Guerrilla software. There are many others, and you can check the www.producertoproducer.com website for more information. Getting feedback on the script. Once you have a great draft of the screenplay, it's a good idea to send it to people who have different tastes from yours to give notes. It can be very enlightening to have a different perspective on the screenplay from someone who may not be a ready cheerleader and yet can give constructive criticism. Don't ask for script notes from family and friends, unless they are talented and experienced filmmakers themselves. Otherwise, the chances are slim that anything they say to you will be very useful. No offense, but I wouldn't ask my mom to read my x-rays and give a diagnosis on my broken foot unless she was a trained radiologist. It's fine for family and friends to read your screenplay, but I would take whatever they say with many grains of salt. Doing a table read or a staged reading is often invaluable in the final stages of the script revision process. Ideally, you can persuade great actors to participate in the reading. Send the script a week ahead of time so they can work on their roles. Plan for a few hours of rehearsal time with the director, if attached at that time, or whoever will do the best job. Then invite trusted filmmakers and insightful colleagues, and have the actors read the script start to finish without stopping. A quiet space that allows the actors to sit proscenium style in front of the audience works best. Afterward, poll the audience on key questions about the script so you can get insights for the next revision. It's one thing to read the script and hear the voices in your head. It's a revelation to watch great actors read the dialogue and act it out. Jokes that just laid there on the page can come alive, and things that you thought would be incredibly moving or funny might not deliver the dramatic punch or laughs when exposed to the light of a staged reading. Caution: don't get too caught up in the individual performances and gloss over any needed changes in structure and tone. There have been times producers become so enamored with a brilliant actor's performance that it blinds them to the weak third act or the lack of a clear want or need in one of the other characters. We've all heard the adage, if it's not on the page, it's never going to get onto the screen. You still need to attend to those issues before you begin official pre-production. Now is the time to do it. Script doctors. Sometimes it makes sense to bring in a script doctor to work on the screenplay. A script doctor is an experienced screenwriter who is brought in to rewrite parts of a screenplay, such as dialogue, pacing, or character development. Often, script doctors do not receive screen credit for their work. If you decide to hire one, you should consult a lawyer and research any guild rules, if applicable. Writers Guild of America. The Writers Guild of America, WGA, is the union for screenwriters in the United States. The West Coast chapter is located online at www.wga.org. www.wga.org, and the East Coast chapter can be found online at www.wgaeast.org. If you hire a union screenwriter, you'll need to follow the Guild rules for fees and work regulations. Logline. Don't leave home without it. It's never too early to start working on the logline for your project. The logline is a sentence or two that describes the protagonists and the plot line of the project simply and clearly. Some people insist it must be one sentence only. I believe it can be two if the alternative is a jammed sentence that is grammatically mangled and hard to understand. The logline describes what the film is about, using verbs as much as possible. Verbs are action words, and that's what makes a good project. The logline should capture the essence of your project and elicit the reaction, "I want to see that." If it's a comedy, the logline should come across as funny. If it's a documentary, then you want it to communicate the topic and narrative approach effectively. If people aren't interested after hearing the logline, you need to revise it until it works. If you change it and you still get lukewarm responses, then you might not have a great project yet, and you'll need to change the script or the treatment until you do. Loglines can be a great reality check to find out if you are onto a good thing. Don't underestimate the power of a good logline. Logline creation. Writing a logline requires skill, and there are certain principles for creating a great one. I think Dave Anaxagoras, www.davidanaxagoras.com, has come up with the best rules for a logline creation. He's been kind enough to let me reproduce his invaluable information in this book. Here is Dave's advice for the essential elements of effective loglines. Tone and genre. What is the tone and genre of your screenplay? If your logline describes the humorous adventures of a robot butler, it is a safe assumption you have a sci-fi comedy. But if there is any chance of confusion, explicitly state the genre and tone. A motivated protagonist. Whose story is this? What flaw must your hero overcome? What motivates your protagonist to undertake his or her goal? The subject of your logline and your screenplay is the protagonist. We must also understand what motivates this protagonist. Why this protagonist for this story? Protagonists' motivations could be an emotional problem, a character flaw, or an incident in their past that still haunts them. Sometimes a single adjective is enough to give us a sense of the protagonist's motivations. Not just a pet store clerk, but a lonely pet store clerk. Not just a fourth grader, but a timid fourth grader. Remember, these aren't extraneous adjectives. They are relevant to the story and describe motivation. A bald man doesn't suggest motivation, unless he's stalking the president of the Hair Club for Men. Inciting incident. What sets the story in motion? This is the spark that ignites the fire, the event that sets the whole story in motion. It gives your protagonist and your script focus and direction. The inciting incident is the meat of our logline. Main obstacle. Without some serious conflict, without an obstacle, you could just write, "and they lived happily ever after," and the story would be over. The inciting incident sets the story in motion. The conflict is the story. In order to sustain a script for 110 script pages, we need big conflict. This would be a good place to mention the antagonist. Ultimate goal. This is the end game, the desired outcome of the protagonist's efforts. This is what the protagonist is after, what he or she truly desires more than anything else in the movie. You have to have it in your script, or the story could meander and end up anywhere. Stakes. A legitimate question that many people ask is, who cares? Or, put another way, so what? What they are really asking, for our purposes, is what's at stake? The outcome has to matter in a way that we care about. So what hangs in the balance? What happens if the protagonist doesn't reach his or her goal? In other words, we are talking worst-case scenario. What catastrophe are we trying to avoid? The 6 essential elements of the log line are 1. Tone and genre. 2. The protagonist's identity and motivation. 3. The inciting incident. 4. The main obstacle or central conflict. 5. The protagonist's ultimate goal or desired outcome. 6. The stakes, or what happens if the goal is not accomplished. A prototype logline might look like this. Title of my screenplay is a genre with overtones of tone about a protagonist who has a flaw/motivation when the inciting incident happens, and he must then overcome the main obstacle in order to accomplish the ultimate goal, or else there will be catastrophic consequences. Don't be a slave to the formula. Not all elements must be explicitly stated, and not always in this order. But the idea is to cover this essential information, one way or another, as economically as possible. I find it easiest to write everything into one long, unwieldy, and awkward sentence first, and then edit down to something elegant and economical. Keep in mind that the essential elements in any effective logline are also the essential elements of any viable project. Working out a thorough logline can be an important first step in developing a solid and worthwhile project. Creating a proposal. For any project that requires funding, you will usually need to put together a proposal. There is a general format for such proposals, although a fiction project has a different format than a nonfiction project. I have included an example of each at the end of this section. Proposals are usually 5 to 10 pages, so keep it clear and concise. You only have one opportunity to make a first impression. Below is the proposal information breakdown. When applicable, the different narrative and documentary elements are outlined. Overview or project information. Narrative format. Describe the project concisely. Include the title, running time, type of project, feature, short, web series, interactive, virtual reality/VR, etc., and the logline. Any important attachment, such as cast or executive producer, should be stated as well. You can include a pitch line, too. The pitch line is constructed with 2 fairly recent successful projects that have elements of your project. You put the word meets between them to create a filmic child that represents your particular project. When you put them together, you should get an instant image in your mind of what the project will be, e.g., Romeo and Juliet meets Mad Max. Make sure to include the format, production schedule length, and estimated budget. Documentary format. Similar to the narrative format. Include more information about the project's topic, giving the reader historical and topical background and context. Write in detail about how your project will focus on the topic, the point of view, and the narrative arc. Comparison projects. Narrative format. The proposal should include budget and box office information about similar past projects to demonstrate similar possible positive financial results for the investor of your project. When picking comparison projects, consider the project's theme, demographic, gender and age of your intended audience, storyline, subject matter, similar characters, casting, scenarios, and genre. In the proposal, provide information about the production budget, financing, box office statistics, domestic and international, other sales, and awards. If it's a television or VOD project, Cite the ratings and subscription information as well. Create a grid and analyze 4 to 6 projects for comparison. The program should be fairly recent, within the last 5 years is best, so the economics are relevant. There are many websites that provide box office/ratings information about past projects to fill in the grid. While you are doing the research on possible comparison films, you'll discover other projects that were not financially successful. Use your findings to figure out why. Was the budget too high? Did they spend too much on prints and advertising? P&A. Was it the wrong distribution plan for the demographic? Were the theatrical numbers low, but it was very successful on video on demand, VOD? All those factors will be predictors of your possible success and give you ideas as to where to go for funding and how to distribute and market the project when completed. If a strategy worked successfully before on a comparison project, it has a good chance of working for your project too, as long as the same conditions apply. Remember, everything is constantly evolving in the world of film and media, so stay informed about the latest information and trends. Consider what factors may impact your project in the marketplace 2 years down the line and plan for them now. For the proposal, only include the comparison projects that were financially successful. Documentary format. Comparison projects are important for documentaries as well. There are many feature documentaries that had strong theatrical or VOD releases that you can use as examples. Your project's topic and scope will be different, so concentrate on the same target audience and not necessarily the content. Investment particulars. Narrative/documentary format. Discuss the budget and how the money will be raised, pre-sales, equity investment, other monies, and explain the distribution plan. Lastly, include how the investor will be paid back for each level of investment. When sending out to potential investors, remember to consult your attorney before finishing the investment sections. For legal reasons, there are Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, rules that need to be followed and specific legal language that needs to be included. Synopsis. The synopsis is probably the most critical part of your proposal. Write it and rewrite it until it represents the essence of your narrative arc, concisely and clearly. Keep it visual so that readers are able to see your project by the time they finish reading the last paragraph. Narrative format. Describe the main characters and the key plot points of the film. Keep it to 3 or 4 key character descriptions. If there are too many characters, it becomes hard for a first-time reader to keep them all straight in their head when reading. You should list the character's name, then age, and then a quick description like petulant teenager or biker chick. Instant identification through an adjective and a noun. Highlight the key narrative beats so the readers really understand what happens and what is special about your project. Documentary format. Use the same principles for a narrative when writing the documentary synopsis. Bring the project to life for the reader. Introduce characters and plot points, if applicable, so the synopsis has the dynamism of a clear narrative arc. Biographies. Narrative/documentary format. Include 1-paragraph bios of any key personnel, executive producer, director, and producer. If cast is attached, include their bios as well. If a key department head, e.g., cinematographer, production designer, editor, composer, has an impressive resume, make sure to include it. Background/history of the project. Narrative format. If there is additional useful information, include it in this section. add details about any awards or any participation in impressive labs, like a Sundance lab or the Berlin Talent Campus. If there is an interesting backstory about the history of the project, add it here. Documentary format. In addition to the above, you can list any grants your project has been awarded. Budget and/or schedule. Narrative format. Add the budget summary page, or the top sheet only and a tentative schedule. If there is any important tax information that is relevant, put it here. Many states have tax incentives, and the rules should be outlined if you plan to take advantage of them. The proposal is usually accompanied by the script. Don't send out the proposal until you have a final draft of the script. You have only one chance to make a first impression. Documentary format. Include the budget information as described previously. Instead of a script, include a trailer if you have one. Legal disclaimer. As I have stated at the beginning of this book, I am not an attorney and am not dispensing legal advice in this book. You should always consult with your entertainment lawyer before proceeding. In the case of putting together a proposal, you need to be aware that the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has very strict rules about raising money for a business or a project. You need to discuss these issues with your attorney before you send out a proposal to make sure that you do not run afoul of any legal statutes. Narrative proposal example. Private placement memorandum. Square up and send it. Prepared by Tina Braz. Synopsis. Square up and send it. 1. Whitewater rafting term. To line the raft up for a rapid and paddle full force into it. 2. Used colloquially in the rafting community to mean hooking up. Square up and send it is the story of a recent college dropout who has found a new home in the crabapple rafting community. David Woodsum has escaped the real world to join this mix of quirky social misfits that live and work on the river and college kids on summer break. After a promotion from the amateur-level fife to the more advanced dry way, Woody is more eager than ever to make a permanent home at Crabapple. He also develops an interest in the spunky new guide, Rosie. But when one of Woody's customers falls out of his raft and drowns because he did not follow the nose and toes rule, Woody's life falls apart. He can't bear to leave the community that has become his home, but there's no job for a guide who's lost a custy, even if it wasn't his fault. He becomes a recluse, still living on the Crabapple property but avoiding all the friends that he counted as family. One day, Woody hangs around the river, comes across a group of townies that want to go tubing down the river. Drawn to their enthusiasm, he joins their tubing expedition. When they ignore his instructions to end the joyride before hitting a dangerous part of the river, and one of the townies ends up trapped underwater, Woody rescues her. But the stunt is more than Crabapple's owner, Frank, can take. He tells Woody to pack up his tent and leave. Living with his mother again and working at a toll booth, Woody's soul is crushed. His gloom is interrupted when he hears about an encroaching storm that he knows will wipe Crabapple off the riverbanks. He wants to go back to save Rosie and his mentor money and redeem himself in the process. But will he be able to get over his pride in their hour of need? These are the stakes, psychological and physical, that drive the suspense in Square Up and Send It. Chain of title. The writer-director, Benjamin Leonberg, has assigned the right to produce a feature film from his screenplay, Square Up and Send It, to Suazi LLC, of which he is a managing member. The creative team. Writer and director, Benjamin Leonberg. Benjamin Leonberg is a filmmaker of many talents. Since 2007, Leonberg has made over 30 short films and has functioned as writer, director, producer, DP, actor, and stunt coordinator on nearly all. In his words, "I make movies hard." His body of work reflects this intensity and commitment to filmmaking and a never-say-die attitude. Leon Berg's ability to tell stories was honed in an unusual setting, on the whitewater rapids of New England as a rafting guide. With a boat of customers to entertain, Leon Berg became adept at the subtleties of storytelling, pacing, knowing how to draw in an audience, and being able to deliver a dramatic and surprising turn of events. His experience as a guide prompted his feature-length script, Square Up and Send It, the tale of a whitewater rafter whose dreams are shattered after one of his customers drowns. Meanwhile, Leon Berg is also developing a second feature, Rhino, an action-packed drama about poaching in rural South Africa. His latest short, Bears Discover Fire, adapted from the short story of the same title by famed science fiction writer Terry Bisson, is in production. Leon Berg holds a bachelor's degree in communications and film and television production from the University of Massachusetts and a certificate in applied filmmaking and television production from the New Zealand Film Academy. Before pursuing his Master's of Fine Arts degree in screenwriting and directing at Columbia University, he worked in women's apparel advertising for Reebok International. Leon Berg will serve as a managing member of Suazi LLC, being set up to finance and produce Square Up and Send It. Producer, Tina Braz. Originally from Cape Town, South Africa, Tina Braz is an up-and-coming film producer living in New York City. Braz is developing 2 movies, Square Up and Send It, a drama set in the world of whitewater rafting, and Rhino, an action-adventure about rhino poaching in her native South Africa. She has produced a variety of short films, including The Great Kavini, 2012, 5 minutes, about a young magician seeking revenge on his unrequited crush, and The Last Day of Summer, 2012, 10 minutes, about a mixed-race couple torn apart in apartheid-era South Africa. Braz is also interested in art direction and production design, and served as an art department assistant on the movie Take Care, directed by Liz Tuccillo, which will have its premiere at the 2014 South by Southwest Film Festival. Braz was awarded with a BA with honors in screenwriting from the University of Cape Town in 2011 and is currently pursuing her MFA in producing from Columbia University's Graduate School of the Arts. Braz will serve as a managing member of Suazi LLC, being set up to finance and produce Square Up and Send It. Talent Wish List. The film currently has no cast attachments. This list reflects the look and feel of the actors we hope to attract to the project. Woody, Ryan Eggold. Eggold is best known for his TV roles on The Blacklist, 2013-2014, Daybreak, 2012, and 90210, 2008-2011. But he's also been involved in a number of indie films such as Driving by Braille, 2011, Trophy Kids, 2011, and Lucky Them, 2013. Rosie, Saoirse Ronan. Ronan has garnered critical acclaim for popular films such as Atonement, 2007, and The Host, 2013, but is no stranger to the indie space. Her indie projects include Violet and Daisy, 2011, and City of Ember, 2008. Frank, Terry O'Quinn. O'Quinn's most famous role with current audiences is on the epic TV show Lost, 2004-2010. But he's been involved in a myriad other TV series, including The West Wing, 2003-2004, Alias, 2002-2004, 666 Park Avenue, 2012-2013, and Hawaii Five-0, 2011-2013. He's had roles in TV movies and small films such as Taken From Me, The Tiffany Rubin Story, 2011, and Hometown Legend, 2002. Money, Viggo Mortensen. Mortensen's filmography includes huge films such as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, 2001, 2002, 2003, and Hidalgo, 2004, as well as smaller projects like A History of Violence, 2005, and Good, 2008. Production plan. Square Up and Send It is set in the summertime on the Deerfield River in Massachusetts, but we've decided to shoot in September in West Virginia. The West Virginia location makes sense for the following reasons. West Virginia has a 31% state tax credit. West Virginia has two suitable rivers, the Gauley River and the New River. The Gauley River's flow can be modulated to suit production requirements. As September is the beginning of the off-season for whitewater rafting tour companies, it will be easier and cheaper to get locations, trained safety personnel, and props, such as rafts, paddles, and life jackets. September is mild enough for whitewater rafting in West Virginia, but not in Massachusetts. In the event that we have the minimum required financing in place by June 1, 2014, we will begin principal photography on or as close as possible to September 1, 2014. Development, April to May 2014. Pre-production, June to August 2014. Principal photography, September 2014. Post-production, October 2014 to January 2015. Production company management. A single-purpose, limited liability company, Swazi Film LLC, will be formed for the sole purpose of developing, producing, and exploiting the film and shall have a 100% ownership interest in the film. The LLC is managed by the production team for Square Up and Send It, namely Tina Braz and Benjamin Leonberg. Investors will not participate in the management of the LLC. The sole business of the LLC will be the production and distribution of Square Up and Send It. The film's producer and writer-director are the managing members of the LLC. The managing members of the LLC have complete discretion over the production, editing, distribution, and exhibition of the film, and will control all business decisions with respect to the film. The managing members will exploit the film to its full potential in all markets. Budget. It is anticipated that the production budget of Square Up and Send It will be $1 million U.S., including cast and crew deferments. This budget provides for pre-production, principal photography, post-production, delivery costs, and a small reserve for initial marketing. The escrow account. Capital raised from investors will be held in an escrow account to be released to Swazi LLC for production of the film when the minimum required financing, MRF, of $300,000 has been raised. The MRF figure of $300,000 U.S. is sufficient to fund pre-production, principal photography, and several weeks of editing. Financing plan. The financing for Square Up and Send It will come from a variety of sources as indicated in the following table. U.S. private equity, $500,000. Crowdfunding campaign, $50,000. West Virginia state tax credit, $200,000. In-kind contributions, $50,000. Cast and crew deferments, $200,000. Total, $1 million. The state of West Virginia offers up to 31% transferable tax credits for in-state spend. Swazi LLC will satisfy all of the terms and conditions for obtaining this tax credit while making the film. All principal photography will happen within the state, and at least a third of the post-production budget will be spent in West Virginia. Although key cast and crew, writer, director, and producer, will come from outside the state, the majority of the below-the-line cast and crew will be from West Virginia. The transferable tax credit means that whatever tax credits cannot be spent by Suozzi Film LLC within West Virginia can be sold to other companies who can make use of these credits. Usually, this transfer is done at a rate slightly lower than the dollar value of each credit. Another benefit of filming in West Virginia is that most state-owned property is fee-free. As much of the film will be shot along the banks of the Gauley River, which is state-owned property, this will dramatically reduce our location costs. The West Virginia State Film Office may also assist with negotiation of discounted fees for other locations and may help us source in-kind contributions in lieu of payment for office and warehouse space, lodging, transportation rentals, etc. Terms of investment. One of the virtues of the proposed financing plan is that this $1 million film will utilize only $500,000 of private equity. The other funds are not recoupable. Thus, the investor's capital is well leveraged, and this should enhance the investor's chances to recoup and to earn a return on investment should the film be a financial success. Budget, $1 million. U.S. private equity portion, $500,000. Cost per share, $10,000. Number of shares available, 50. Deferments. Out of funds received by the LLC from distribution of the film, 10% will be retained by the LLC to pay its management expenses, including the annual accounting and tax filing fees, and 90% will be used to pay any cast or crew deferments. Recoupment. After payment of all cast and crew deferments, funds received by the LLC from distribution on the film will be allocated as follows. 10% will be retained by the LLC to pay its management expenses, including the annual accounting and tax filing fees, and 90% will be distributed to the investors on a pro rata, pari passu basis until the investors have recouped 100% of their initial capital contribution. Thereafter, the LLC will distribute another 30% to the investors in the form of an equity kicker until they have recouped 130% of their initial capital contribution. The profit split. After the investors have recouped 130% of their initial capital contribution, 10% of all revenues received by the LLC will be distributed to the investors on a pro rata, pari passu basis, and 90% will be retained for the benefit of the managing members of the LLC and to pay for the ongoing LLC management expenses. Any profit participations that may be due to the key cast and or crew will be paid out of the managing member's 90% share. The termination of the LLC. It is assumed that the majority of the film's revenues will be generated within a 3-year period following its first release. Therefore, 36 months after the first release of the film's copyright and distribution rights will be assigned to the managing members as individuals. The LLC will make a final revenue report to the investors, and the LLC will be shut down. Thereafter, no further accounting will be due to the investors, whether or not they have recouped their investment in the film. Additional investors. The LLC reserves the right to raise an additional $500,000 to complete the film. Investors acknowledge that this would dilute their percentage holding in the LLC. Distribution plan. Suozzi LLC intends to market the film during its festival run and follow this festival run closely with a day and date release in theaters and on iTunes and or Amazon Instant in the USA and appropriate foreign territories. This strategy will make the most of the publicity garnered from the festival run, as well as taking advantage of a nationwide audience. Other markets in which the film will be exploited include international streaming platforms, international pay TV platforms, DVD and Blu-ray, in-flight and on-ship entertainment services. Comparable films. Hide Your Smiling Faces, 2014. After a neighborhood tragedy, 2 adolescent brothers confront changing relationships, the mystery of nature, and their own mortality. 81% critics Rotten Tomatoes. Budget, $100,000. Box office, $3,576. Won New Directors Award at Denver International Film Festival. Nominated at Tribeca and won 3 awards at Bend Film Festival. First-time writer-director, ultra-low budget, drama genre. Mean Creek, 2004. When a teen is bullied, his brother and friends lure the bully into the woods to seek vengeance. 90% critics, Rotten Tomatoes. Budget, $500,000. Box office, $603,000. Won 2 Independent Spirit Awards, Humanitas Prize, and Best Directorial Debut at Stockholm Film Festival. First-time writer-director, low budget, drama genre. Brick, 2005. A teenage loner pushes his way into the underworld of a high school crime ring to investigate the disappearance of his ex-girlfriend. 80% critics, Rotten Tomatoes. Budget, $475,000. Box office, $2,075,743. Won Special Jury Prize at Sundance, won Most Promising Director at Chicago Film Critics Association Awards, and Best First Film at Austin Film Critics Association. First-time writer-director, low-budget, drama genre. Risks. As with any investment, there are risks. Investment in film is particularly high risk because of the unpredictability of the market. The LLC will endeavor to make the film a success, but there is no guarantee that the film will generate any income, let alone enough to recoup investors' capital. Investors enter into this subscription with the knowledge that there is no market for shares in the LLC, nor is there ever likely to be one. These shares are not transferable, refundable, or liquid in any way. Once paid for, they can only be redeemed by the financial success of the film. As such, no investor should enter into this subscription without the financial ability to lose the entire investment should the film fail. In addition to the standard risks associated with investment in film, this film carries additional unique risks that include first-time writer, director, and producer have no experience in these roles on a feature film. 80% of the film requires exterior scenes and locations, and as such, filming can be delayed or halted by unexpected and uncontrollable weather issues. Whitewater rafting is an inherently risky sport, and although the production team, cast, and crew will take all possible safety precautions, accidents do happen. The film includes a scene where a customer drowns after falling out of a raft. Although the production team, cast, and crew will take all possible safety precautions, this is a dangerous stunt sequence to perform and capture. Perks of investment. Making this film, Square Up and Send It, will be an exciting and unforgettable experience for all involved. In addition to being part of making this thrilling film become a reality, you'll have access to exclusive, investors-only perks, which include access to the production blog that will be updated regularly with behind-the-scenes pictures and interviews with the cast and crew. The opportunity for you and 3 friends to visit the set and have lunch with the cast. 6 VIP tickets to the film's New York or LA premiere and access to the official after-party. If you're unable to make it to the New York or LA premiere, the opportunity to have your own friends and family screening with an introduction by one of the cast or crew members via Skype. A digital download and copy of the DVD before its official release in stores. A production hamper packed with limited edition merchandise, an autographed copy of the poster, and a digital download and copy of the CD soundtrack from the film. If you would like to take this whitewater rafting adventure with us, please contact Tina Braz. Documentary Proposal Example. Big Mouth Productions. Say something. Red Light Films. E-Team, a feature-length documentary film. Katie Chevigny, Director, producer. Ross Kaufman, director, producer. Marilyn Ness, producer. San Francisco Film Society Documentary Film Fund proposal. Brief summary. The E-Team follows the intense and courageous work of 3 intrepid human rights workers on the front lines of identifying international human rights abuses. Dramatic and crucial, Human Rights Watch's emergency teamwork is custom-made for a compelling documentary film with a global perspective. Description of the film. The action of the E-Team will be driven by the high-stakes investigative work of Anna Neistat, Fred Abrahams, and Peter Buchert, 3 key members of the Human Rights Watch emergency team. Though very different personalities, Anna, Fred, and Peter share a fearless spirit and a deep commitment to exposing and halting human rights abuses around the world. Peter Buchert, a savvy strategist and investigator, is a Belgian national living in Geneva with his wife and 2 children. Rolling Stone magazine called him the James Bond of human rights investigators. Fred Abrahams is a New York City native with a wickedly dry sense of humor and a tireless energy. In the earliest days of his career as a human rights investigator, it was his research that brought down Slobodan Milosevic in the International Criminal Court. Anna Neistat, a Russian national, is as fashionable as she is formidable. She now resides in Paris with her son and a husband, Ole, who is himself learning the ropes of being a human rights investigator. Anna's childhood experiences in the former USSR have brought her a righteous indignation about the practices of unaccountable dictatorships. Dedicated and energetic, all 3 members of the E-Team bring an infectious enthusiasm to their work. Their contrasting characters lend nuance to the film and draw viewers into their collective stories. The headquarters for this trio is the well-known international organization Human Rights Watch, HRW. Founded in 1978, HRW is now one of the largest and most respected organizations monitoring human rights abuses worldwide. Currently based in New York, but with offices all over the world, HRW has been on the front lines in the fight for human rights in Rwanda, Kosovo, Chechnya, Chile, Afghanistan, Burma, Sri Lanka, and Sudan, among others, monitoring conditions in over 70 countries around the globe. International prosecutors have used HRW's evidence in the trials of Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic and Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. The E-Team is a key component of HRW's success and conducts the organization's most dramatic work on the ground. Arriving as soon as possible after allegations of human rights abuses surface, the E-Team uncovers crucial evidence to determine if further investigation is warranted and to capture the world's attention. Even more importantly, they also immediately challenge the responsible decision-makers, holding them accountable. Human rights abuses thrive on secrecy and silence, and the work HRW has done in the last 30 years has shown light in dark places and given voice to thousands whose stories would never have been told. The film's narrative will be fueled by the strong plot structure that springs naturally from the E-Team's investigative process. We are filming Anna, Fred, and Peter in the field as they piece together the actual events that take place in various troubled spots around the globe. We are also spending time with each E-Team member at home, exploring the intricacies of managing family and personal relationships within the challenges of their exceptional work life. We have unprecedented access to the work of the E-Team. This is the first time HRW has ever granted independent access to a film crew. To be perfectly clear, however, we are interested in portraying the complexity, difficulty, and importance of human rights work, not in lionizing a well-known organization. Our production model is to travel on missions with each E-Team member and follow their work as it unfolds, either through further research on a separate mission or through additional research back at home. We also make a point of filming them as they interact with one another and with colleagues, to shed light and bring justice to a particular group or situation. The film draws upon the cinema verite style of filming, interviewing E-Team members in the field and using voiceover to explain the action taking place. We are also using footage of E-Team members being interviewed by the international press as another expository device to clarify story and drama when necessary. This format is the most effective way to vividly convey the immediacy of their work, while providing a window into a type of investigation that most people are entirely unfamiliar with. Throughout the film, we allow the inherent dramatic qualities of their work to drive the story. Filmmakers Kaufman and Chevigny have extensive experience making documentaries about stories that are unfolding in the field, specializing in narratives that have a complex legal, political, or social problem at the core of the plot. Their respective films have demonstrated an ability to tell human rights stories that bring life to the individuals and institutions that are central to the emotional truth of the drama at hand. It is because of their collective experience and credibility with human rights issues that Human Rights Watch has entrusted them to bring their integrity as filmmakers to document this important investigative work. Recent production. We are in the midst of principal production of the film. World events, namely the Arab Spring and the human rights crises it spurred, escalated our production timetable. In January 2011, the filmmakers filmed the E-Team's annual summit in New York City, where the members gathered to discuss upcoming missions. These events shed light on protocols that the E-Team uses to establish a need for investigative research. What constitutes a human rights abuse? How does documentation play a role in throwing open abuses to the attention of the world? These questions are critical to the film's success as a vehicle for broad audiences. Later in the year, in September 2011, we were able to film Fred and Peter on a mission to Libya. 2 days after the fall of Gaddafi, our team landed in Tunisia and drove by land into the newly liberated capital of Tripoli. We spent a week filming Fred and Peter as they investigated alleged abuses in the midst of rapidly changing dynamics, while the victorious rebels filled the power vacuum left by the departure of Gaddafi from the capital. Working quickly and efficiently in the war zone with skilled interpreters and other human rights workers on the ground, they interviewed dozens of individuals throughout Tripoli and its environs. They braved armed checkpoints and stray gunfire throughout the city to investigate the looting of Gaddafi's weapons stores. They traveled to several makeshift prisons where rebels took over as the new guards, to question the prisoners and determine what conditions they were enduring as well as the nature of the alleged causes for their detention. They took time to meet with the guards throughout Tripoli to emphasize the importance of establishing protocols that protect human rights in these new prisons and this new country. Later that week, they investigated the abuse of black Africans at the hands of Libyans. Some of these alleged mercenaries of Gaddafi's regime were now imprisoned, while entire communities of black Africans had sought refuge in a camp by the port, living in squalor amidst abandoned ships perched precariously on the shore. And finally, they looked into fresh reports of recent killings by Gaddafi supporters in the last days of the regime and interviewed survivors of a mass execution where over 40 bodies were found burnt to death at a warehouse detention center. These chilling interviews provide first-hand reports of human rights violation that had only been rumored in the previous days. In each of these cases, the E-Team investigators were among the first to thoroughly investigate and report the findings. The results of this work were multifold. Several times over the course of the week, Fred and Peter were interviewed by members of the international press about the developing situation in Libya. Due to their strong reputations as rigorous and impartial investigators, their findings were reported in a wide variety of press outlets, including the New York Times, CNN, BBC, and Al Jazeera. In cases where the investigation revealed likely evidence of war crimes, They meticulously collected data that could be reviewed at a later date by members of the International Criminal Court. In cases where the situation was still unfolding, for example, when they saw that the rebels had decided to detain certain Libyan citizens and other African nationals, Fred and Peter informed the newly minted prison guards regarding the needs and rights of prisoners in their care. Through this footage, the viewers immediately come to understand that human rights work involves a variety of important practices, including investigative techniques and an understanding of international law, sharing findings with the world to shed light on abuses and other human rights problems, bringing perpetrators to justice through international justice bodies, and working hand in hand with authorities on the ground to prevent future abuses before they unfold. At the same time, the personal stories and motivations of our E-Team members provide another layer of interest and give viewers a rare window into the intimate flip side of this intense and fascinating work. Peter is most drawn to the immediate aftermath of war, examining weapons stores and seeking new evidence that explains and proves recent war crimes. Fred, on the other hand, is most effective when he is interacting with people affected on the ground. His interviewing skills, affable manner, the ability to build trust, and meticulous systems of cross-checking victims' accounts enables him to illuminate stories that were previously unknown outside of a small circle. And Anna is most skilled at gaining entry to situations that shut most people out. She frequently works undercover to investigate the living conditions of women in countries where their rights are being withheld. The specific passion that each E-Team member brings to their work allows viewers to engage with and care about the investigators, as well as to empathize with the human rights workers and the victims they seek to support. Their on-the-ground work transforms human rights violations from a problem of statistics and numbing atrocities to a group of people trying their best to solve a problem and bring an injustice to light. Later, in 2011, we began to follow a compelling story conducted by Anna. She spent several months last year working undercover in and around Syria, gathering data on government abuses against the demonstrators that rose up as part of Syria's own chapter in the Arab Spring of 2011. She also met with dozens of defectors from the military who named their superiors that had ordered them to shoot unarmed demonstrators and inflict other abuses. As a result of this work, she and her partner, Ola Solvang, published a scathing report that charged Russia with supporting the Assad government as they were committing crimes against humanity. We filmed her working on the report at home in Paris, as well in subsequent weeks when she traveled to Moscow to release the report. By directly confronting Russian authorities on their own turf regarding their support of an abusive government, Anna was working to strategically influence Russia's United Nations position on Syria. In addition, this work drew international attention and reached as high as the International Criminal Court itself, with its credible claims of crimes against humanity being perpetrated in Syria. Our next chapter in Syria began at the end of April 2012 when Anna, Ole, and our crew were able to smuggle across the Syrian border from Turkey and begin investigations in Kili, Khazano, Taftanaz, and Ma'arat Misrin. They gained access to the Free Syrian Army headquarters, recorded stories of civilian casualties, captured footage of destroyed homes from burnings to bombings, and were the first to film testimony of a mass execution from eyewitnesses and survivors. Human Rights Watch is now releasing their findings to the press, and we are capturing the media and worldwide response to their investigation. In February 2012, we filmed the E-Team's planning meeting in New York City, during which they determined where to allocate their resources for future missions, based on current reports of emerging conflicts around the world. In an effort to demonstrate the global nature of human rights investigations, we plan to follow our characters on at least one mission beyond the stories unfolding in the Middle East, to new areas of conflict. We are working to strike a delicate balance, deploying our limited financial resources in regions where we have the highest likelihood of capturing a complete story, from suspicion of human rights abuses to international response. With these parameters in mind, and as we secure additional funding for production, we will select another conflict area into which we will follow the E-Team. Our footage from Libya and Syria has an immediacy and urgency, providing a strong example of the kind of material we will obtain by continuing to film fieldwork with the E-Team. We will also document the personal sacrifices that they make as they leave their families yet again for additional field missions in other parts of the world. The film will ask, what makes this demanding and dangerous work worthwhile for each of these investigators? What drives them to seek justice in these situations? And what discourages them? Another of our central conflicts that the film will draw upon is the difficulty that E-Team members have in finding an effective means of halting a human rights abuse once clearly identified. Frequently, E-Team members are thwarted by government alliances that make it difficult to expose an abuse, or bureaucratic red tape, caused at times by the leadership of HRW itself, that hamstring their attempts to bring the weight of the United Nations or other international bodies to bear on the issue. The struggle for an individual's hard-won discovery of information to be converted into a concrete action is one that is well served by cinema, in fiction as well as documentary. Viewers will empathize and engage with the E-Team's passion to generate tangible change, and their frustration when institutions and rules hinder change. This is the stuff of drama as well as of life itself, easy to empathize with and engaging to watch. The film in its final form will cover the work of the E-Team in several different locations. Our choices will be dictated by both practical necessity — the E-Team members are often on the move in unexpected ways — and by the desire to tell a story with a broad sweep. We will balance coverage of the heroic members of the E-Team with those of the even more courageous individuals affected by and working to alleviate human rights abuses in their own countries. The basic premise of the E-Team's work dictates that human rights apply equally to everyone, everywhere. Fitting together multiple stories featuring the different members of the E-Team in different locations will help illustrate that premise. No single investigation covers the range of the E-Team's concerns. Through an inclusion of several compelling stories, we will give an overall portrait of the team as the breadth of their fight emerges. The final film will show how the work affects each of the E-Team's lives, and we will have followed at least one international human rights investigation to its conclusion. Current status of the project. Chevigny and Kaufman began their development work in 2009, meeting extensively with a variety of staff at HRW and thus gaining access to the E-Team members in order to follow them on their missions abroad. HRW Deputy Director for External Affairs, Carol Bogert, has signed a letter of commitment, see attached, stating that HRW leadership is prepared to authorize access for a warts and all profile of their work, ensuring that the final film will reflect the independent perspective that the project demands. We continue to pursue funding that would allow the filmmakers to continue production and begin post-production in the fall of 2012. Specifically, we intend to continue following at least 3 stories: Peter and Fred's work in Libya, assessing the new regime as it develops; Anna's work in Syria as she continues to research and monitor the ongoing conflict there; and Fred's work covering both areas from New York, which serves as home base for the global movements of Anna and Peter in 2012, fielding media requests, compiling research, and coordinating the big picture of the various E-Team projects as they move forward. We continue to monitor the E-Team's movements for a story occurring outside of the bounds of the Middle East that will engage our characters. We have already raised initial production funds from the following sources: Sundance Documentary Fund, BritDocs Foundation's Creative Catalyst Grant, the Still Point Fund, the National Endowment for the Arts, and, most recently, Gucci Tribeca Documentary Fund and the MacArthur Foundation. We will continue to seek funds from foundations and individuals. Numerous donors who care about Human Rights Watch's work have already expressed interest in funding the film. Lastly, Arts Engine, Chevigny, and Kaufman have a proven track record of raising funding from co-production partners for their films. We are planning to apply to the IDFA Central Pitch for pre-sales with co-production partners. Production personnel. Directors Kaufman and Chevigny bring shared and complementary film experience to this project. Both of them are known for making films that bring viewers close to the individuals and organizations that fight human rights abuses, whether fighting for the rights of children in Calcutta's red light district in Born into Brothels, or showcasing a historic blow against capital punishment in Deadline. Both directors are committed to making films that draw viewers in with compelling characters and an engaging story as a tool to help audiences care about people, places, and events about which they may never have heard. Katie Chevigny, director-producer. Katie Chevigny is an award-winning filmmaker and co-founder of Arts Engine, a leading independent media nonprofit and its production arm, Big Mouth Films. She directed the film Election Day, 2007, which premiered at the South by Southwest Film Festival in 2007 and was broadcast on POV in 2008. With Kirsten Johnson, she co-directed Deadline, an investigation into Illinois Governor George Ryan's commutation of death sentences. After premiering at the 2004 Sundance Film Festival, Deadline was broadcast on NBC to an audience of over 6 million, in an unusual acquisition of an independent film by a major network. It was nominated for an Emmy Award and won the Thurgood Marshall Journalism Award, among others. Chevigny also directed Journey to the West, Chinese Medicine Today, a feature-length documentary about traditional Chinese medicine and its influence in the West. She has produced several acclaimed documentaries: Arctic Sun, Innocent Until Proven Guilty, New Yorican Dream, Brother Born Again, Outside Looking In, Transracial Adoption in America, and Asexual. Chevigny's films have been shown theatrically on HBO, Cinemax, POV, Independent Lens, NBC, and Arte ZDF, among others, and have played at film festivals around the world, including Sundance, Full Frame, South by Southwest, Sheffield, and Berlin. Most recently, she produced Pushing the Elephant, which premiered on Independent Lens in 2011. Ross Kaufman, director, producer. Ross Kaufman is the director, producer, cinematographer, and co-editor of Born into Brothels, winner of the 2005 Academy Award for Best Documentary. Kaufman began as a documentary film editor and then spent several years at Vulcan Film and Video Incorporated, a post-production company where he worked on a wide variety of films for HBO, WNET 13, National Geographic, and the Discovery Channel. In 2001, Kaufman formed Red Light Films to direct and produce Born into Brothels, a documentary about the children of Calcutta's prostitutes. It was accepted to over 50 film festivals worldwide and has since received over 40 awards, including National Board of Review, Best Documentary 2004, LA Film Critics Best Documentary 2004, and the 2004 Sundance Film Festival Audience Award. Kaufman is currently working on a variety of projects, including Exposure, a scripted television series following the lives of 5 present-day photojournalists around the globe, and the documentary Wait for Me, chronicling the story of a mother's spiritual and emotional search for her son, who went missing 23 years ago. Other projects include In a Dream, the story of the Philadelphia mosaic artist Isaiah Zagar, which was shortlisted for the 2009 Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature, and Project Kashmir, a documentary that takes viewers into the war zone of Kashmir and examines the conflict from emotional and social viewpoints. Marilyn Ness, producer. Marilyn Ness is a 2-time Emmy Award-winning documentary producer. She is currently producing Ross Kaufman, 2005 Academy Award winner, and Katie Chevenix's film E-Team, as well as Johanna Hamilton's film Untitled 1971. Before joining Arts Engine as Director of Production and Media Maker Services, Marilyn founded Necessary Films in 2005, directing short films for nonprofits including the ACLU and the World Federation of Hemophilia, and developing documentaries for broadcast. Her most recent film, Bad Blood, A Cautionary Tale, broadcast nationally on PBS in 2011 and was the centerpiece of campaign to change U.S. blood donation policies. Prior to that, Ness spent 4 years as producer for director Rick Burns, collaborating on 4 award-winning PBS films: Ansel Adams, The Center of the World, Andy Warhol, and Eugene O'Neill. Ness's other credits include films for TLC, Court TV, and National Geographic, as well as films for the PBS series American Experience. Distribution and marketing. We anticipate significant attention for the E-Team. Given the combination of the high-profile nature of Human Rights Watch's work, the dramatic content of the film, and its global significance, we will aim for broad distribution in the United States and internationally. We plan to launch the film with a prominent festival premiere, a subsequent theatrical release, U.S. television broadcast, home video sales, and educational distribution. Throughout the filmmaking process, we will work closely with a wide range of organizations and individuals interested in gaining exposure for international human rights. Our press strategy for the film will be in tandem with key human rights organizations in order for the film to bring attention to timely international events that speak to the themes of the film. We see the E-Team's work as a uniquely cinematic vehicle to paint a portrait of the global scope and importance of top-level human rights work. Over the last several years, issues of international human rights have begun to penetrate the American mainstream. The E-Team will be an important tool in advancing public understanding and appreciation of international human rights work. The film's global perspective will help initiate conversations about the interconnected nature of human rights work in a significant way. Outreach and engagement. Chevenix and Kaufman have a strong track record of innovative and effective community engagement and social justice outreach around their past films. Kaufman's Born into Brothels spawned Kids with Cameras, a nonprofit formed in 2002 to raise money and awareness for the children of the red light district through print sales, exhibitions, film festivals, and a book of their work. The children's images have been exhibited in Calcutta, Europe, and all over the U.S. A book of their photos was published in 2004. In order to help more children from Calcutta's red light district, Kaufman, along with the executive producer of Born into Brothels, Geraldine White Dreyfus, has also been raising money to build Hope House, a nurturing home where up to 150 children from Calcutta's red light district will come to live, learn, and grow. The children who live in Hope House will receive a free first-rate education through high school, courtesy of the Buntain Foundation, which owns and operates 80 schools in India. An educational curriculum based on the film was also created to engage students and teachers across the U.S. and around the world. The outreach efforts around Chevenix's deadline gave hundreds of organizations, universities, and high schools the chance to grapple with one of the most significant issues of our day. They helped take capital punishment away from the artificiality of a debate team topic and planted it squarely in a moral framework of justice, equality, and due process. Through a combination of Deadline's 25 festival screenings, an NBC broadcast that reached 6 million viewers, a New York Times article, 110 house parties during the broadcast, a theatrical release, 100 community screenings nationwide, a DVD release, and an interactive website on death penalty issues, we were able to engage millions of viewers around the world in a moral, political, and philosophical conversation on capital punishment. By leveraging two high-profile events, the premiere at the Sundance Film Festival and the national network broadcast in 2004, we reached far more viewers than we would have in a more conventional distribution strategy. The film's ultimate Emmy nomination drew further attention to the film and the debate around the death penalty in the United States. The filmmakers plan to use the lessons learned from the engagement campaigns of their past films to create a timely and effective campaign for the E-Team. Due to the international nature of the work, the outreach plan will coordinate with grassroots organizations working on the ground abroad to help bring greater awareness to the issues raised by the E-Team's work. Interactive elements. Arts Engine will take the lead in creating a tailored interactive campaign for the film that will draw international attention to the need for human rights globally, as well as to raise awareness about the specific human rights abuses that the E-Team focuses on. Specifically, the website will include a map of the world which highlights the sites visited by E-Team members and specific actions that viewers can take to advance the human rights cause in these areas. Chevigny is also the co-founder of Arts Engine, which conducts a number of online activities to enhance the social impact and exposure of documentary films. MediaRights.org has more than 27,000 members and connects social justice organizations to thousands of filmmakers and films that can help them promote their cause. Media That Matters, now in its 11th year, showcases curated short films on social justice issues through a festival, online, screenings at schools and community groups, and DVDs. This unique multi-platform model allows Media That Matters to reach millions of people globally, and her experience with it positioned Chevigny to use similar strategies for the E-Team. IMDb.com. The free online database at www.imdb.com lists all screen credits for most films and television programs produced over the last several decades. It's a great resource and enables anyone to research any individual or project. Make sure to add your project to the database and add confirmed credits to keep it up to date. IMDb has a verification process to make sure credits are accurate. IMDbPro.com contains more industry information, including agent information, casting notices, box office numbers, and estimated budgets. Access to the Pro website requires an annual subscription fee. Creating a pitch. In addition to the proposal, you'll need to work up a pitch for your film. The purpose of your pitch is to verbally inform, engage, and excite the person listening to your project. A pitch is a distillation of the key elements of your project, and it is expressed orally. The form and length of the pitch will depend on whom you will be pitching, but certain principles apply. Below, I've included an insightful piece written by John McKeel about creating the winning pitch. Just the thought of standing in front of an audience scared Jim. He wasn't alone. A recent survey showed more people are afraid of public speaking than dying, so Jim worked very hard to memorize what he thought was a great speech. He wrote and rewrote it until every word was perfect. Unfortunately, when it came time to deliver his talk, Jim was so nervous he forgot what he was going to say. He stumbled over his words. Jim stopped frequently and his eyes naturally rolled to the top of his head as he tried to remember those perfect phrases he had so meticulously constructed. He lost contact with his audience, and the speech was a total bomb. You've written a great proposal, but now you have to pitch it. Never confuse the written word with the spoken word. They are two completely different forms of communication. Beautiful writing can sound stilted, and pretentious when read aloud. Great literature doesn't guarantee great performance, so prepare an oral presentation orally. This is so important, I'm going to repeat it. Prepare an oral presentation orally. How is that possible? You know your material. You've lived and breathed your project for a long time. You've talked about it with friends, family, and probably perfect strangers. So your first exercise in the preparation of a great oral pitch is to sit down in a room by yourself and just start talking. Let the words come as you describe your passion. As you talk about it, certain sentences will stand out. Quickly jot them down and then keep talking. Again, remember, this is an oral presentation, not a written proposal. Don't write down any more words than it will take to remind you of the thought. The key is to get back to talking as soon as possible. It's an oral presentation, so we are preparing orally for it. If you are having trouble getting started with your talk, answer these questions out loud. Imagine that I am right there with you. Now let's talk. Your film is a jewel with many facets. Can you describe some of these facets and some of the characters or themes I will see in your final project? Now, if you had to choose only one theme, what is the most important facet? Why? Who are you making this film for? You seem very passionate about your project. Why? Tell me about some of the characters I will meet in your film. What do you hope people will take away from watching your project or documentary? The three most important topics to address in your pitch are: 1. For narrative, who is the film about and what is the conflict? 2. For documentaries, what is this film about? 3. Why make it now? You have to convince us that our money as an investment or grant won't be wasted. Tell us why you will see this project through to completion. After an hour, you should have pages of great sentences that will trigger great thoughts. Now it's time to find the theme of your project. Look over those pages of sentences you just wrote down. For the narrative, what is the most compelling way to describe your film or project? For the documentary, do you see any themes? It's time to take out more paper and write a different theme on the top of each page. Now copy all of the sentences that relate to that theme onto that page. Take a break. Have a cup of coffee. Go for a walk. Play with the kids and then come back to your notebook. Look through all the pages. One will stand out. You've done it. That's your pitch. But how will you organize those random sentences into an organized pitch? Try giving a 4-minute talk from just the notes on that particular page. A couple of things will happen. First, a natural rhythm will develop. You'll discover you need to say this before that. A rough outline will develop. You will also find that some of the sentences aren't as powerful as the others. Discard them, and you will be left with pure gold. Producing a trailer. Producing a trailer is a great way to raise project financing. It works well for narrative projects when you are going after investor money, but for nonfiction projects, it is often an essential part of grant applications and when pitching to a funder. For narrative projects, filming a scene or two from the project to edit a trailer can be a good investment of time and resources. Sometimes the cast and crew are willing to work for a day or two on a brief section of the film if they think it will benefit them in the long run, like getting the financing to make the feature-length project. If you produce a trailer, make sure it reflects the production values and tone of the longer project. Potential investors will be watching to see how it looks and sounds as much as for the performances in the script. The trailer must be a strong pitch element. Otherwise, it could be a detriment to your proposal package. Better to leave the script up to the investor's imagination than create a poor trailer. Some creators produce a standalone short film to show the merits of the feature. If the short wins awards at film festivals, it may help to garner support for the feature version. For nonfiction projects, trailers are usually required for any application to a grant-making organization or foundation. Aside from your written proposal/treatment, it is the best way to convey your project to any decision maker, whether a grantor, investor, or network. The trailer should run between 5 and 10 minutes. Shorter is better. Make sure it is well shot and edited and demonstrates your understanding of the topic, your access to the story elements, and the way you plan to tell the story. Production grants are very competitive, so make sure the trailer grabs the viewer's attention and keeps it from the very beginning. Remember that it is part of a whole proposal. The written material is there to help you tell the full story, and the trailer is there to support and prove that you are competent and capable of delivering a strong project. Trailers can be used in lots of different places besides grant applications and investor meetings. You can post it on your project's website, use it at film festival pitch contests and at fundraising parties. Keep these audiences in mind as you create the trailer. Distribution plan. You'll need a general distribution plan for your film at the outset. Of course, things will change as you progress through the steps in producing your project, but it's important to make a thorough plan at the beginning. Don't assume that distributors and networks will be knocking down your door after its first screening at a major film festival. Research and determine the best way to release, distribute, and disseminate your particular project. There is no one way to sell or distribute projects. But with the constant evolution and change in our industry, whatever you did on your last project doesn't necessarily pertain to this one. Below is a list of various distribution outlets to consider. Domestic theatrical, international theatrical, domestic network or cable television, international television, video on demand, VOD, subscription video on demand, SVOD, online streaming, digital downloads, DVD sales, cell phone or mobile apps, new future technology models. Stay up to date by reading the film industry trades and blogs like Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Filmmaker, IndieWire, and documentary magazines/websites. Many film festivals offer seminars and panel discussions with the latest distribution models for independent projects. Local film organizations also offer master classes and invite guest speakers to keep their members educated on the constantly changing distribution landscape. Marketing/publicity campaign. During the development process, think about your intended audience and how/where you can reach them with a marketing and publicity campaign. Also consider how much it will cost, in terms of time and money, to communicate with those potential viewers. Can it be done through social media and online media, or will it require more expensive advertising and publicity? A tentative plan should be worked out before you move forward with the project. For nonfiction and some narrative projects, it may be appropriate to create a social outreach media campaign based on the topic or message of the project. If so, think about how best to contact the relevant communities that would most want to support the project, and then create a plan. Pre-sales. A pre-sale is any sale that occurs before you complete the project. Depending on the amount of money you receive from any pre-sales, it could be enough money to produce the entire project. That all depends on your budget and which territories you can sell. For instance, if you had pre-sales for domestic and international television, it would still leave you with the other rights listed above that could be sold after the project's completion. Keep in mind that pre-sales are not that easy to obtain. If you have a firm reputation as a filmmaker or producer, it can help you obtain meetings with networks and other distributors. For instance, the director may have a proven track record of making profitable films, or an A-list actress is attached to your film. These are the kind of things that help to get pre-sales. Genre films with very low budgets can sometimes get funding before production begins. There are strong, insatiable audiences for horror and sci-fi, so some funders may take a chance on an emerging filmmaker if there is a strong script and plan. For documentaries, elements like the director's track record, an A-list actor who agrees to do the narration, or the strength of the underlying material may be the key elements that make the project bankable for a pre-sale. For several of the feature documentaries I have produced or co-produced, a few key foreign television rights and the U.S. cable television rights were sold, and these pre-sales funded the film entirely. It means you have to keep the budget tight, but at least you know you have all the money necessary to make the film start to finish. Sometimes you won't be able to get a sale until after you have shot the project and have created a great rough cut. Then you might be able to get some sales, but this is a calculated risk, and you should proceed with caution. I don't advise going into any kind of debt for a film. If it is a good enough project, you will find the money, or wait until you have saved up the money to cover the entire budget. For documentaries, there is the added funding option of nonprofit agencies and foundations. Development and production grants are an ideal way to get the project made, if it meets the foundation's criteria, and you can make a strong application. This takes a lot of time and effort, so make sure you and your project fit all the criteria before applying. You'll need to plan for a long fundraising period before production can start. Often, the decision from foundations takes several months after the submission deadline. Sales agents. Sales agents are people who specialize in selling rights to films. They have connections with the various distribution outlets, domestic and international, and are known for the certain kinds of films/projects that they sell. Some concentrate on narrative features, some on featured documentaries, others focus on digital platforms, and a few sell short films. Deliverables. Deliverables is the list of documents, masters, and other media that need to be delivered to a distributor or broadcaster when a project is finished. It is important to understand the amount of material that will need to be created for a deliverables list. It is time-consuming and costly, and should be factored into the post-production timeline and budget before accepting a distribution deal. This will be discussed in depth in Chapter 15, Post-Production. Development Wrap-Up. The process of getting your film from first idea to pre-production is a different adventure with every project. There is no way to know all the twists and turns in the road, but by knowing the steps and executing them in the most efficient and logical way possible, it will be easier. By following these guidelines, you should be well on your way to moving to the next level with your project. Final checklist before deciding to produce the film. I've put this list together as a final checklist before you take the leap and produce a project. Depending on your answers, you may decide to move forward or not. 1. Are there other films out there, in development, in production, or already released, similar to my project? 2. If so, is my project different enough so it won't be impacted negatively? For a documentary, if it is the same subject matter, is it a different enough take from the others so it won't matter? Even the perception that it is too similar could diminish your project's viability. Make sure you research and know what has been produced and what is in the pipeline. 3. Is there an audience for this project? If so, how can it be marketed and publicized to that audience? Is that doable with limited resources? 4. Am I the right person to make this film? 5. Can I devote 2 to 5 years of my life to this project? 6. What's the preliminary budget? 7. Can I raise all the money? Do I know exactly where I can get the financing? Or is it just wishful thinking? 8. If not, can I fund it entirely by myself or with family and friends? Is that something I am willing to do? Does everyone understand and accept the risks of such an investment? 9. Do I have all the rights I need with the proper documentation? 10. If making a documentary, can I afford all the archive, video, and stills that I need? 11. What format do I plan to use for shooting? What is the exact workflow for the finishing of the film? What will be my deliverables? See Chapter 15, Post-Production. 12. Do I trust my key collaborators? Are they people who share my values and work ethics? Will it be fun and rewarding to work with them over the long life of the project? Depending on how you answered, you are ready to move on to the next step for your project. Recap. 1. Allow 2 to 5 years for development. 2. Read great scripts to learn from the best. 3. Nail down the rights. 4. Create and memorize your log line. 5. Proposals differ for narratives and documentaries. They also differ depending on whom you are sending them to. Make sure it is the best it can be before sending it out. You only have one shot at a first impression. 6. Trailers are essential for documentary proposals. They can also be helpful for narrative projects. 7. Pre-sales can give you all or some of the money you need to make your film. 8. Acquire a sales agent or a very concrete distribution strategy. 9. Be sure you really want to make this particular film, and you know the reasons why. They will sustain you during the long, dark hours. Chapter 2. Script Breakdown. First, have a definite, clear, practical idea, a goal, an objective. Second, have the necessary means to achieve your ends: wisdom, money, materials, and methods. Third, adjust all your means to the end. Aristotle. A script breakdown is like a roadmap for your project. We all know the importance of preparation, so what would you think if you heard this story? A friend decides that she wants to go see her favorite band play in a city that is somewhere halfway across the country. She knows the name of the town and the date the band is playing. She decides to just hop in her car without directions, no knowledge of what's the best route to take, and no sense of how much it will all cost. She doesn't know if she'll need to stay at a hotel along the way, and hasn't brought any additional supplies, change of clothes, or even tickets to the sold-out concert. What would you say to this friend? Well, that's what it's like to try to budget and schedule a film without doing a script breakdown first. You've got a great 100-page script. How do you turn that into a 25-day shooting schedule and a detailed estimated budget? The first step is the script breakdown, the tool the producer and assistant director use to analyze a script into its specific elements and then turn them into a plan and budget for the production. Once completed, you'll have a way to wrap your arms around the production details and work out the first draft of the schedule and budget with ease and certainty. Nuts and bolts. Creating a script breakdown is a process that allows you to list all the characters, locations, props, special effects, SFX, costumes, etc. required by the project's script. During early prep, in order to create a budget, the producer often makes the script breakdown because the assistant director, AD, hasn't been hired yet. The script breakdown is always the first step after the script is written, so you can figure out how ambitious and challenging your project will be and how to best produce it. Later in this book, we will go more in-depth for the full, detailed breakdown of the final version of the shooting script in Chapter 11, Scheduling. Here we will be using a single sheet to list the major production elements of the script. You can access the script breakdown template on the website www.producertoproducer.com or use any other form that works for you. Script breakdowns are used for fiction projects or nonfiction projects with narrative elements like recreations. For documentaries where I produced recreations like Man on a Wire, 2008, or 1971, 2014, I created a script breakdown before budgeting or scheduling the historical recreation shoots. Once you have created a script breakdown, you will use it to create a tentative production schedule, laying out how many days or weeks you'll need for the pre-production, production, and post-production phases of your film. The tentative schedule will then allow you to create an estimated budget. As you get closer to the shoot dates, you'll need to lock a detailed schedule and budget. See the scheduling and budgeting chapters for further details. Finally, the script breakdown is an effective way of focusing the attention of the director and/or writer to the more ambitious, expensive, and otherwise potentially problematic elements of the script at a relatively early stage in the process. The breakdown allows them to understand the schedule and budget ramifications of the script in a way they can't without one. For instance, on Torte Pluma, a short film I co-produced, the other producers thought the 18-page script could be shot in 6 days. It's a period piece that takes place in Treblinka, the extermination camp built by Nazi Germany in World War II, and we planned to shoot it all in Brooklyn, New York. Because of all the production design, props, animals, location moves, and costumed extras, the director believed that the film would require 7 days to shoot it all. Only after I did the script breakdown did it become clear that the director was right. We had to plan for a 7-day shooting schedule. Breakdown details. Creating a breakdown is data entry intensive and requires a lot of concentration. You may need to do it over the course of several days, depending on the length of the screenplay, so pace yourself. Some scheduling software programs allow you to import the script into the template, which can save you time. I personally like to manually input it because I get to know the project in a more detailed way. Before we go over the breakdown sheet, let's define all the elements that are included in it. Script title, working title for your screenplay. Scene number, list the scene number from the scene heading. Tracking by scene number allows you to keep track of which elements play in which scenes. Page count. List each scene in chronological order. Numbering the page count allows you to build a tentative schedule later on. Interior or exterior and day or night. Information taken from the scene heading. It will facilitate scheduling later on. Location. Information taken from the scene heading. It will facilitate scheduling later on. Action. A concise description of the character action. It will facilitate scheduling later on. Cast. List each actor with a speaking role in the scene. Extras/background actors. Extras or background actors are the people who are in the background of a scene and do not have any script lines or specific action that requires direction from the project's director. List all non-speaking roles with approximate number of each type. Props, costumes, animals, picture vehicles, stunts, weapons, EFX, hair and makeup. Include any of the production elements discussed below. Props. List all of the production design, art direction elements for the set. Include set dressing, props, signs, wall decorations, etc. Animals. List any animals required in a scene. Picture vehicles. List picture vehicles, which are the vehicles that will be seen and used by actors on camera. Stunts. List stunts including fight choreography, car chases and crashes, and actor falls. You need to hire a stunt coordinator as well. Weapons. List any prop weapons. Costumes. List any special costumes. Hair and makeup. List any special hair and makeup considerations. To best illustrate how to create a script breakdown and other pre-production steps later in the book, I am using a short film titled Sunday as a case study. Written and directed by Sonia Gotti, produced by Kristen Frost, and co-produced by Birgit Gernberg. The film's logline reads, "An irritated mother bribes her young son with ice cream in exchange for vital information." The Sunday script is only 5 pages long, and it demonstrates beautifully how you can pack a lot into a few minutes if you know what you are doing. As a case study, we'll analyze it to understand the many important pre-production steps outlined in the next few chapters, and we'll use it to create the breakdown, tentative schedule, estimated budget, and other pre-production documents. Please listen to the screenplay that follows, and then look at the script breakdown sheets included in the bonus PDF with this audiobook. As you will see, the production elements are highlighted in capital letters, caps, in the script, so they can be added easily to the script breakdown sheet in the next section. Here is the Sunday script. Sunday, written by Sonia Gotti. Story by Sonia Gotti and Keola Rosella. Interior, car, day. Mary, 40s, is driving through a residential neighborhood with her son Tim, 6, in the back seat. Tim's little legs fidget, dangling miles from the car floor. He looks out the window for a bit. The suburban car stops. Mary looks at her son. Mary. Which way now? Tim hesitates. He points to the right. Mary nods and turns the car, focused. They cruise past lawns, some young kids, Tim's age, playing outside, a middle-aged man in a down jacket taking out the garbage. Music blares from one of the houses as they pass. After a beat, Tim. Mommy? Mary. Tim. Can we get ice cream after this? Mary, distracted. Maybe. Tim. Can I get an ice cream sundae? Mary. I said maybe. They've reached another intersection. Mary. Which way now? He looks out at the street, uncertain, shakes his head. Tim. I don't know. Mary. Try to remember. Tim peers out the window. He looks back at his mom, blank. She swivels around in her seat. Mary. How about this? If you can remember, then we'll get ice cream after this. She has her son's attention. Tim. Sunday? Mary. Anything you want. Tim's eyes widen. He thinks. The car idles for a moment. He points in a direction. The car accelerates. Mary. Quietly. Good boy. They drive, going a little too fast for this residential street. Tim. Here! Mary, alert. Here? This block? Are you sure? Tim. Yeah. He gazes out the window, scrutinizing the houses, trying hard now. Mary. What color is the house? Tim. Yellow. Mary nods and slows down. Both mother and son peer out the windows as they cruise past house after house. Then, like magic, it appears. A large yellow house. Mary smiles. Interior/exterior, car curbside at yellow house. Day. The car peels over to the side of the road. She unbuckles her seatbelt. Mary. I'll be right back. She smooths her shirt, checks herself in the rearview mirror, takes off her eyeglasses and puts them on the dashboard. Interior/exterior, yellow house/lawn. Day. Shuts the car door and walks up to the house. She rings the bell. Tim fidgets in the car absent-mindedly. From the car window, we see the scene play out. A woman in a bathrobe and slippers opens the front door. Mary and the woman exchange a few words before Mary grabs the woman and knocks her to her feet. She starts wailing on her. The woman screams and fights back. Woman, help! Someone, stop! Interior/exterior car, curbside at yellow house, day. Next door, a dog starts barking. Tim looks away from the scene. He plays with the lock button next to him. Lock, unlock, lock, unlock. Interior/exterior, yellow house/lawn, day. Woman. Outside. Get off of me! Help! The woman lies crumpled against the side of the house and slowly stumbles inside. Mary walks briskly back to the car. Her hair and clothing is disheveled. Instead of getting back into the car, however, she goes to the trunk, opens it, shuts it. She starts to march back to the house, now carrying a cement block. The woman is nowhere in sight and the door is closed. Mary throws the block at the living room window. Interior/exterior. Car curbside at yellow house, day. We stay in the car with Tim as we hear the sound of a glass window breaking with a scream, followed by the sound of an alarm. Tim ignores the chaotic noises. Tim looks up as the car door opens. He looks at the back of his mom's head as she gets inside. Mary sits for a moment, breathing heavy. She looks upset, but then she exhales, almost giddy. She laughs out loud, takes the eyeglasses off the dashboard and puts them back on. Put the key in the ignition. Exterior, neighborhood, street, day. The car zooms off. Interior, ice cream parlor counter, 15 minutes later, day. The sound of a can of whipped cream over top 40 music on the radio. Tim watches a teenage employee build a huge sundae with ice cream, whipped cream, hot fudge, sprinkles, and a cherry. Interior/exterior, ice cream parlor table, day. Mary sits next to him at the table and starts to fix her hair in a small compact. She uses a wet napkin to blot at her eyes. She has a relaxed air about her now. She puts away the compact and smiles at Tim. Interior, ice cream parlor table, day. Tim's hands fidget with anticipation as he clutches his big spoon, and then digs in and starts to eat rapidly, without a word. Mary looks on. Mary sighs, almost looking happy herself. She gazes out the window at the streets. Suddenly she stops, her eyes fixed on a point outside. In her vision, a man, 40s, walks across the street hand in hand with a blonde woman, 40s. She stares at the man's face, then at blonde woman, perfectly coiffed, put together. People pass by on the street. Blonde woman is laughing at something. The two of them intimate, romantic. He guides blonde woman to a Lincoln town car, opens the passenger seat for her, and then climbs into the back after her. After a moment, the town car driver pulls the sedan away. Interior/exterior, ice cream parlor table, day. Mary's face has gone from tranquil to frozen. Tim is still going at his sundae, humming to himself. Interior, ice cream parlor table, day. Mary, hoarse. Honey? He doesn't answer. Mary, continued. Timmy? Tim. Mm-hmm. She slowly turns to her son. Are you sure it was a yellow house? His face is completely covered in hot fudge, nuts, and whipped cream. Melted ice cream drips from his chin. He looks at her with big eyes, swallows his bite with a gulp. Cut to title. Sunday. Music plays over credits. Filling in the script breakdown sheet. As mentioned earlier, before making the script breakdown, you'll need to add consecutive numbers to the scene headings to create the shooting script. Then you'll do a page count for each scene. Page counts are recorded in 1/8 page increments. A quarter of a page is 2/8, and a half page is 4/8, and so on. Remember to keep the numbering in eighths. Don't turn 4/8 into 1/2 or 2/8 into 1/4. When the count gets to 8/8 of a page, you'll count it as one page. For instance, if you counted 11/8 of a page, it will be noted as 1 3/8. The Sunday breakdown is included in the bonus PDF with this audiobook. It has 13 scenes, and they are each listed in the breakdown sheet. By looking at each one of these factors, you can determine your production requirements and discover the more challenging and expensive elements in your film. With this information, you can discuss the elements with the director and/or writer during the development and pre-production stages. Before looking at this breakdown, we'll discuss the specifics for each element of Sunday. Scene numbers. Sunday has 13 scenes. Page count. The rule of thumb for an independent low-budget production is to shoot 3 to 5 pages a day. Sunday is planned as a 2-day shoot. Interior/exterior and day/night. Sunday has 4 2/8 pages of interior/exterior day scenes and 7/8 pages of interior day scenes. Location. Sunday has 4 locations: neighborhood streets, yellow house, ice cream parlor, and street corner. Cast. Sunday has 2 principal actors. Mary and Tim are in every scene. There are 4 non-speaking featured roles: woman, teenage employee, blonde woman, and man. Note that Tim is a minor actor, under 18 years old. Extras/background actors. Sunday needed 1 extra to play a town car driver and 8 others to fill out the scenes in the neighborhood streets and street corner. Props. Sunday was written with very few props required. The prop cement block and the ice cream sundae are the biggest requirements. Vehicles. Sunday needed 2 picture vehicles, a suburban car and a town car. Both could be rented from a local car rental company for 1 day each. Stunts. The cement block crashing through the window and the women fighting will require a stunt coordinator. Animals. There were no animals in Sunday. EFX. There are no post-effects in Sunday. Costumes. There are no special/particular costumes except for the bathrobe and slippers and the possible need to double Tim's shirt when he is eating the sundae, 1 clean and 1 covered in ice cream and hot fudge. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday script breakdown. Schedule analysis of Sunday. Before putting the script scenes into a shooting order, analyze all the factors that will affect scheduling decisions. We'll discuss the principles first, and then use them to analyze Sunday specifically. Pages per day. Most low-budget independent projects can shoot no more than 3 to 5 pages per day for a 12-hour shoot day. The Sunday script is 5 pages long, so the filmmakers planned for a 2-day shooting schedule. One of the great things about really short scripts. Day 1 would be the neighborhood streets and yellow house locations, and day 2 would be the ice cream parlor and street corner locations. Locations. For the shooting schedule, you'll want to group all the scenes together that are shot in one location. Ideally, you don't want to do a company move during each shoot day. A company move requires everyone to pack up the equipment into vans and trucks, drive to the next location, unload, and set up the equipment again. It usually kills at least 2 hours in a shooting schedule, so it's always optimal to avoid them if possible when scheduling. Lastly, to keep the costs down, it's usually cheaper to film in locations versus building a set in a studio. As mentioned before, in Sunday there are 4 locations: interior/exterior neighborhood streets driving shots, yellow house exteriors, ice cream parlor interior/exteriors, and street corner exterior. This script is unusual because two of the sets are interior/exterior. For the driving scenes, the camera is positioned inside the car most of the time, but the outside is seen in each shot. And for some of the ice cream parlor scenes, the camera is inside the location, but the actors and picture vehicle are directed outside on the corner. Note that neither shoot day had a company move. The filmmakers scouted for the yellow house and the ice cream parlor 6 weeks in advance. The director approached a local ice cream shop in Brooklyn and a friend who had a house nearby. Both owners said yes. For the exterior street corner across from the ice cream parlor, the filmmakers were able to utilize the real street across from the ice cream parlor, so that kept continuity fairly simple. In New York City, the mayor's office for film, theater, and broadcasting is the local film commission, and they require a $300 permit fee if it is necessary to take over a public space or sidewalk with personnel and equipment, or if you need parking permits for production vehicles. For the exterior shots, the filmmakers used available light and didn't need extra lighting or grip equipment. When they were shooting the wide shots, PAs asked the public to wait on the sidewalk until the director yelled "cut." They used parking permits for their vehicles in this neighborhood and for the Yellow House neighborhood. It allowed them to secure public parking spaces overnight. Day versus night shooting. Generally, it is much easier to shoot during the day than at night. For night shoots, cast and crew are a little more tired, and often more lighting is required. Additionally, I'm always concerned about safety, and when cast and crew get tired, it can sometimes lead to accidents. For Sunday, all scenes take place during the day, so it was relatively easy to schedule. It was shot during the winter, so the days were short, which impacted how much daylight the crew had to work with on each shoot day. Weather. Weather contingency refers to the production plan if the production gets bad weather that would negatively impact the schedule. Usually the production team would procure a cover set, a different location that can be shot at on short notice if there is bad weather like rain or snow. Exterior shoot days are always scheduled at the beginning of the shooting schedule in case you have to switch to a cover set. The cover set allows you to shoot interiors on the bad weather day and then go back to the original location on a different day later when the weather is good. For Sunday, filming in the winter with exteriors on both days, weather was a big concern. Many discussions between the assistant director, AD, producer, and director revolved around what to do if it rained or snowed on one or both of the days. If there was snow between the 2 weekend shoot days, there could be continuity problems. What to do? What if it started raining in the middle of day one filming in the car? What was the weather contingency plan? The producers of Sunday decided to film rain or shine. They calculated that each major location, Yellow House/neighborhood on day one and ice cream parlor/street corner on day two, was a discrete, self-contained place in the viewer's eye. And if the weather was different, the narrative could handle the slight inconsistencies that would occur on screen. Having said that, they much preferred to have no precipitation for either day and watch the weather forecasts closely in the days leading up to the shoot. The filmmakers did have a catastrophic weather contingency. If they had a snow blizzard, the cast and crew would plan to shoot the following weekend. Cast availability. Sometimes certain cast members have availability issues that need to be factored into scheduling. Maybe one actor stars in a play on Broadway and has to be wrapped every day by 5 p.m., or another actor has to go to her brother's wedding one Saturday during the principal photography period. If so, these caveats have to be worked around during the scheduling process. For Sunday, all cast members were available for all shooting days, so they didn't have to adjust the schedule at all. But for the minor actor, they needed to follow the New York State child performer rules. The actor playing Tim was 7 years old, and the law restricts his work time to 8 hours on set, and only 4 hours of that time can he work. This would affect certain scheduling decisions because the character Tim is in 60% of the scenes. Summary. Based on an analysis of all these factors, there is a good understanding of what it will take to make this project: 2 shooting days, 4 sets, 3 locations, 2 picture vehicles, 2 principal actors, 1 is a minor, 4 non-speaking featured actors, 9 extras, a fight, a stunt, and no weather contingency. This is a doable film for a low budget, but there are a few issues that could be problematic, so a smart and detailed production plan and schedule will be important. Using the breakdown to adjust your script. Now that you or the assistant director have completed the script breakdown, it is time to have a conversation with the director to obtain more specific details so you can plan and budget. The breakdown has enabled you to target the more challenging, logistically and financially, elements of the script. By discussing these issues early with the director and writer, some of those elements can be rewritten to make the film more doable with the resources and finances available. This is a critical step. If you don't engage with possible script changes now, you may put the project's overall success at risk. Depending on the specifics for each prop, set dressing, or picture vehicle written in the script, the budget can vary widely. Ask the questions now so you can budget accordingly. For instance, if the script says car, does it mean a cheap, beat-up car that would be inexpensive and easy to acquire from a junkyard? If so, does it have to run, or can it just be towed to the location and sit there? If the script calls for a period vehicle, what period in history? Does it have to be an authentic period car in perfect condition, or is there flexibility on how historically accurate it needs to be? Does it have to be a particular color? Location costs can vary widely, too. Perhaps the script requires 3 days of shooting in an airport lounge, a location that is potentially very expensive and difficult to acquire for multiple days. Depending on the story, there may be a different location that would work for those scenes, perhaps an abandoned warehouse, a much cheaper and easier location to procure. I was an advisor on a low-budget production where the script called for an actor to fall off a motorcycle in the middle of a busy New York City street. The character, who is drunk, grabs the bike, drives down the block, hears a police car siren, and crashes the motorcycle, after which his mother runs up and yells at him. This would require a lot of resources: a stunt double for the actor, a motorcycle to be ridden by the actor, and another motorcycle that has been propped to show the damage after the accident, a costume for the actor and another for the stunt person, another set of costumes that show damage to the clothes post-accident, permits to close down the street, police officers for security, and extra crew on walkie-talkies to lock up and control the location during filming. Once we mapped out all the requirements for the scene, it became clear that the production could not afford it. As a result, the director and the writer rewrote the scene. In the final version, the character grabs the motorcycle and tries to start it up, but it won't start. So he jumps off the bike, runs down the street, and nearly gets hit by a cab before his mother, who was chasing him, pushes him out of the way, and he falls to the ground. As you can see, this is a much cheaper way to stage the scene that nevertheless preserves the dramatic action. Once you have a good script breakdown, you can use the information to really tighten your script, production plan, and budget. Recap. 1. A script breakdown is a list of all the production elements in a film script on a scene-by-scene basis. 2. Download a script breakdown template from www.producertoproducer.com or create your own template. 3. Outline all the elements for each scene on the breakdown sheet. 4. Analyze the script breakdown and discuss the important elements with the director for specifics necessary to begin budgeting the film's costs. Refer to the list in this chapter. 5. If an element in a scene is proving to be too expensive or difficult, discuss alternatives with the director and/or writer to find out if more affordable options can be included in the next revision of the script. 6. For scheduling purposes, generally a low-budget project can shoot 3 to 5 pages on a 12-hour day schedule. Chapter 3. Budgeting. I have become my own version of an optimist. If I can't make it through one door, I'll go to another door. Or I'll make a door. Joan Rivers. Budgeting overview. Now it's time to prepare a budget. Don't panic. It will be fine, and it can actually be fun. In fact, budgeting is one of my favorite things to do. Seriously, it's fun, creative, even relaxing. Here are my reasons why. 1. Numbers don't lie. 2. Numbers don't have an attitude. 3. Numbers don't have an agenda. 4. Numbers can be changed easily. 5. Numbers reflect the producer's vision for the project. 6. Numbers lead you to concrete decisions, which are the building blocks of creativity. 7. Numbers, meaning money, can sometimes be stretched by a good producer in a way that is deeply satisfying and, at times, thrilling. Every excellent producer needs great budgeting skills. Limitations, e.g., lack of money and resources, are just an opportunity for creative problem solving. By knowing how to create and understand budgets, you can figure out how to solve the issues that any production will face. First and foremost, budgeting is a great organizing tool. An estimated budget will give you a good idea of the scope, not just financial but also logistical, of the film, which allows you to begin conceptualizing the project on many different levels. By creating an estimated budget, you can begin to visualize the size of the production, the number of locations and studio days, the number of cast and crew, all the production design elements, and everything else outlined in the script breakdown. Without a budget, you have no idea how much to estimate for production costs and no concrete plans to make the project happen. For those of you who become nervous, uncomfortable, or downright terrified when interacting with numbers, have no fear. We'll go through the budget line by line. Keep in mind that the more often you create budgets, the more facile you will become with them. If you don't anticipate a full-time career as a producer, maybe you are a director or a screenwriter, learning how to make or at least understand a budget is invaluable and raises your confidence level. Occasionally, I've encountered directors who are intimidated by budgets and are afraid to engage with the producer about their specific creative and production requirements. Knowledge is power, and the more you understand the numbers, the better informed you will be about where all the money is going, and this will help you make better decisions on the creative side. Once you have prepared an estimated budget, you can begin to figure out how and where to save money. The first draft of your budget is going to be fat and probably unaffordable. Don't panic, as the first draft is just a benchmark to use as a worst-case scenario. You'll then start to whittle that down as you move through the pre-production process. When should you create a first budget? As soon as you have a script that you want to produce, you need to create a budget. Why so early in the process? You need to decide what resources you'll require and figure out what is possible. You can shoot your project on so many different kinds of digital and film formats, all of which have very different costs. Once there is a ballpark budget number, you can compare it to the amount of funding you have raised. If there is a big difference, it will enable you to ascertain if the project is doable or not. It may also impact the creative assumptions. More on that later in this chapter. Everything but the kitchen sink. There are many ways to approach budgeting. I think the best way is to first create the kitchen sink version of the budget, which comes from the American colloquial phrase, throw in everything but the kitchen sink. Create a budget for the most expensive format you might be able to shoot in. If you really want to shoot with an expensive, high-resolution digital camera, create a budget for that format first. You can always create another one for a less expensive format later. Think out everything you could possibly need and put a number to it. Don't factor in possible donations or favors in this first pass. If you know you are definitely getting a free camera rental, then you can factor that into the budget as an assumption. Put everything in there so you don't forget any possible elements. When you do the next iteration, you can reduce things and tighten it up. Budgeting software. The best way to prepare a production budget is to use computer budgeting software, specifically created for film/video productions. It will have a pre-formatted template that will contain all the necessary line items already listed in numerical order. I've created a budgeting template based on the line numbers we'll discuss in this chapter. It is free with the purchase of this book and can be downloaded at www.producertoproducer.com. As a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, it is a comprehensive template for budgeting, ideal for anyone who doesn't want or need a complicated program. I recommend it for short films, music videos, documentaries, series projects, and some feature films because it is simple, user-friendly, and based on the industry standard for line item names and numbers. Other companies sell proprietary software such as Showbiz Budgeting and Movie Magic Budgeting. Movie Magic Budgeting is software specifically created for budgeting feature films. It is the industry standard and provides templates that corresponds to various film studios and television networks. It is proprietary software, www.entertainmentpartners.com, that does not allow multiple people to share one application. Movie Magic Budgeting is companion software to Final Draft, screenplay software, and Movie Magic Scheduling, discussed in Chapter 11, Scheduling. So you can break down a feature script written in Final Draft, put it into a schedule with Movie Magic Scheduling, and then import directly into Movie Magic Budgeting. Naturally, this can save you time transferring from one format and stage to the next. This is a robust piece of software, which also allows you to create budgets with various currencies, globals, and in-depth fringe rates. See later in this chapter. For lots of projects like short films, music videos, or documentaries, I don't use Movie Magic Budgeting. It's a little cumbersome and has a longer learning curve. But it is indispensable for feature films, television series, or anything that requires more line items and additional customization. In addition to the producer-to-producer template, I often use Showbiz Budgeting because it has actualization capabilities, something we will discuss later in the book. Go to www.producertoproducer.com for more information. Budget breakdown. A budget breakdown utilizes all the information in the script and the script breakdown so you can do the first pass of the budget. Go back to the two documents and figure out the following. 1. How many days to shoot? The rule of thumb is 3 to 5 pages per day for a low-budget indie production. 2. How many days to scout? This will depend on how many locations you have to visit. 3. What crew positions do you need? What will you be paying each of them? This can range from free for those who volunteer to deferred compensation to a daily or weekly rate. We'll discuss these options later in this chapter. 4. How many cast members? SAG-AFTRA or non-union? What SAG-AFTRA agreement will you be working under? Does it require pay or deferred pay? If pay, does it require the payment of a flat fee with deferred for OT, or does it require OT to be factored in? We'll discuss the different SAG-AFTRA agreements in Chapter 5, Casting. 5. Set build or locations. If you need to build a set, how elaborate must it be? You'll need to budget for a studio as well. If locations, list them in detail. If both, you'll need to know what you will build and what you will shoot on location and how many days for each. 6. Cast and crew numbers. How many cast and crew do you plan to hire for the project? How many days do you require for each actor and crew person for pre-production, rehearsal, shoot, and wrap? 7. Travel and transportation costs. Will you need to hire vans to transport cast and crew? Do you have to book airfare for anyone? Do you need to rent hotel rooms for any cast or crew? What about production vans and trucks for equipment, props, and costume departments? 8. Catering/food costs. How many people and days do you need to budget for lunch and craft service? Will you need to budget for second meals or per diems? 9. Props/art/picture vehicles. What will you need to purchase or rent for these elements in the film? 10. Equipment. What format? Digital or film? Which camera and accessories for which technology? Do you need a dolly, crane, underwater housing, or Steadicam? What is required for grip and lighting equipment? Are walkie-talkies needed? 11. Sound recording. Will it be sync sound recording or MOS, without sync sound recording? Will there be a need for audio and video playback? 12. Shooting ratio. How many digital media storage drives do you need to budget for? Calculate how much digital material you'll be acquiring during the entire shooting period, and make sure you have enough hard drives and backup drives to suffice. If shooting film, remember to budget for film stock purchase, film stock processing, and the film-to-digital transfer. Also keep in mind that digital material may need to be down-converted, backed up, and archived, and that will have a cost as well. 13. Post-production. How do you plan to finish? What kind of digital master? Any film prints? Color correct session? Digital intermediate? Archival research and footage acquisition? How do you plan to do the audio editing and mix? 14. Music. Will you hire a composer, plan to license music, or both? 15. Film festivals/marketing and publicity. What do you need to spend for film festival application fees, posters, postcards, website creation, travel expenses, and other marketing materials? 16. Miscellaneous. What do you need to budget for legal costs, overhead costs like office rental, office equipment, insurance, and accounting? Before creating a budget, answer these questions on a piece of paper and refer to it as you work your way through all the budget sections. Estimated budget. Now you are ready to create a first draft of your estimated budget. Just like a writer, you need to get it all down on paper and then start to revise. At this stage, you may decide to create two budgets to test out different production and post-production scenarios. Perhaps you have access to a free camera for a lower resolution digital format, but you would also like to consider shooting on a higher res format if you can get the money. Be prepared to do a full budget one way, then duplicate it and make some format changes to see the cost differences. As I said above, always start with your most realistic kitchen sink budget. Decide what is the highest quality format you can realistically afford to shoot in and budget for that format first. So let's build a spreadsheet for a budget. The easiest way to do that is to go through each line item on the producer-to-producer.com budget spreadsheet template and plug in realistic numbers for each. Spreadsheet mechanics. The producer-to-producer.com budget spreadsheet template utilizes Microsoft Excel, so you will need to make sure you have the software on your computer and that you have a basic proficiency in that program. There are formulas, mathematical equations, across each line item to create subtotals and totals throughout the document. Each line has a number on the far left side that is called a line number. To the right of that number is a line name, and there are some columns to the right of that. You should not change the names of the line items because they are standardized for the film industry and are rather comprehensive. If you want to add something, look for an empty line item in the correct section and type in a new name. Each subtotal column has a formula. It is important to keep the integrity of each formula, so don't change them or it will corrupt the mathematics of the spreadsheet. Each row uses certain columns to allow you to add up multiple elements for computation. For instance, amount column times rate column equals salary total, or days column times rate column equals rental total. Geography of the budget. This budget is 8 pages long. It is organized as follows. Page 1, referred to as the top sheet, is divided into 3 sections. The top section contains the contact details, lists the shooting format, number, and types of locations, and the number of shooting days. The middle section contains the subtotals for each of the sections later in the budget. It also has line items for the insurance fee, production fee, and other contractual fees. The bottom section is for the comment/assumptions, a place to state what assumptions the budget is based on, e.g., a union or non-union crew, what is included or not included in the budget. Page 2, pre-production and wrap crew labor costs. Page 3, production/shooting, crew labor costs. Page 4, pre-production costs, location and travel costs, and props, wardrobe, hair, makeup costs. Page 5, studio costs, set construction costs. Page 6, equipment costs, media and storage costs, miscellaneous costs, creative fee costs. Page 7, talent labor costs and talent expenses. Page 8, post-production costs. Let's go through it page by page. Top sheet. On the top sheet, fill in the following pertinent info. Title and length. Title and total running time of project. Client, production company, address, phone, cell, and email address. Put all your contact information here. Job number. If this project has an internal job number, put it here. Executive producer. Name, if known. Director. Name, if known. Producer. Your name. Director of photography. Name, if known. Editor. Name, if known. Pre-production days. The total number of pre-pro days. Pre-light days. If applicable, the total number of days for lighting and grip work only. Studio days. The total number of days that you plan to shoot on a stage. Location days. The total number of days that you plan to shoot on location. Locations. State where in the world you plan to shoot. Cities, states, or countries. Format. Digital or film. Camera type, if known. Shoot dates. The inclusive dates of the shooting period. It's important to put all this info here so that anyone who reads the budget will understand the parameters you have set for this estimated budget and the production. If you have planned for a 24-day shoot, then when someone looks at the labor sections, most of the labor costs will reflect 24 days for shooting and some time for prep and wrap. Don't touch the middle part of the top sheet. As you enter in numbers on the subsequent budget pages, the subtotals will be automatically totaled and transferred to the front, section by section. The only formulas you will use or change in this section will be for the insurance fees, the production fees, and any other contractual fees that you need to compute. The final total is posted at the bottom of this middle section. The bottom part of the top sheet is the place for your comments and assumptions. Here you should write sentences that explain your reasoning for creating the budget. E.g., the budget assumes that the DP fee includes the use of his or her own camera as part of the total fee. This explains to the reader why there is no money budgeted for camera rental on line 193. It should also include details about what guild contracts you are using. Production will be working under the modified low-budget SAG-AFTRA agreement, or all labor will be non-union. Any other details regarding post-production should be outlined here. E.g., budget does not contain money for color correction, will be done by editor on editing system. Creating the estimated budget. When you create a budget, go through each line item and decide if you need to put a cost there. For this first pass, if you are not sure exactly how much something costs, put a good guesstimate there. You can always change it later. Keep a running list of all the line items that you will need to research later. That way you can go back to the budget and insert the correct numbers when you obtain them. Let's say your project takes place in an art gallery and a house. For the house, you can shoot for free at a friend's place. The director and DP have seen it and think it will work fine. For the art gallery, though, you'll need to location scout. If you are shooting in New York City, you might go to Chelsea or Soho one afternoon with a digital still video camera and shoot a few galleries that look right for the scene. After the director picks two options, you'll call the galleries and discuss what kind of fee they would charge to shoot on a Sunday, when the gallery is usually closed. One gallery says $3,000, including a security person to watch you and the art during the shoot. And the other says $1,000 plus $500 for a security guard for 10 hours. For the budget line item, write in $3,000 for now. That way, you know that you have enough in the budget to rent either place. Later, when you need to tighten the budget, you can reduce down to $1,500 if you need to. Continue line by line in this way. When creating an estimated budget, everything goes in the estimated columns only. The actual column is used once you start spending money and need to start entering your real costs from your production's receipts. Note the actualization section later in this chapter. Detailed line items. In this portion of the chapter, we will go through the budget line by line, with line numbers corresponding to the producer-to-producer template, and give you all the information you need to know to budget for your project. Labor considerations. This section is for labor costs for your shoot days only. Please note that at the bottom of each of these two labor pages, there is a P&W line below the labor subtotal. P&W stands for pension and welfare, and it is where you calculate the fringe rate if you are going through a payroll service for your crew payments. Fringes is the word used for the total amount of federal tax, state tax, city tax, unemployment tax, Social Security tax, Medicaid tax, union pension charges, and payroll fees that need to be computed and paid for each employee on your production. Check with your accountant to determine if you will be required to pay out fringes or P&W. If so, contact a payroll service to find out what the rate should be, usually between 19% and 22% of non-union labor costs on top of the day rate salaries. If working with union crew, There will be higher fringe rates to accommodate the additional P&W costs. Overtime is computed in the 1.5 times column or 2 times column for the two different overtime computation rates. Regarding labor costs, these are the deals you can make with your crew, from the least expensive to the most. 1. Everyone works for free or deferred. 2. Pay only certain key crew or skilled crew positions, and everyone else works for free or deferred. 3. Pay all crew a small stipend per day. 4. Pay all crew a flat day rate. 5. Pay all crew, union or non-union, a day rate plus overtime, OT, and if union, then add the union P&W charge as well. Your labor costs, along with travel costs, food, office rental, and phone charges, will account for a big chunk of your budget. So try to keep your labor costs down as much as possible. This is not done to exploit the people who are working on the project, but it's one of the few areas where you can save money. Hire the best people you can afford, but there are additional ways to compensate someone besides money. I've done many productions where very skilled crews have worked for free or for a small stipend, a fraction of what they would normally receive, because they believed in the project and wanted to be a part of it. If you have a great script, or if a crew person will get to do a job he or she normally doesn't do, that might be the payment. To the right person, it might be enough compensation. On the other hand, don't be penny-wise and pound-foolish. I co-produced a short film several years ago, a very ambitious project with a very tight budget. We paid the skilled labor, but we didn't have the money to pay the production assistants, PAs, so I decided to recruit PAs who could work for free. We advertised online and received many resumes from people with little or no production experience, conducted interviews, and picked the best of the bunch. They were enthusiastic and helpful, but you get what you pay for. The volunteer PAs lacked the experience of veteran PAs, and on our 5th day of shooting, one of the PAs drove a production truck into a low-hanging heater in a parking garage, and it cost $2,500 to fix it. I often think of how many experienced PAs I could have hired for that amount of money. Keep in mind that on shorter-term projects, less than 6 shooting days, you can often find a DP to shoot your project for free, because short films and music videos are a great way to build up their demo reels. They may work for free, but they will ask for the production to pay their assistant camera person, DIT, gaffer, and or key grip to work on the production with them. Sound recordists rarely work for free, but you can often get a production designer, props, and hair and makeup for free or at a reduced rate. A production manager could be someone who usually works as a production coordinator and will work for free or reduced so they can get the screen credit. You should be able to find PAs by referrals, contacting local film schools and other producers. One of the best PAs I ever worked with was a 15-year-old high school sophomore. He was smart, highly motivated, and had energy to burn. He was the son of one of the executive producers and was a delight to work with. Labor rates and most favored nation. These A and B sections are for labor costs only. Depending on the budget version you use, there may or may not be overtime or fringes computed. Labor rates are open to negotiation with each individual crew person, but most of the time it is done on a most favored nation basis. Most favored nation is a legal term used to describe the universal pay rate that each corresponding labor rank is paid. So each department head, i.e. Director of Photography, DP, production designer, costume designer, head hair and makeup, are paid the same rate. Then the next level in each department gets the same rate, i.e. Assistant Director, AD, Assistant Camera, Gaffer, Key Grip, Sound Recordist, Script Supervisor. Then the next level gets paid the same rate, Best Boy Electric, Best Boy Grip, Costume Assistant, hair and makeup assistant, second AC, etc. This creates universality across each corresponding position in each department. That way, everyone at the same level in the crew hierarchy gets the same rate. This industry standard is based on fairness and fosters harmony among the ranks, and I work this way for all of my productions. If you don't pay crew on a most favored nation basis, it can lead to anger and resentment. If you make a side deal with some and expect them to keep the secret, forget about it. Crews talk to each other and compare rates all the time. I highly recommend Most Favored Nation for all productions. Below is a breakdown by budget section of what to include in each section. Sections A and B, lines number 1 to 50, number 50 to 100. This section consists of the line items for your labor costs for all of your crew. Each line item breaks down by the number of days and rate per day. Section A is used to estimate labor costs for prep and wrap, including time and money for crew during location scouting, tech scouting, set build, shopping, pre-light, and wrap. Section B is for labor costs for production, including time and money for all shoot days. The computation equals the number of days times day rate. Overtime is computed in the 1.5 times the hourly rate column, or 2 times the hourly rate column for the two different overtime rates. Below are the key crew positions to consider for your production: producer, director, director of photography, camera operators, first assistant director, AD, second AD, assistant camera, loader, gaffer, electrics, key grip, grips, sound recordist / production mixer, boom operator, production designer, art director, props assistant / set dresser, costume designer, costume assistant, key hair and key makeup, hair / makeup assistant, casting director, digital imaging technician, DIT, or video engineer, audio playback, for music videos or musicals only, video playback, location scout, script supervisor, scripty, production manager, production coordinator, production assistants, preferably with their own cars, police, fire, tutor, still photographer, weaponer / pyrotechnics. Depending on the size of your production and your project's specific needs, this list may expand or contract. Once you decide on the configuration of your crew, you'll pick what kind of pay scale you can afford and start entering the number of days and hours in each line. Remember to factor in the costs for a tech scout for your crew in Section A. We'll discuss tech scout in Chapter 6, pre-production. Usually you'll need the producer, director, DP, AD, production designer, sound, gaffer, key grip, location manager, and production manager on the tech scout. You'll also need to hire various departments to prep and wrap for the film, i.e., production designer, art department, set dressers, costume designer, hair and makeup, location scout, UPM, production coordinator, and PAs. In Section A, you'll need to estimate how many people and how much time for prep and wrap in these departments. In Section B, you'll estimate the number of shoot days and if you'll need to put in for overtime. Most non-union crews will work on a 10-hour day, so overtime, OT, will start after 10 hours. Usually, the 11th and 12th hours are computed at 1.5 times the per-hour rate of the day rate. After 12 hours, it is 2 times the per-hour rate of the day rate. For instance, if the pay rate is $500 for 10 hours, then the per-hour rate is $50. 1.5 times equals $75 an hour, 2 times equals $100 an hour. A 10-hour day equals $500. A 12-hour day equals $650, and a 13-hour day equals $750. If you are paying fringes, federal, state, city taxes, Social Security tax, etc., it's best to contact a payroll company, and they can calculate the total taxes for each person. They will also charge a small fee for the work they do. The rates are generally 19% to 22% on top of each person's gross salary. Section C, number 101 to 113, pre-production/scouting expenses. Hotels. Costs for hotel nights when scouting and prepping. Call or go online to get prices. Computed by number of nights times cost/night times number of rooms. Airfares. Airfare costs for scouting and prepping. Computed by number of round trips, RT, times cost per trip times number of people. Per diem, Latin for by the day. A daily fee to reimburse crew for out-of-town costs during scouting and prepping, e.g. meals, Wi-Fi charges, parking, and laundry costs. Computed by number of days times cost per day times number of people. Cost per day depends on what city you are visiting. Certain cities, domestic or international, are more expensive than others, and per diem will reflect the relative costs. Auto rentals. Car rental costs for scouting and prepping can be computed as daily, weekly, or monthly rentals. Depending on your production insurance coverage, you may need to budget for the daily collision damage waiver, CDW, fee, to cover the vehicle in case of any accident. Check your policy and make sure you are covered or supplemented through the rental company. There are other kinds of insurance you can purchase from the car rental agencies. Read the fine print ahead of time on their websites so you can make the decision quickly when the car is picked up. Computed by number of days times cost per day times number of cars. Car rental on an hourly basis is another cost-effective option. Messengers. Costs for messengers for scouting and prepping, computed by estimated total. Office rental. Costs to rent office space to prep, shoot, and wrap the production, computed by weekly or monthly rate. Taxis. Costs for taxis for scouting and prepping, computed by estimated total. Office supplies. Costs for binders, paper, pens, pencils, markers, staples, rubber bands, envelopes, stationery, printers, etc., computed by estimated total. Copies. Costs for copying documents and/or copier rental, computed by estimated total. Phones and cells. Telephone and cell charges may include phone installation costs, Skype and international calls, computed by estimated total. Casting director. Casting director's fee, computed by number of days times cost per day. Casting expenses. Costs for edition facilities rental, videotaping expenses, website fee to upload casting sessions, etc., computed by number of days times cost per day. Working meals. Costs for lunches or coffee with people when prepping the project, computed by estimated total. Section D, number 114 to number 137, location expenses. Location fees. Put in your high estimate for all locations. Don't forget to base all figures on how many hours you plan to shoot at a location. Some locations have a flat rate for 10 hours, then overtime, OT, after that, at time and a half. Don't forget to budget for a minder for each location, someone provided by the owner who will be your liaison. They will be familiar with the location, can answer questions, have keys to all the doors and closets, and know how to turn off the noisy air conditioner when recording sound. You'll need to pay for this person, in addition to a location rental fee, but they are usually worth the expense. Computed by number of locations times cost of location. Permits. Some municipalities or locations will require a permit fee or fees. We'll discuss this further in Chapter 7, Locations, computed by estimated total. Auto rentals. Car rental costs to transport cast and crew during the production period can be computed as daily, weekly, or monthly rentals. Depending on your production insurance coverage, you may need to budget for the daily collision damage waiver, CDW, fee to cover the vehicle in case of any accident. Check your policy and make sure you are covered or supplemented through the rental company. There are other kinds of insurance you can purchase from the rental agencies. Read the fine print ahead of time on their websites so you can make the decision quickly when the car is picked up. Computed by number of days times cost per day times number of cars. Car rental on an hourly basis can be a cost-effective option. Van rentals. Van rental costs for minivans, 15-passenger vans, or cargo vans. Some larger cities have van rental companies that cater to film companies. They allow PAs to pick up the vans easily and will take the back seats out without a hassle. See Auto Rentals for additional information about insurance. RV/Winnebago. RV/Winnebago rental costs, computed by number of days times cost per day times number of vehicles. Parking/tolls/gas. Costs for parking, tolls, and gas for all vehicles, including possible crew-owned vehicles. Computed by estimated total. Truck rentals. Truck rental costs for grip, lighting, and production design and props department needs. See Auto Rentals for additional insurance info. Depending on the size of the truck, you may need to hire a driver with a CDL, commercial driver's license. Hotels. Hotel room costs for cast and crew during the shooting period. Call or go online to get prices. Computed by number of nights times cost by night times number of rooms. Airfares. Call or go online to get prices. Computed by number of round trips, RT, times cost per trip times number of people. Per diem. Latin for by the day. A daily fee to reimburse crew for out-of-town costs during shooting, e.g. meals, Wi-Fi charges, parking, and laundry costs. Computed by number of days times cost per day times number of people. Cost per day depends on what city you are visiting. Certain cities, domestic or international, are more expensive than others, and per diem will reflect the relative costs. Train fares. Train fare costs. Call or go online to get prices. Computed by number of round trips, RT, times cost per trip, times number of people. Airport transfers. Cost for people to get to and from the airport. Computed by number of round trips, RT, times cost per trip, times number of people. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, catering. Number of days times rate per person times number of people for breakfast, lunch, and or dinner. You have to feed your crew every 6 hours. For a 12-hour day, ideally, you'd serve a hot breakfast prior to the call time, then work 6 hours, have a hot lunch, then work 6 hours, and complete the wrap. That way, the crew would be finished working for the day, and there would be no need to serve dinner. Discussed further in Chapter 12, Production. If you work past 6 hours after finishing the lunch meal, then you'll have to serve dinner as well. I usually budget for breakfast and lunch for each shoot day and maybe a few dinners, in case we go over 12 hours on a few days, depending on how many total days per week for the entire shooting period. Remember to plan for meals on set build and pre-light days, too. On those days, if the crew is small, you can give each person money to go off set and have lunch and then come back. Have lots of paper money if you decide to do this option. Craft service. Costs for the cast and crew snacks to munch on throughout the day. Generally, it consists of coffee, tea, juice, soda, and water for beverages. In the morning, fruit, muffins, bagels, croissants with butter and cream cheese are served. Later, you can offer bite-sized sandwiches, or, if you have access to a stove or microwave, little quiches, spring rolls, etc. For afternoon snacks, you might have crudités, cheese and crackers, gum, mints, cookies, and candy. Additionally, the craft service table should always provide a first aid kit with bandages, aspirin or ibuprofen, and disinfectant. If applicable, you should provide sunscreen and bug spray too. There is a full craft service list in Chapter 6, Pre-Production. You can make your craft service table as minimal or as lavish as your budget allows. Shopping at a discount warehouse can help stretch your dollars much further. Taxis and other transport. For taxis or other transport charges not included above, calculate the number of rides times rate per ride times number of people, and remember to count each trip separately. So a round trip equals 2 rides. Kit rentals. Costs for kit rentals for hair or makeup kits and tech kits, e.g. grip or electric, assistant camera, DIT, computed by number of days times cost by day times number of kits. Cell phones. Costs if the production purchases cell phones for any cast or crew members, or if you plan to reimburse any crew person for their cell phone usage. Gratuities. Tips at hotels for skycaps at airports, janitors, etc. Table and chair rental. Charges to rent tables and chairs for cast and crew, meals on location. Section E, number 138 to 150. Props, wardrobe, and SFX. Prop rental/prop purchase. Costs to rent and purchase props and other scenic elements for all the sets and locations. Wardrobe rental/wardrobe purchase. Costs to rent or buy the costumes and wardrobe. Wardrobe cleaning. Costs to dry clean any costumes. Picture vehicle rentals. Costs to rent any vehicles that appear or are driven on camera in the film. Animals and handlers. Costs to rent a trained animal, the time for the animal prep and training, and the trainer or handler's costs. Hair and makeup expenses. Costs to rent or purchase wigs, makeup, haircuts, etc. Weapons rentals. Costs to rent prop weapons, squibs, etc. Special effects, SFX, expenses. The costs of any effects like fires, explosions, or fireworks. Depending on the effect, you may need to obtain a permit from the local fire department. See Chapter 6, Pre-Production, for more information. The SFX operator, pyrotechnician, and weaponer will be in the labor costs in Sections A and B. Section F, number 151 to 167, Studio rental and expenses. Studio rental. Compute how many days you'll need to shoot in a studio, if any. There are often different rates for build, pre-light, shoot, and strike days. There is usually overtime after 10 or 12 hours, but make sure you check to find out the rules for the studio you are using. Electricity and power charges. Studios usually have an additional charge for the pre-light and shoot days to cover the cost of using lights. Hair, makeup, wardrobe, and green room. Often these rooms are included in the studio rental fee. If not, this line will cover those costs. Studio parking. Particularly in Los Angeles, there may be an additional charge for parking cast, crew, and production vehicles. Studio manager. Some studios charge for managers to be on duty during your work time, or sometimes there is only a labor charge for overtime. Phone, internet, copies. There is usually a charge for these services. Often they are flat fees with the copier on a pay-as-used basis. Cartage and dumpster rentals. Costs to rent dumpsters for discarding set construction materials and other debris. Miscellaneous equipment. If you need to rent additional equipment like a scissor lift or ladders, you should put them here. Studio painting. Your production may need to paint the studio walls and/or a floor a different color. Usually the studio will charge a fee to have it painted to your color and then to paint it back to the regular color. Trash removal. Costs for daily trash removal and cleanup after usage. Section G, number 168 to 182, set construction labor. Set designer. Fees for a designer to create the set and construction plans. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Art department coordinator. Labor costs to hire a coordinator for the art department. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Set decorator. Labor costs to hire the person to place furnishings, lighting fixtures, drapery, and artwork on set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Lead person. This person works under the set decorator to dress the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Set dressers. These people work under the lead person to dress the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Greensperson. Labor costs to hire the person in charge of anything green on set, like flowers, grass, plants, rocks, gravel, and landscaping. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Draftsperson. Labor costs to hire the person to draw the set designs and construction plans. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Lead scenic. Lead person in charge of the scenics who paint and create scenic effects. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Scenics. The crew who work under the lead scenic equals number of days times day rate times number of people. Painters. Cost for skilled crew to paint the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Construction coordinator. The person who plans and hires the crew to construct the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Carpenters. Costs for skilled crew to build the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Grips. The grips who work on the construction crew. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Strike crew. Crew members that come in for the strike of the set only by dismantling and disposing of it safely. Because of turnaround time and safety issues, you may need to hire a different crew than the one that put it up. A strike crew can be a lower day rate because it does not require the same skill level of those who built the set. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Art production assistants. Specific PAs to work in the art department. Number of days times day rate times number of people. Section H, number 183 to 192, set construction materials. Set dressing and props rentals. To rent set dressing like furniture, artwork, lamps, wallpaper, etc., and to rent props like dinnerware, drinking glasses, reading materials, etc. Set dressing and props purchases. To purchase the materials described before. Lumber, material to build the set. Paint, necessary to cover the set surfaces. Special effects, costs for any special effects. Hardware, whatever needs to be purchased to build the set. Construction materials and rentals, any additional materials or equipment rentals needed to build the set. Art trucking, costs associated with trucking something for the set. Meals and parking, meal or parking costs for set construction. Section I, number 193 to 210, equipment rental. Note, if you are shooting more than 2 consecutive days, it is common to get a 2 or 3 day week for equipment rentals. If you are renting for a total of 3 consecutive days, you can ask for a 2-day rental. If you are picking up on a Friday and returning on a Monday, you should only be charged for a 1-day rental. Camera rental. Costs to rent the camera equipment. This includes the camera bodies, lenses, and tripods. Additional accessories are listed in separate line items. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Sound rental. Costs to rent the sound equipment. This includes microphones, digital audio recorder, boom pole, audio mixer, backup audio recorder, etc. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Lighting rental. Costs to rent the lighting and electrical equipment. This includes light fixtures, light stands, electrical cable, electric distribution boxes, and ballasts. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Grip rental. Costs to rent the grip equipment. This includes grip stands, heads and arms, flags and nets, reflector boards, grip clips, and apple boxes, etc. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Generator rental. Costs to rent an electric generator. Can be as small as a 45-amp putt-putt Jenny that you can rent from a hardware store, or it can be a large truck with enough gasoline to power 750 amps. They come in different sizes and are priced accordingly. If you rent a truck, you'll need to hire a generator operator who will drive the truck to location, hook up the electrical cables, and monitor the electrical power situation throughout the shoot day. Their fee would be computed in Section B, Crew Shoot Labor. Camera lens rental. Costs to rent lenses for all the cameras on the production. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Camera accessories rental. Costs to rent accessories like monitors, playback, etc. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. DIT equipment rental. Costs to rent DIT equipment like computers, monitors, digital recording devices, hard drives, etc. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Walkie-talkie rental. Costs to rent walkie-talkies, batteries, and chargers. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Dolly rental plus accessories. Costs to rent a dolly, track, and other accessories. There are several different kinds with different price points. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Crane or jib rental. Costs to rent a crane or jib and track. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Drone rental. Costs to rent a drone and accessories. The drone operator labor costs will be computed in Section B. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Production supplies. Costs for miscellaneous supplies like batteries, garbage bags, traffic cones, cleaning supplies, tissues, padlocks to secure equipment trucks, etc. Expendables. Costs for supplies for the grip, electrical, and camera departments. Gaffer's tapes, gels or diffusion, clothespins, sash cord, etc. Can be charged on a pay-as-used basis, whereby you only pay for the amount that you consume. Aerial photography. Costs for helicopter, pilot, mounting equipment, fuel, landing fees, etc. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Green screen rental. Costs to rent a green screen. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Underwater housing rental. Costs to rent underwater housing for the camera. Number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate. Missing and damaged. An estimated cost for possible charges for missing and or damaged equipment and repair charges. Set aside money for these costs, then hire a professional crew so these costs will be as minimal as possible. Section J, number 211 to 216. Media and storage. Digital storage purchase. Costs to purchase digital storage like hard drives or memory disks. Have the assistant camera person and DIT compute how much storage you'll need, and remember to have at least 1 or 2 backup drives. Film stock purchase. Costs to purchase film stock equals the amount of footage times cost per foot. Film stock process and prep. Costs to process and prep exposed film stock equals amount of footage times cost per foot. Telecine film to digital transfer. Costs to transfer processed film to digital files equals amount of footage times cost per foot, or a per hour rate. Videotape or audio tape stock. Costs to purchase video or audio tape stock equals number of tapes times cost per tape. How to compute shooting ratio. Shooting ratio is an important concept because it impacts the budget exponentially. Once you know the shooting ratio that you plan to use for the project, you can create a solid estimate of how much digital media memory, storage drives, or film will be required. The shooting ratio is the total number of minutes of footage acquired versus the final total running time, TRT, of the project. That formula is expressed as two numbers, like 10:1 or 15:1. That means, on average, you plan to shoot 10 or 15 times the material for that one moment in the project. If the final TRT of your project is 100 minutes, then for a 10:1 shooting ratio, you would plan to shoot 1,000 minutes of material. At 15:1, you will budget for 1,500 minutes of material. For digital, you'd need to know the camera model you are using and other important tech spec decisions, discussed in Chapter 15, Post-Production, and compute how much digital storage space plus backup drives are needed for 1,000 to 1,500 minutes of material. For film, you would need to know how much stock to purchase, 1,000 to 1,500 minutes. For a low-budget project, a shooting ratio of 10:1 or 15:1 is usually the norm. Higher-budget projects can often afford higher shooting ratios. Remember, your shooting ratio represents not only materials you'll need to purchase, but also hours and days you'll need to account for in your shooting schedule. The higher the shooting ratio, the longer the schedule. Section K, number 217 to 226, miscellaneous costs. Rights purchase. Costs to purchase the rights to the script or other underlying rights for the project. Air shipping. Costs for using air courier services. Accounting fees. Costs for accounting services. Bank charges. Costs for bank transfers and other fees. Production insurance. Costs for general liability and all other production insurance, including workers' compensation insurance. E&O insurance. Costs for errors and omissions insurance. Legal fees. Costs for legal services and fees. Business license and taxes. Costs for incorporation and/or business taxes. Film festival fees and expenses. Costs for film festival applications and travel expenses. Publicity and marketing. Costs to hire or create publicity and marketing for the project. Section L, number 227 to 233, creative fees. Writer fee. Fee for writer. Director fee. Prep. Fee for director's prep days. Director fee, travel. Fee for director's travel days. Director fee, shoot. Fee for director's shoot days. Director fee, post. Fee for director's post-production days. Fringes for labor costs. Payroll taxes and fees for the above labor costs. Section M, number 234 to 262, talent fees. OC principal, salary for on-camera principal actors, equals number of days times day rate. Could be a weekly rate on certain projects. Day player, salary for day player actors, equals number of days times day rate. Background actors, salary for background actors, extras, equals number of days times day rate. Voiceover talent, salary for voiceover talent, computed by the hour or half hour, equals number of hours times hourly rate. Dialect coach, salary for coach to work with actors on dialects or accents, equals number of days times day rate. Choreographer, salary for fight or dance choreographers, equals number of days times day rate. Stunt coordinator, salary for stunt coordinator, equals number of days times day rate. Stunt players, salary for stunt players who do the stunts, number of days by day rate. Fitting fee, additional actor fee for a costume fitting, equals number of hours or days times rate. Rehearsal fee. Additional actor fee for rehearsal time equals number of hours or days times rate. Pension and welfare. Computation for P&W and fringes for total actor salaries. The Section M subtotal multiplied by the P&W/fringe rate. Put the P&W or fringe rate in the rate column. Section N. Number 263 to 276. Talent expenses. Airfares. Costs for actor airfares equals number of round trips, RT, times cost per trip. Hotels. Costs for actor hotel charges equals number of nights times cost per night. Per diem. Costs for actor per diem equals number of days times day rate. Cabs and transportation. Number of trips times cost per trip. Extras casting director. Salary for casting director to find background actors or extras equals number of days times day rate. Work visa fees. Fees for legal and application fees if any actors require work visas. Talent agency fee. Usually a 10% markup paid to the agent for each actor. Computed by total actor salary times 10%. Section P. Number 277 to 322. Post-production. Editorial. Editor. Number of days or weeks times day or weekly rate. Assistant editor. Number of days or weeks times day or weekly rate. Post-production supervisor. Number of days or weeks times day or weekly rate. Editing room rental. Number of weeks times weekly rate. Editing system rental. Number of weeks times weekly rate. Transcription. Computed per minute of running time of audio material. Online edit or conform. Number of hours times hourly rate. Screening room rental. Number of hours times hourly rate. Music. Music composition. For musical composer fee. Music licensing or clearance. Costs to clear and purchase the rights to music for the audio track. Rights need to match the usage you require for the project. See Chapter 17, Music. Music recording. Costs to record the musical composition. Includes studio rental, audio recording personnel, and musician fees. Recording expenses or rentals. Costs for recording studio, musicians, instrument rentals, etc. Music supervisor. Computed by number of weeks times weekly rate or a flat fee. Audio tape stock or files. Costs for audio tape stock or computer drives for files and copies. Post-production sound. Sound editor. Costs to add and edit the audio tracks equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Assistant sound editor. Assistant to the sound editor equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Music editor. Editor of the music audio tracks equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Automated dialogue replacement, ADR. Costs for rental recording studio and technician for ADR equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Foley stage or editor. Costs to rent Foley stage and editor for Foley work equals number of hours or days times hours or daily rate. Foley artists. Salary for the Foley artists to create sound effects equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Narration recording. Rental costs for audio recording booth and recordist for narration equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Audio mix. Costs for audio mix room and audio equipment equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Audio layback. Costs to layback audio tracks to master equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Dolby or DTS license. fee for Dolby or DTS audio technology license. Digital intermediate. Color grading and digital intermediate. Costs for the color grading session and DI work at a post facility equals number of hours or days times hourly or daily rate. Hard drive purchases and storage. Costs for purchases of data storage and backup, including cloud storage. Post-production. Digital and film. Archival footage and photos. Costs to license the stock footage used in your project, often charged per second of footage with a 30-second minimum. Archival researcher. Salary for a researcher to locate archival materials equals number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate or a flat rate. Clearance supervisor. Salary for person to license archival and other rights equals number of days or weeks times daily or weekly rate or a flat rate. Screeners. Costs to purchase screener copies to look at archival material. Film prints. Costs to print a film master from digital master. Charges based on the project's total running time. Masters and clones. Costs to make master copies in various formats. Charges based on the project's total running time and media cost. Titling, graphics, and animation. Costs to create and place screen credits and lower thirds on final master. Graphic designer. Fee to design and create graphics, including titles. Visual effects, VFX. Fee to design, shoot, and create visual effects. Animation. Fee to design, shoot, and create animation. Motion control. Fee for MC operator and equipment. Closed captioning. Fee to create and place closed captioning on final master. Charges based on the project's total running time. Subtitling. Fee to translate, create, and place subtitles on final master. Miscellaneous. Shipping. Costs for air shipping and or postal costs. Messengers. Costs for messenger services. Post-working meals. Costs for post-production working meals. Sunday budgeting case study. We'll use the Sunday short film script breakdown that we described in the last chapter to help with the budgeting now. If you recall, we planned for a 2-day shoot. This project represents many of the things that a typical feature-length or series indie project would have to grapple with, but it is a shorter production timeline. Of course, a long-format project is much more complicated, but the short film will allow us to go through the budget line by line with concision. Sunday was produced as a student, no or low-budget project, so very few crew were paid, and the actors' salaries were deferred under the SAG-AFTRA student film agreement. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday estimated budget. Sunday budget analysis. The budget assumes several things, and they are written on the top sheet in the comment section as follows. Budget for 2-day shoot in Brooklyn, New York. DP will work for free but will rent his camera to production. SAG-AFTRA actors will work under the student film contract. Music licensing will be free, friends of director. Budget includes money for audio mix and color correct. The filmmakers were enrolled in Columbia University's graduate film program, so they were able to get their classmates to work for free. They planned to pay for key grip, best boy grip, sound recordist, hair and makeup, and a casting director. There was money in for a small location fee, the NYC film permit, transportation, catering, craft service, and some props, wardrobe, and picture vehicles. For equipment, they paid the DP for the camera rental, budgeted to rent some additional equipment, including walkie-talkies, production supplies, and expendables. They budgeted for missing and damaged, M&D expenses, and workers' comp for non-school cast and crew, and a nominal insurance fee. In the talent section, they budgeted for 1 day with a stunt coordinator who would play the woman role for the fight scene and coordinate the cement block throw, and planned for some additional transportation costs. Lastly, in the post-production section, they assumed the director could ask her friends to license some music for free, but they would need to pay for a professional audio mix and color correct. Cash flow schedule. Once you have created the estimated budget, you need to create a cash flow schedule to match that budget. A cash flow schedule states when you are going to need certain amounts of money to cover the specific costs tied to the prep, production, and post-production stages of the project. You'll need option money and writer's fees early in the process, then scouting and casting costs. Next will be salary costs as you hire cast and crew. After that, you'll have equipment rental costs, location fees, production and costume design expenses, catering, etc. These stages usually happen in a particular and predictable order. Once you know your shoot dates, you can create a cash flow schedule that dictates how much money needs to be available in any given week to cover the costs for those line items. Then in post-production, you'll need to adjust your cash flow based on where you are in that phase. Locked budget and working budget. Once you finalize the financing for the project, you will complete your estimated budget to meet the total amount of funds you have available for your project. Up until that point, the estimated budget has fluctuated as prep and funding are finalized. Then you lock the budget, and that version is the one that is considered the final estimated one. This is always a big moment. It's both exhilarating and terrifying. I'm always relieved that after months or years of development and prep, we finally have committed to a locked budget and plan. But at the same time, it means you and the rest of the team have to make it happen at this budget level. There's no going back. Once the budget is locked, you will never change the numbers in the estimated column again. As pre-production and production continues, you start to build a working budget. The working budget is in the column next to the estimated column and reflects any budget changes that might be occurring as you start to finalize choices, such as specific locations and final equipment lists, and you receive final numbers on the true costs for your project. It's imperative that you input these new and more accurate numbers into a working budget. Some budget templates have a button you can push that allows the software to switch to a working budget format, or a column you can click that reveals a working column. If the one you are using doesn't have this feature, then make a copy of your locked estimated budget and rename it as the working budget, and start moving the numbers around to reflect the new numbers you are getting for your actual needs. This step is essential to be able to keep a running tally of how your estimated budget is being adjusted in a concrete way. You'll start to see very quickly if you are over or under in individual line items and budget sections. You may have estimated that you'd need $3,000 for location costs to rent a house for a few days, but then your parents give you permission to use their home, and you now have a $3,000 savings on that line number. But then the DP completes the tech scout and realizes that your parents' home is very dark with little ambient light and will need additional lighting equipment, so your lighting order increases by $1,000. You can see how costs start to shift around once you lock in and make final decisions. Padding and contingency. Although your budget is based on what you think it will take to make your project, you can never know for sure until you have completed it. That's why it is always good to pad or put in a contingency amount to cover any overages that might occur during the production. A pad refers to areas or line items in the budget that you know you have overestimated, and you can draw upon those extra dollars if you need to pay for additional costs in other areas. I always do this, so I know I have a little extra in case things change. A contingency is a line item on the top sheet that is usually set at 10% of the total budget, which is added just in case things go over budget. The funder understands to expect that the budget could go up to the amount of the locked estimated budget and the contingency combined. Budget actualization. I wanted to mention budget actualization here, but we'll go into more depth in Chapter 14, Wrap, later in the book. Budget actualization occurs when you enter each paid or payable invoice into the budget in the actual column, next to the estimated column in your budget. Each invoice is entered into the line item that it matches. E.g., airfares are on the airfare line item, lighting rental is on the lighting line item, etc. This process should be done as soon as you begin to receive invoices to be paid. As you enter each invoice into the budget, the formula will total it up and you can track it in real time. Once this process is completed and all of your invoices have been entered into the budget, you can compare the difference between the estimated and actual columns. Sometimes you are over in certain sections and under in others, and they offset each other. This is to be expected. The goal is to come in under in the overall budget total. Tax resale certificates. Each state allows for production companies to use resale certificates when purchasing goods or services that contribute to the production of a film production. This allows the production company to avoid paying state sales tax on these items at the time of purchase, if they are used to make the project. This is because when the project is completed and sold, sales tax will be paid at that time, and if sales tax was paid at the time for project creation as well, it would be a double tax situation. You can obtain the resale certificate form from each state's tax authority. Fill it out and give it to the vendor you are purchasing goods or services from, and they will omit the sales tax from your invoice. Tax incentives and credits. Many states in the United States have tax incentives or tax credits for film productions that are produced in their states. Some incentives equal 5% to 25% of the total money spent in the specific state. Some give you tax credits that are used against the production company's tax returns for several years, and some states actually give you cash back. Some states allow productions to be exempt from hotel sales taxes for nights at hotels for cast and crew, and some tax credits you can sell through a tax credit broker and turn them into cash instead of waiting to use them in your upcoming tax returns over the next few years. There are very specific rules that you need to follow in order to be assured that you are eligible for the tax credit. The best place to start to research is the Film Commission for the state you want to shoot in. They often have the information on the State Film Commission website and the contact info for follow-up queries. If you think you qualify and want to take advantage of the incentive programs, meet with the state authority months ahead of the production to learn the eligibility requirements and accounting procedures. They will also advise you on what the timeline will be once you apply for the credit. Many states have a minimum spend, which means that you can't be eligible unless you spend a certain minimum amount in state. Do the research so you understand the rules, timeline, budget requirements, and procedures before committing to the state's program. Recap. Don't be intimidated about budgeting. Follow the steps in this chapter and go line by line through the budget. 2. Use a budgeting software template to help you estimate each element of the production and put it in an organized form. 3. Overestimate on the first pass by creating the kitchen sink version so you don't forget any projected need. 4. After you have completed the first draft of the budget, discuss your assumptions with the director and key department heads for any questions about the production requirements. Refine and tighten the budget according to what is needed and what you anticipate your total funding will be. 5. Once you know the final funding amount and all the producers and the director have agreed, lock the estimated budget. Once you have a realistic locked budget, create a cash flow schedule so you know when you need money in the bank in order to fund the key phases of filmmaking: development, pre-production, production, and post-production. 7. Continue to revise the budget as assumptions and reality change to create updated working budgets. If filming in the United States or internationally, explore tax incentive programs to maximize your funding. For more in-depth information and additional sample production budgets, read my book, Film and Video Budgets, 6th edition. Chapter 4. Funding. I think there's only 1 or 2 films where I've had all the financial support I needed. All the rest, I wish I'd had the money to shoot another 10 days. Martin Scorsese. Now that you know how much money it will take to produce your project, you need to find the capital to fund it. Financing your project is one of the hardest, maybe the hardest aspects of making it. This chapter provides a guide to the most common ways producers use to fund their independent productions. Pre-sales. Although we discussed pre-sales in Chapter 1, Development, it's helpful to review them here. Pre-sales happen when you sell certain rights to the project in order to finance the production. You could sell to a U.S. cable network and maybe an international television network, and it might provide enough money to make the film. Then you'd still have the ability to sell theatrical, DVD, and digital rights after the project is completed. It all depends on your budget. It's difficult to obtain pre-sales for indie filmmakers. Maybe the director has a proven track record of making profitable films and television, or you have an A-list actress attached to your project, or an Academy-nominated writer has written the script. These are the kind of things that help you get pre-sales. For documentaries, elements like the director's track record, an A-list actor who agrees to do the narration, or the strength of the underlying material may be the key element that makes the project bankable for a pre-sale. For several of the feature documentaries I have produced, a few key foreign television rights and U.S. cable television rights were sold that covered the entire production budget. Then additional rights were sold after the film premiered at film festivals. Often you won't be able to get a sale until after you have shot the project and created a great rough cut. Then you might be able to get some sales. But this is a calculated risk, and you should proceed with caution. I don't advise going into any kind of debt for any project. If it is good enough, you will find the money, or wait until you have saved up the money to cover the entire budget. For documentaries, there is the added funding option of nonprofit agencies and foundations. Development and production grants are ideal ways to get the project made if it meets the foundation's criteria, and you can make a strong application. This takes a lot of time and effort, so make sure you and your project fit all the criteria before applying. Sales agents. Sales agents are people who specialize in selling rights to projects. They have connections with various distribution outlets and are known for the kinds of projects they sell. They may focus on narrative projects or nonfiction projects, and a few concentrate on short films. To understand the types of rights available, here is a list. U.S. domestic television rights. These can be television networks like ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, or to cable networks like HBO, TLC, IFC, and Sundance Channel. International, foreign, television rights. These would be networks like the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, ZDF, Germany, and Arte, France. Domestic DVD rights. Rights to license the DVD for the U.S. market. International DVD rights. Rights to license the DVD for the international markets, usually a separate deal for each country. U.S. theatrical rights. Rights for a run in theaters in the United States. International theatrical rights. Rights for a run in theaters internationally. Digital rights. Rights to broadcast the project digitally, which may include mobile and other future technologies. Mobile rights, iPods, cell phones, etc. Rights to broadcast via cell phones, apps, etc. Equity investors. Equity financing is funding by investors who put up the cash for the project. When the project becomes profitable, the investors' deals stipulate the recoupment plan and timeline. The repayment formula is usually based on a certain number of points. Points are usually divided into producer points and investor points, two different pots of investment within the ownership structure. An example of a type of deal is when an investor is paid back up to 125% of the original investment initially. After that repayment, then the producer points holders are paid back. And then, if there is more profit after that, everyone receives profits on a pari passu basis. The Latin phrase means of equal step and signifies that each entity is paid back with the same rights as every other entity. Producer points are usually divided according to the producer's deals with various cast, crew, and other important people who helped get the film made. Sometimes points are given out to the cast and crew who work for free, or deferred as a way of sharing profit participation on the back end. Note: whenever creating an investment deal, make sure you contact an attorney who can advise you on the legalities and any Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, rules or regulations that you need to follow. Deferred payment deals. Another type of deal is called deferred payment. This means that cast and crew are paid less than their normal salary, and the rest is deferred until the time the film becomes profitable. Deals can be completely deferred, cast and crew working for free, or partially deferred, cast and crew are paid something now and paid the rest later if the project becomes profitable. Like equity investments, it should be made very clear to the cast and crew on a deferred deal that chances are slim that the film will be profitable and that they will be paid back. Advise everyone that they should never expect to see a dime, and if they do, it's a bonus. Remember that cast and crew won't be paid until all the costs to make and market the project are recouped. The lower those total costs, the better chance that cast and crew will be paid their deferments. When a deferred salary is finally paid, it is usually done on a pari passu basis. So if you have $10,000 worth of deferred salaries, but only $5,000 worth of profit, then each person is paid 50% of the money they are owed. Then, if you make another $5,000 of profit a year later, the rest of the deferred salary owed is paid back to the cast and crew. Union signatory film agreements. SAG-Indy is a section of the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, that facilitates several low-budget agreements for films that are made with budgets from $50,000 to $2.5 million. There are 4 of them: short film, up to $50,000, ultra-low budget, up to $250,000, modified low budget, up to $625,000, and low budget, up to $2,500,000. Each agreement outlines a reduced salary for each union actor. Uniquely, the SAG-AFTRA student, short, and new media agreements allow for salary deferments for the Guild actors, which means the producer only pays the actors' salaries if the film is sold. The union actors are in first position to be paid, so whatever money comes in, they need to be paid before all others. You can find all the relevant information at www.sagindy.org. Donations and fiscal sponsorship. Often, independent productions are fully or partially funded by friends and family money. Perhaps the film director's grandmother wants to donate money to support the project and writes you a check for that amount. You can take that money and say thank you, but if the project has a fiscal sponsor, the grandmother can write a check to a nonprofit organization and get a tax deduction for her generous contribution. This can be really helpful when asking for cash donations to a project. Certain nonprofits called 501c3 organizations, because of the numbers and letters that it refers to in the U.S. tax code, allow projects to apply for fiscal sponsorship. They usually request information via an application: the storyline, the production plan, the schedule, and the budget. Each nonprofit has its specific application criteria and administrative guidelines. Be sure to read and follow them carefully. Donors to your project will send their donation to the nonprofit organization and will then receive a tax deduction letter that they can use when doing their tax return. Then you will contact the fiscal sponsor and follow their process to request the money. Each fiscal sponsor charges an administrative fee of 5% to 8% that is deducted from any monies that come into your account. If they have a 5% charge and receive a $1,000 donation on your project's behalf, you'll be able to use $950, and the institution will keep $50 for administrative and accounting costs. For donors who give money to your project, ask if they work for companies that have matching contribution policies for employees who make charitable donations. Some corporations match donations dollar for dollar, so a $1,000 donation can equal $2,000. Not all fiscal sponsorships are the same. You'll need to research which organization best fits your project. Some groups have specific criteria geared toward their missions or areas of interest, such as films made by women or topic-based projects, etc. Check www.producertoproducer.com for more information. Another kind of donation is called an in-kind donation. An in-kind donation is for goods or services, not money. Some fiscal sponsors accept in-kind donations and give a donor a tax deduction letter for the value of what they gave to the production. So if a costume rental company donates $500 worth of rental costumes, they can get a tax deduction letter for $500. Check with the individual fiscal sponsor to find out their specific rules and regulations. Some vendors will donate in exchange for a screen credit. On my last short film, we needed 24 cupcakes for a scene we were shooting. I live around the corner from one of New York City's famous cupcake emporiums. I met with the manager in the store and then sent a follow-up request via emails and explained the company would get a screen credit at the end of the film. He approved my request and we got $60 worth of cupcakes for free. And then we all ate them for dessert after lunch. Many years ago, I produced a 2-day music video shoot on Super 16mm for $256 total. Everyone donated everything. We only needed to pay for lunch for 2 days, and we all had a blast. We really believed in the musical artist and his indie music label, and we all wanted to help them by making a great music video that was worth at least $60,000. We asked lots of favors of people, and they all said yes. It can be done, but it takes a lot of time and effort to get donations, so be sure to give yourself enough time in pre-production. Lastly, when you receive fiscal sponsorship from organizations, check to see if they have any negotiated discount arrangements with certain vendors in your area. This can be helpful in stretching your donated dollars. Reaching out to interested communities. Fostering community involvement is another way to get much-needed assistance, financial and logistical, for your project. If your script revolves around a certain ethnic group or a specific theme or political cause, you should contact the communities that would support it. There are often mutual benefits for creating outreach to specific groups. Several years ago, one of my students produced a film that had an Armenian protagonist and a major scene that took place during an Armenian-American wedding ceremony. Knowing that this ethnic group is underrepresented in American films, the student reached out to the local Armenian community in Brooklyn to see if they would be interested in helping out. They were excited to have their culture represented in his film and allowed the filmmaker to shoot his scenes before and after an actual wedding reception. He got tremendous production values and verisimilitude, and the community enjoyed being extras in the film. It's a great example of how helpful groups can be if they want to see your project get made. Alternatively, you may have a documentary about a specific subject that complements a nonprofit organization's mission. The organization might sponsor a fundraiser for your project and help get the word out to the community who would be most interested. Requesting donations and discounts requires skill and thoughtfulness. Below are ideas to keep in mind to increase your chances of success. How to ask for donations and discounts. What? Know what you are asking for. Do the math. Figure out what you really need to make your project happen. You only get one opportunity to ask for a deal, so make sure it is the right amount. Be specific with your request and see what response you receive. For people who are giving you a donation, cash or in kind, make sure they know what and how their money is being used. Be specific about what their donation is buying. The costumes or food for the crew for one day or the camera rental, etc. It makes them feel more connected to the project, and they understand how their donation will benefit your project. Why? Know why you are asking. Be specific. I'm asking to borrow a dolly for the weekend because we are shooting the climax of the movie, and it will make a huge impact on that scene in the project. I'm asking for a cash donation because we have already raised X dollars and just need another X dollars to be able to fully finance the project. I'm asking for a donation because I am a student and this is part of my education. You need to be clear about why you need it and make sure you let the potential donor know why it is so important. How? Know what they will get in return. Once again, be specific. Here are some possible rewards or exchanges. 1. A screen credit at the end of the film. 2. A sponsorship credit in all advertising and press releases. 3. A DVD or digital download. 4. A promise to shoot their child's bat mitzvah party the following March. 5. An offer for their sister to be an extra in the film. 6. A promise of your undying devotion forever. 7. A commitment to tell everyone to rent from them in the future or eat at their restaurant. 8. An understanding that you will rent from them when you produce a commercial shoot with a bigger budget next month. 9. A commitment to keep the person or company informed about the progress of the project through periodic emails. 10. An invitation to the local premiere. You may not have a lot of money, but there are many ways of paying someone back. Let them know what you plan to do. Put it in writing and then make sure you do it. I often use a donation sheet so I can keep track of who gave what, when it needs to be returned, and the contact details for that person. That way, I have all the info on one sheet, and I can refer back to it later. It also helps to track the thanks and special thanks screen credits for the end of the film. Who? Find out whom you need to ask. The receptionist at the rental house probably does not have the authority to give out a free camera package for 4 days. The person in the rental department probably doesn't either. But you should pitch to them to gauge their reaction. They might respond, "We are booked for the next 3 weeks, but after the first of the month, we don't have anything reserved." Or, "The owner got burned last time because the filmmaker didn't return it on time, and we lost out on a rental for the next day." So now you know several details that will help you modify your pitch when you do approach the owner. Change your shoot dates to after the first of the month, and make sure you put down a deposit for the cost of the rental, so if it comes back late, they won't lose money. That way, you can address some of the obstacles so the owner can get to yes. How? Create your best pitch. Rehearse your pitch ahead of time so you are ready, and then just ask. Once you have finished, be silent and wait for the response. If they are not sure and hesitate, offer to follow up with a letter, proposal, or email. Then follow up again. As long as you don't get a no, you still have a chance for a yes. Carol Dean, www.fromtheheartproductions.com, has written a great book that includes important information about film fundraising titled The Art of Funding Your Film, Alternate Financing Concepts. She created the Roy W. Dean Grant in 1992 and has given away over $2 million in goods and services to deserving filmmakers over the last 2 decades. When discussing this subject of fundraising, she advises, filmmakers that I work with usually get up to 70% of their donations from individuals and company owners, and about 30% from grant organizations and other places. That's about a 3-to-1 ratio. I think it's important to figure out what percentage of your budget can come from which kind of donor, and then put the appropriate amount of time and energy in each area. Divide the budget pie up, and then go after the different pieces of the pie. Grants. National and local independent film organizations offer grants to fiction and nonfiction projects on an annual basis. Read film industry magazines, blogs, and websites to keep up to date on grant cycles and deadlines. In addition to the above, there are many nonprofit organizations that give grants to film projects that are tied to the organization's mission. This is particularly useful for documentary filmmakers. Depending on your project's theme or subject matter, there may be grant opportunities. Research for foundations supportive of the subject matter. Also check out the Foundation Center, www.foundationcenter.org, a comprehensive clearinghouse for information about nonprofit organizations across the country. You can take workshops on how to use their databases and how to apply for grants. Creative labs. Labs are another way to get access to materials for your project. Many film organizations like the Sundance Institute and film festivals like Hamptons and Nantucket offer extremely selective programs that provide highly regarded mentors to work with the lab participants to hone and improve their projects and scripts. The labs offer crucial creative and institutional support to the lab alumni and work hard to oversee their work so the project can get made or finished or distributed. These programs are difficult to get into, but are open to anyone who fits the application criteria. Do your research to decide if any of them are right for you. Fundraising trailers. As discussed in Chapter 1, Development, trailers are often required for grant applications and are a very helpful fundraising tool, whether your film is a narrative or a documentary. Trailers are usually 2 to 7 minutes long and are edited from your acquired footage and cut to accurately reflect what kind of project you plan to make. Like writing a strong proposal for your film, it is a real challenge to create a good trailer that will get investors and grant organizations to give you money. But a good trailer can allow you to raise all the money you need. Find a mentor or executive producer. If you can attach a mentor or supporter to your project, they can help with getting it made. A well-known producer or director can send out your proposal or trailer to funders and networks that you can't access. Their name recognition and reputation can assure a potential funder that someone with more industry experience will help oversee the project and get it made properly, on time and on budget. Research who may be a good fit for your project, either someone who has done similar work to what you are creating, or someone who is attracted to the subject or some other aspect of the project. Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding websites allow you to raise money through cash donations, which, unlike money from investors, will not be paid back. Filmmakers can create a project page on a crowdfunding website, solicit donations, and offer certain rewards based on the amount of the donation. This direct donation relationship is expanding, and now, under some very specific legal parameters, filmmakers can use crowdfunding sites to find investors as well. The SEC has created legal guidelines, so make sure you research the laws before you use crowdfunding for an investor model. Lastly, crowdfunding websites can be a great way to create attention for your project that can be helpful with financing. I know one young film producer who used a crowdfunding website to try to raise $50,000 to produce her first feature film. A veteran producer saw the project on a crowdfunding website and was very intrigued by the project. They had a meeting to discuss the script, budget, and production plans, and it went well. So well that he funded their film for $500,000. Indiegogo and Kickstarter are two websites used often by filmmakers to raise funds for their projects. New websites, apps, and digital platforms are created frequently to stay on top of the latest technology that will help you access possible funders for your project. If you decide to do a crowdfunding campaign, understand that it's really a full-time job for the fundraising time period. Here are some helpful tips for crowdfunding. Pick a time period that is long enough to access your potential funders, but not too long. It's important for potential donors to feel the immediacy of the deadline so they don't forget. Understand the crowdfunding website's rules regarding your goal amount. Pick a goal that is doable and be aware of what will happen if you don't reach your goal. Some websites will charge you a higher fee to receive whatever money you raised. Some websites won't allow you to access any of the money and thus don't charge the donor at the end of the campaign. Based on the rules and options, pick the right amount for your project. Contact everyone you know from grade school to the present. Often, people are interested to hear what you were up to, even if you haven't been in touch in a while. Create a short crowdfunding trailer that represents whatever you want to emphasize about your project. That may include creative collaborators, your personal story, production design, or anything else that can be a captivating story. Before you launch the campaign, work out an update schedule that you can use throughout the time period to keep people interested in progression of the crowdfunding. Decide what rewards you plan to offer and how difficult it will be to send or mail or provide them after the campaign is over. Giving a thanks screen credit is a fairly easy thing to do, but designing, knitting, and mailing out a hat with the film's logo is a very labor-intensive gift that may get in the way of you actually making the project. Understand the fee structure of the crowdfunding site you are using. What percentage of each donation does the site take? What credit card interface do they use, and what is the transaction charge? Do they offer the option for donors to receive a tax deduction? As we discussed earlier in this chapter, a tax deduction can be very motivating for certain donors, and some crowdfunding websites can facilitate a fiscal sponsorship. Remember that these sites take several percentage points as a fee for every donation. Decide if you want all of your donors to use the crowdfunding site, or if some should give you a check or bank transfer directly, allowing you to save that money. After the campaign is over, remember to make or send or do whatever you promised as rewards or gifts. It's important for the donor to receive it when and how it is promised. Beware of credit cards as a way of funding your project's budget. We've all heard the stories about maverick filmmakers who make their first feature for $50,000, put it all on their credit cards, and then sell it at a film festival for 10 times that amount. Great for them, but the odds of being able to pull that off are extremely low, the cinematic version of winning the lottery. It's such a competitive industry that making a project is a risky proposition. So it's important to have realistic expectations, so you don't accumulate debt that could haunt you long after your project is completed. If you put your production costs on credit cards, you'll be paying them off for years. Don't do it. Find another way. Postpone your production until you have raised all the money, and then shoot. I wrote all the money. Lots of people decide to go forward with a film based on having enough money to get it in and out of the lab. Basically enough money to shoot it and get it to an edited rough cut. They expect to edit the film on their own and then figure out how to finish it after that. Finishing costs for additional editing, audio work, sound mix, music, color correct, and mastering can be quite a hefty number. It can be very hard to raise this money after the production has been completed, and you can get yourself into a horrible catch-22. You don't have enough money to properly finish the project, and you can't make any money from the project until you do. Make sure you have a solid plan on how to finish it completely and properly before you start the production. Recap. 1. If you can get pre-sales for various rights to your film, it's a great way to fund your film. 2. There are many deals you can create to attract equity investment in your film. Define investor points, producer points, and deferment deals clearly in legal contracts. 3. Explore what SAG-AFTRA low-budget contract your budget qualifies for and apply to SAG-AFTRA for approval. 4. Fiscal sponsorship is a good way to attract tax-deductible donations to your project. Some organizations facilitate in-kind donations as well, so research what is possible. 5. Know who, what, when, how, and why before you approach vendors for free or discounted goods and services. 6. Consider applying for grants and creative labs if your film meets the criteria. 7. Crowdfunding may be a good way to access funding for your project. Research how each website or app works before deciding to use it. 8. Do not use credit cards to finance your project. There are other ways to make a film. Don't take on personal debt. It's only a movie. Chapter 5. Casting. 90% of directing is casting. Milos Forman. Casting is everything. Albert Maysles. Casting is an extremely important part of your project. You can have a fabulous script, but if it isn't well cast with the right actor for each role, you won't have a good film. Getting the best possible actor for each role is essential. So if that means postponing production until you have the right cast, then you might need to consider it. Casting is that important. As discussed in Chapter 1, Development, casting is often a key factor in raising funds for your project. Well-known actors or stars can cinch the deal with investors. Distribution is impacted by what recognizable talent is attached to the project. A star's name and face on the movie poster and advertising can make all the difference when someone is making the decision to buy, rent, or download your film. Hiring a casting director. As mentioned above, a well-known actor can make all the difference when seeking funding for your project. Ideally, you would bring a casting director on board to help you attach talent to your film. Sometimes a casting director will work on a deferred basis and agree to work during the development phase and then get paid when the financing is secured. Other casting directors will require payment when they begin work during development. Once you decide which casting directors you'd like to work with, contact them and discuss the project. imdb.com is a great place to research who casts your favorite films. Make a short list of your top casting directors and contact them. If a director is attached to the project, he or she will need to be a part of the decision-making process as well. If a casting director is interested, send them the script. Once they have had time to read the script, follow up and find out if they want to work on the project. The next step is to make sure you are both on the same creative wavelength. Ask them who they imagine for the lead roles and listen to which actors they suggest. Do those match the ones in your shortlist? Do they understand the specific tone of the project? It is critical that you both have the same vision regarding the actor choices. Good casting directors have the ability to read the dialogue and extrapolate who that character is and who the best actors are to realize that role. Make sure you feel comfortable and don't just go with the casting director who is willing to work on your project. Find the one who is the best fit creatively. Next, discuss the schedule and expectations. Sometimes a well-known or established casting director may want to cast your project but is too busy. They might offer to have one of their assistants do it through their office. That can be a good deal, because the assistant will be calling agents and actors with the clout and name recognition of the lead casting director. And you will get direct contact and attention from the assistant throughout the process. It's up to you to weigh all the factors and decide if it is the right answer. Once you have made the decision, create a written contract stating the casting fees, timeline, and payment schedule so everyone understands the expectations. If you don't know whom you'd like to cast the film, you can contact the local film commission and obtain a list of casting directors. Depending on the size of your city, there will be various people available in your area. Research what kind of casting they do. Some may specialize in certain areas like children or extras, or maybe a certain type of project, like commercials. If you don't personally know their work, ask for their reel and watch it. If you like what you see, start the process outlined above. Attaching an actor or star to your project. Attaching an actor to your project is different from holding casting sessions during pre-production. Attaching an actor means you have a verbal and/or written agreement with a recognizable actor who agrees to play one of the roles if you get the specified financing for the project. This allows you to shop your film around to potential investors with the knowledge that you have that specific actor attached to your project. For independent filmmakers, a talented and well-known actor can make a big difference regarding financing. To attach an actor to your film, you'll need to draw up a short list of the actors you'd like for the various roles in your project. Discuss them with your casting director to get a reality check on which actors might be available and interested. For a cameo role that only requires a day or two of work, you might be able to go for a bigger name because it won't require a long time commitment. Short films often can cast well-known actors because they only shoot for a few days. Once you come up with a game plan for whom you want to approach, you need to work out the offer to the actor. If you are working under one of the union talent contracts, see later in this chapter, the minimum salary for an actor will be dictated by the agreement. You and the casting director may decide to offer the guild rate, or you may decide to offer a higher fee to the actor. Whatever the deal, put it in a brief deal memo so it can be sent out to the actor's agent. Depending on each individual actor's recognition factor, you may increase or decrease the offer. Once you have decided which actor you want to make an offer to, the casting director will contact the actor's agent, or, if he doesn't have an agent, will contact the actor directly and send the script, the offer, and a deadline for a response. For this kind of offer, there is no audition. You know the actor is excellent, and it is a straight offer. For each role, you'll need to wait until the actor's agent responds before moving on to the next actor on the list. It can be a slow process, so the response deadline is important. The casting director will stay in touch with the agent to find out if the actor has read the script and their reaction. If the actor is interested, the agent will also be able to let you know what dates the actor would be available based on their current schedule. This is important information to have. If you plan to shoot in the spring, but the actor will be in production on another film all spring, it could be a deal breaker. You need to weigh how important that actor is to the project versus how locked in you are to the shoot dates. Sometimes you can change your production timeline to accommodate an actor's schedule. Continue to go through the list until you have attached all the actors you need. Pay or play deal. Depending on the level of the actor you have attached to the project, they may want a pay or play deal. In a pay or play deal, you agree to pay them a certain fee, regardless of whether or not the project gets produced. With certain name actors, this is a worthwhile deal because their name brings enough to the table to be worth the investment and the risk. Pay or play deals happen most frequently on big-budget projects and very infrequently on an independent production. Attaching talent and casting without a casting director. If you can't hire a casting director, you can cast a project yourself. It means that you will do the process outlined above by yourself. and you won't have the benefit of a casting director's reputation when contacting actors' agents. On the other hand, going through agents can sometimes be a hindrance if you have a very low budget. Agents are paid based on a percentage of their clients' salaries. If an actor takes a no or low budget project, the agent might not receive any money because the actor isn't earning anything from the project. Depending on the agent and his or her vision for the client's career, this may be a disincentive for the agent to champion your project to the actor. In this case, it might be better to get the script and offer it directly to the actor if you can. For instance, maybe the screenwriter wrote the script and while writing it she had Edie Falco in mind for the female lead. Without a casting director, the best way to give an offer to an actor is to get the script directly into her hands. Maybe you have a friend who has a friend who is Edie's hairstylist on her films. And maybe this person would be willing to get the script to the hairstylist. The hairstylist reads it and thinks Edie would like it and then passes it to her. She may or may not read it, but if she reads it and likes it, you may get a phone call from her or her agent. The chances are very, very slim, but it's worth a try. When you put out an offer, you need to wait to hear back from that actor before you can offer it to another actor. This can take up valuable time, but that is the protocol. You'll need to decide if you have the time to wait for a response before your project goes into production. It may be better to put in an offer and simultaneously do a casting session for all the roles, so you have a great cast regardless of the star's answer. If you decide to do that, make the actor's agent aware of the deadline, so you can get a final answer before you move on. The casting process. For those roles that need to be cast through casting sessions, the process is fairly straightforward. You will first want to create a casting breakdown sheet for your project. It is a list of each role and a brief description of the age, gender, ethnicity, and physical attributes of each one. For instance, 24-year-old Asian male, fit condition, and must be able to ride a mountain bike. Or 65-year-old African-American female who can do a Southern accent. Once you have the breakdown, the casting director will send it to appropriate agents and also post it to actors via online casting sites. If you are casting outside of your home city, contact the local film commission for recommendations about the best places to publish your casting notice to get the greatest response to your posting. If you plan to work under the guild contracts, more later in this chapter, then you will need to register your production with the guild and get approval of your application. Once approved, the guild will give you a registration number. Many of the online casting websites will need this number before they will post your casting breakdown for guild actors to read or view. Make sure you give yourself enough lead time to apply and register your project with the guild before you plan to post your casting breakdown. Once the posting is online, actors and agents will submit headshots, resumes, and demo reels to be considered for a particular role. A headshot is a photograph of the actor, with a resume usually attached. This information allows the casting director to make decisions about who would be right to audition for each role. Photos can be deceiving, so it's always best to meet the actor in an audition before making a final decision. Depending on the number of good actors to be auditioned, the casting schedule may be multiple days or weeks. Auditions and casting sessions. Casting sessions or auditions are usually held in a space that is either in the casting director's office or in a space that is rented or borrowed for that purpose. The space needs to be big enough to accommodate an actor or two, the casting director, producer, and a casting assistant. The room should have a video camera on a tripod with a monitor, and it should have soundproofing so conversations can't be heard out in the hallway. Ideally, there are several chairs outside the room for actors who are waiting, reading the sides, and prepping before their audition time. Sides is the term used for a portion or scene from the film's screenplay that is copied and given to actors before they audition for the role. Often there is a side for each role, something that, when performed, will give the casting director director and producer an idea of the talent and appropriateness of the actor for the role. The side is emailed ahead of time to the actor when the audition is booked, so they can prepare their audition. Usually hard copies are also put on a table outside the audition room, where the actors sign in. Most online casting websites have an email component or the ability to post the sides so the actors can access them through the website. The director, casting director, and/or producer, and casting assistant are usually present for each casting session. Sometimes the first session is conducted with only the casting director present and is recorded so the director and producer can look at the video afterward and make decisions. For an audition video recording, each actor is given a consecutive number written on a card, and there is a log taken by the assistant. Once the camera is rolling, the actor says their name, phone number, or agency, and holds up the number on the card so the camera can fill it. This numbering system allows a person to save time by scrolling quickly through the auditions and track them by the number. After the session, the video files, log, and all the headshots and resumes are uploaded, with password protection, to the director and producer, along with the casting director's notes. The director will look at the audition and make notes using the log to keep track of which actors he or she likes enough to pick for callbacks. If an actor can't make it for an in-person audition, they could send in a digital recording of themselves as a second-best option. They can record themselves on their cell phone or have a friend record it for them, and then upload the digital file to the casting director so it can be included with the other auditions. Although it's not ideal, I've cast actors off these kinds of recordings, and they can be useful. Callbacks. Creating a callback list is a process that is usually done by the director in consultation with the producer and the casting director. Callbacks are second auditions, where you can see the actor work more in depth with the material, allowing for more interaction between director and actor. Asking actors to come in for callbacks means that they are among the finalists in the search for that particular role. Sometimes the director will pair up one actor with another to see how they look or work together. Directors may pair certain actors with several different partners to see how different pairs play out. Callbacks are used to give directors enough information so they can make their final selections for each role. Labor rules for minors. Minors are not actors with minor roles, but a legal term for any actor under the age of 18. Every state has minor labor laws or child performer laws that must be followed when filming. Depending on where you shoot your project, there will be different labor laws and permit requirements to follow. Every state will require that the parent or legal guardian of the minor be with them on set at all times. Some states, like California, will require an on-set tutor on school days so the minor actors can study on set. The parent or guardian will need to provide a copy of the child labor permit to the producer before the child can work on the project. Contact your state's film commission to find out the legal rules and permit application process. Extras and background actor casting. Extras or background actors are any roles that do not require speaking lines or very detailed action that would require specific direction from the director. They are the people in a restaurant sitting at tables behind the principal actors, thus background actors. They are the people walking down the street, standing in line at the hot dog stand, and cheering in the bleachers when you are shooting a scene that takes place at a ball game. There are casting agencies and casting directors that specialize in extras casting. Creating the background action so that it looks and works well is a special skill. Casting for extras is usually done closer to the shooting dates, not when casting the principal roles. As you get close to the production dates, the director will be able to quantify and describe what kind of actors she wants. Extras casting is usually done completely from headshots, unless you are in a remote filming area that does not have a ready-made pool of extras to work on your project. In that case, you can do an open call and announce a casting session to the local community. An open call means that anyone can show up and audition. Pick a time and place and then get the information out with an article in the local newspaper, online blogs, newsletters, and community websites. On the film Bomber, we shot on location in Bad Viznan, Germany. It's a small town near Oldenburg, and they had never had a film shot there before. We were able to get an article in the local newspaper and then set up casting sessions at a room in a nearby hotel. People arrived and filled out information cards and had their pictures taken. Then they met with the director, and he got a sense of how they might work in the various scenes that required extras. Those notes were put on the cards, and he used them later to determine whom he wanted in the background for specific scenes in the movie. Casting, scheduling, feeding, and coordinating background actors requires time and energy. But for independent filmmaking, nothing says low budget more than shooting a restaurant scene with only your two principal actors in the location. You need to fill the frame with enough people to make it believable, so it's important to invest the time and money to get the right people for your scenes. Casting schedule and backups. You want to cast as far in advance as possible before your first day of shooting. Ideally, for a feature, you'd want to have a minimum of 1 month to spend time rehearsing and doing a wardrobe fitting and hair and makeup tests. Starting the auditions weeks or months before rehearsals will allow you to find the best actors for the roles. Always have backups in mind for your key roles. Actors' schedules can change quickly, and you always want to have a good alternative if you have to make a last-minute change. To be union or not to be union. Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, is a guild whose members are film and television actors. This guild includes voiceover talent and on-screen stunt performers as well. SAG-AFTRA negotiates a new contract with motion picture and television producers every 3 years. That contract outlines the minimum payment for each kind of acting job, residual payments, and the conditions and rules that must be followed by all signatories to the contract. A signatory is a company or individual who signs the contract and agrees to all the conditions of the contract for all of their productions during the contract period. Most, not all, of the SAG-AFTRA contracts require all actors to be guild members. There is one exception called a Taft-Hartley waiver, named after the Taft-Hartley Labor Act of 1947, that allows a producer to petition to the union to use a specific person who is not yet in the union for very specific reasons. Those reasons allow for people who have not yet joined the guild to work on a union project, such as children who are just starting out in the acting business, specific ethnic requirements that can't be met by local guild members, or shooting in a remote area of the country where there are no union actors in the local community. If you want the waiver, you'll need to fill out a form and submit it to SAG-AFTRA for their approval prior to hiring. To cast guild members for your project, you'll need to sign and follow the union contract. SAG-AFTRA has created several low-budget contracts specifically geared to independent film productions. The agreements are tied to the size of your project's budget. As mentioned in Chapter 4, Funding, SAG-Indie is a section of SAG-AFTRA that facilitates several low-budget agreements for projects that are made with budgets from $50,000 to $2.5 million. There are 4 of them: short film, up to $50,000, ultra-low budget, up to $250,000, modified low budget, up to $625,000, and low budget, up to $2,500,000. Each agreement outlines reduced union actor salary rates, and the short film and new media agreements allow for salary deferments for the actors. When working under a salary deferment deal, the producer pays the actor's salary only if the film is sold. The SAG-AFTRA agreements put the union actors in first position to be paid. That means that whatever money comes in, they need to be paid before all others. Go to www.sagindie.org to check out the various contracts and determine which one is right for your production. Keep in mind that it takes some time to file the proper paperwork or application for the SAG-AFTRA contract. Send in the online application at least 6 weeks before you plan to start principal photography on a feature-length project or series. If it is a short film, SAG-AFTRA suggests you send in the application 1 month in advance. As mentioned above, some casting breakdown services require proof of your SAG-AFTRA registration before they will allow you to send out your listing to SAG-AFTRA actors. If that is the case, make sure you give yourself enough time to get registered before posting your actor breakdown. Remember that if you decide to work under a guild contract, you will need to abide by the contract rules and salary rates. It's your choice, and generally union actors have more experience than non-union talent. For actors to join the union, they have to work on at least 2 union projects before they can apply for membership. That means they generally have a certain level of proficiency and talent. This is not to denigrate non-union actors. There are lots of fantastic non-union actors. If you do get Edie Falco to be in your film, she will definitely be a guild member, and you will need to be a signatory in order to work with her and the rest of the cast. In smaller cities and markets, most of the available talent may be non-union, so that is something to consider. A few of the SAG indie contracts allow you to mix guild and non-guild actors, so it might be beneficial for you to sign up, so you have both options when casting. SAG-AFTRA Bond and Escrow. Once you are approved as a SAG-AFTRA signatory, you'll need to send the guild budgetary estimates for how many days of shooting, how many actors will work, and what your total estimated actor payroll will be. SAG-AFTRA will then inform you of the bond amount that you must put in their escrow account for your production. One of the things that a union does for its members is to make sure they get paid all of their wages and their pension and health, P&H, fees. By requiring every signatory to put aside a significant amount of money in the escrow account, the guild can access those funds if the production company doesn't pay all the monies due to the actors. For low-budget productions, the bond is a relatively large amount of capital that is locked away for a significant period of time. As soon as all the actors have been paid their final payroll, including P&H fees, you need to send all the paperwork to SAG-AFTRA so you can get your security bond back as soon as possible. You'll need that money for post-production. Union paperwork and Station 12. Once you are approved and registered as a guild signatory, you will be given paperwork to use during pre-production, production, and the wrap of your film. There are individual short-form actor contracts that need to be signed by each actor and copies given to the actors, their agents, and the union. Another form requires the actors to approve and sign for each day's work schedule when they are wrapped at the end of every workday. After you wrap, you upload all the signed paperwork to close out your SAG-AFTRA account. Any payments you make to your actors should be paid within 14 days of their work on your project. For all SAG-AFTRA productions, except short films, you'll need to Station 12 your film before the first day of shooting. Station 12 is SAG-speak for checking to make sure each SAG-AFTRA actor is fully paid up on their guild dues. Send SAG-AFTRA a list of every guild actor you have cast for your project, and they will look them up on the dues database. If they are in arrears, SAG-AFTRA will contact the actor and give them a chance to pay in full. If the actor decides not to pay up, they won't be able to be in your film, and you'll have to recast. Don't leave this step to the last minute. Recap. 1. Hire a casting director based on their reputation and a shared vision for the roles in your project. 2. Attaching a name actor to your film can be a critical factor in attracting investors to your project. 3. Pay or play deals allow you to lock in an actor to your project based on specific contractual elements like salary and schedule. 4. Post a casting breakdown online for the roles you are looking for. Auditions and callbacks allow the director to decide which actor is best for each role. 5. Extras casting is an important step in making your film the best it can be. Make sure to give this process the time and attention it requires. 6. If you wish to work with union actors, you'll need to become a signatory to a SAG-AFTRA contract. There are several deferred salary agreements available at www.sagindy.org. 7. Remember to submit all of your SAG-AFTRA paperwork properly and wrap out the documents they require so your production company can receive the required security bond as quickly as possible. Chapter 6. Pre-production. Eye, mind, and heart. You need the balance of all three. Henri Cartier-Bresson. Now that you have a great script that is ready to shoot and all the necessary funding for the entire project, you are ready to start pre-production. Practically speaking, pre-production begins the moment you decide to do a project. From that point on, everything you do is in some way prepping for it. But for the purposes of this chapter, the pre-production phase begins when enough funding is in place to begin scouting, setting up a production office, hiring cast and crew. The final countdown weeks or months when you are taking concrete and specific steps to make your project happen. Your timeline will depend on what needs to be done and how much time and help you have to do it. The pre-production phase ends on the last day before the start of principal photography. Production triangle. Pre-production is the most important period in the life of a film and can make or break the entire project. So many films have gone off the rails because they didn't have enough pre-production time or didn't get everything accomplished that they needed to do during that period. Now is the time to discuss one of those immutable laws of nature, like Murphy's Law or the 80-20 rule. This is another undeniable truth, and it's called the production triangle. Please refer to the bonus PDF for the production triangle diagram. The production triangle, you only get 2 out of 3. Good, fast, and cheap. Going through all the sides of the production triangle, if you want it good and fast, it won't be cheap. And if you want it fast and cheap, it won't be any good. But if you want it to be good and cheap, it won't be fast. And this is where all low-budget productions live. And the only way to achieve good and cheap is to use time during pre-production to get everything right. So make sure you get as much time as you can for pre-production. If the schedule is unrealistic, then push back your shooting dates and take more time to prepare. One of the regrets I hear most often is lack of pre-production time. I shouldn't have rushed into production. I wish I had waited longer to find a better actor for the lead. If I had only taken more time to wait until the DP I really wanted became available. You only get one shot, so make it count and take the time and get the help you need to prep your film properly, because you can't make excuses for the film after it is completed. It costs more to repair or cover up a mistake than to get it right the first time. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating to prep forever and never make the film. At some point, you must pull the trigger and decide on your shoot dates. Just make sure you've done everything in your power to maximize your project's resources, because every day spent on good pre-production adds up to a better film in the end. Need to get the money in the bank. As mentioned earlier, you need to have a final version of the script, no changes to production, but there may be additional dialogue changes and a locked budget before you begin final pre-production. As mentioned in Chapter 2, Script Breakdown, you'll have to create a cash flow schedule, the document that states when you will need certain amounts of money to cover the specific costs tied to the prep, production, and post-production stages of the project. A production is funded as each phase of the project progresses. This schedule is given to the funders and is used to transfer money to the production company's bank account on certain dates based on the next stage of the project that needs to be funded. For instance, The finishing or master stage of a project doesn't happen until many months after it is shot. As the producer, you'll need to be clear that if you don't have that sum available, i.e., in a bank account, on that day, you'll have to delay the project until the money has arrived. This is a tough position to take, but as the producer, it is your responsibility. Remember that your reputation is at stake, and if you can't follow through on your commitments, then you can't move forward. Maintaining your integrity and the trust of your cast, crew, and vendors is crucial. Pre-production countdown. Here is a general guide on a timeline for doing various pre-production tasks. Your project may require less time or more, depending on its unique parameters. Following is a quick reference list. Later in the chapter, each one is explained in detail. 12 to 9 weeks before principal photography. Obtain demo reels for all key department heads, director of photography, assistant director, production designer, costume designer, and sound. Create initial shot lists and storyboards. Scout for locations and studio space. Finalize script revisions for production elements. Purchase domain name and create website. Pick social media handles and set up accounts. Begin to create the production book. Obtain production insurance package quotes. 8 weeks before principal photography. Fill out the SAG-AFTRA application and paperwork for the production and submit to the Guild. Post breakdowns for cast and/or hire casting director and begin auditions. Hire key department heads, listed above. Finalize and lock all locations. Lock script for production elements. Decide on cell phone purchase or reimbursement for key creatives and production team. Finalize and purchase production insurance coverage. Test the workflow for the media formats you are considering for the production. 7 weeks before principal photography. Hold auditions for all roles. Have DP generate tentative camera, lighting, and grip lists for the production. Negotiate location fees and deals. Research which permits you will need. Production designer creates props lists and set designs. Begin shopping for props. 6 weeks before principal photography. Hold callbacks. Post ads for crew positions and begin crew interviews. Begin signing location deal memos and release forms. Finalize security bond with SAG-AFTRA and any other completion bonds if necessary. Create first draft of the production book. Set up a private photo and video sharing service and file hosting service for the production. 5 weeks before principal photography. Hire cast and negotiate with agents. Put out equipment lists to vendors for bids. Get bids for studio rentals. Discuss and finalize wardrobe budget estimate with costume designer. Discuss and finalize production design and props budget estimate with production designer. Hire a still photographer and/or a videographer to create set publicity photos, electronic press kit, EPK, and/or making of video. 4 weeks before principal photography. Sign and finalize SAG-AFTRA contract paperwork. Start actor rehearsals. Sign cast deal memos. Hire assistant camera, DIT, and/or video engineer. Obtain caterer bids. Begin wardrobe purchases and rentals. Finalize credit card authorizations and security deposit paperwork for all vendors. Pick studio and stage facility. Pick equipment vendors. Assistant director creates first draft of production schedule. 3 weeks before principal photography. Sign crew deal memos. Finalize vendor deals and payment details. Obtain location permits. Obtain insurance certificates for locations and equipment and send to certificate holders. Hire transportation vehicles. Pick caterer or figure out how you will feed your crew good meals. Coordinate extras casting. 2 weeks before principal photography. Do Tech Scout. Obtain final equipment lists and send to your vendor. Confirm credit card authorization and payment paperwork with all vendors. Confirm insurance certificates with all vendors. Fill out tax resale certificates and send to vendors. Create transportation personnel lists. 1 week before principal photography. Buy craft service food and supplies. Finalize the production book. Buy production supplies and expendables. Copy final scripts. Have final pre-production meeting with key department heads. Create accurate driving directions for all locations and stages. Pre-visualize and create who's doing what lists. Final day's countdown. Create pickup and runs lists. Crew perform checkouts on rental equipment. Finalize call sheet and directions for first day of shooting and send and confirm with all cast and crew. Pre-production countdown explanations. 12 to 9 weeks before principal photography. Obtain demo reels for all key department heads, director of photography, assistant director, production designer, costume designer, and sound. These creative collaborators are essential to making a great project. For the producer, this is how you cast your crew. It's important to spend the time and energy to get the right people for each key position. There are various ways to find great talent. In larger cities, there are agents who specialize in representing below-the-line creatives, DPs, costume designers, production designers, hair and makeup people, and editors. Get in touch with them and discuss your project, outlining which positions you are looking to fill. Give them your shoot dates. Some of their clients may be on long-term projects and not available for your dates, and the salary rate. Depending on the pay scale, the agent will be able to recommend clients. If it is very low pay or no pay, the agent may not have any clients who would accept non-paying gigs, but they can sometimes recommend an assistant costume designer who would be willing to work for free to move up and get more experience. Research the screen credits for films and television you like on imdb.com to create a short list of crew you want to reach out to. Go to film festivals and meet key creatives who have films playing and network with them. Consult colleagues and your mentor to get introductions to talented key department heads whom you are interested in for your project. Posting a job on local production-related websites is also a useful way to see resumes and reels for available local talent. Create initial shot lists and storyboards. The director and the director of photography will create the shot list for the film. Many directors like to create storyboards to work out how the film will look on paper when cut together. Storyboards are drawings that illustrate the director's shot list and the narrative order of the film. Each drawing represents the film language the director and DP envision for each shot, e.g., medium shot, wide shot, close-up, over-the-shoulder, OTS, etc. Each drawing is created within a box that is the approximate aspect ratio of your project. You can read them like a comic strip to see how each shot would cut together to make up the scene. You can hire a storyboard artist or purchase a storyboard computer software program to create them. Some programs can provide 3D dimensionality and camera movements to more closely approximate how the camera would move on the frame. Go to www.producertoproducer.com for more information. Some directors like to use a storyboard artist who draws each frame according to their description. This works well, but, depending on the artist's rate, it may be expensive for your budget. Check out art schools and art programs where you may be able to find an art student who would be willing to do it for an affordable rate. There is also the old stick figure option. As long as the director and DP can communicate the exact shot to the rest of the crew, it doesn't need to be fancy. Scout for locations and studio space. This will be discussed at length in Chapter 7, Locations. Finalize script revisions for production elements. It's extremely important to finalize the script for production issues as soon as possible during pre-production. If you don't, you'll have unanswered questions that will plague all departments such as locations, production design, props, costumes, and hair and makeup. It's essential to get these elements finalized now, or your budget and departments will have a moving target throughout their prep, which will cost time and money. If necessary, most dialogue changes can happen up until the final minutes before shooting and won't affect the production issues. Getting to a final script from a production perspective means the following. Location should be locked. If your script calls for a suburban house, a high school, a restaurant, and an office building, at this stage, you want to lock those in and only be concentrating on which one of each type you will choose to meet the aesthetic and production demands. You know what happens in each scene, and the general action will not change. Principal roles are locked in the screenplay. No additional key characters will be added to the cast. Key production design concepts and key or hard-to-find props are finalized. Costume needs for all characters are finalized. Time of day or night is locked. The key equipment needs, format, lighting, grip, and camera, are finalized. It's important for you, the director and the writer, to have these elements locked in the screenplay before you start approaching key department heads. When they start reading the script, they will be assessing the potential of the script creatively and from a production point of view. They need to decide if they are interested in the project on both counts and will have lots of questions for you and the director. From the director, they will want to know what the look and feel of the film is. What is the time period, the characters' motivations, and the creative vision for the film? From there, the key department heads will have questions for the producer regarding schedule and budget. On Man on Wire, many of the historical recreation scenes take place on the roof of the World Trade Center where the tightrope walk occurred. A long-running discussion in pre-production between the director of photography, DP, and the production designer was whether or not we would shoot those scenes on top of an actual roof, 80 or more stories in the sky, or build it in a studio. This decision would have a big impact on the production designer's schedule and budget, and those of the lighting and grip departments. Ultimately, we chose to build a large set in a studio and put the time and resources into set construction, set dressing, and props. Purchase domain name and create website. Decide what web domain name you wish to purchase for the film. Most projects use www.titlethemovie.com or www.titleTheFilm.com. Then create an inexpensive website that you can build on as the film progresses. You can use it for publicity, for donations, for blogging, and for dissemination of information to the cast and crew. Pick social media handles and set up accounts. Decide what you want as your handle and set up the various social media accounts you plan to use. Ideally, they will all be the same name to keep things simple. Add the logos and feeds to your website so you are coordinating across all platforms at the beginning of your project. Consistency is key. Begin to create production book. The production book is the Bible for the project. It contains all the important info that the production team needs, the cast and crew contact info, names, phone numbers, email addresses, the schedule, vendor information, and driving directions. Create it now and add more information as it is received. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday production book. 8 weeks before principal photography. Fill out the SAG-AFTRA application and paperwork for the production and submit to the Guild. See Chapter 5, Casting, for details on Guild application and paperwork. Post breakdowns for cast and hire casting director and begin auditions. See Chapter 5, Casting, for how to hire a casting director, advertise for the roles, and begin auditions. Hire key department heads. Pick the department heads as early as possible because they have a big impact on the vision for the project and estimated budgets for their departments. See Chapter 8, Hiring Crew. Finalize and lock all locations. See Chapter 7, Locations. Lock script for all production elements. As described earlier, you need to lock the script regarding production elements, except for dialogue changes, as soon as you can. If you make major changes after a certain point, it can cause big problems for each department, create delays in the schedule, and add cost overruns for the budget. Decide on cell phone purchase or reimbursement for key creatives and production team. Cell phones, phone, text, and data, are the lifeblood of any production. It is essential for all key creatives and the production team to have the use of a phone for the duration of the prep and production and wrap of your project. Discuss with each crew member what is best. Most times, production will pay a flat fee for the crew person's cell phone use. Occasionally, production will purchase cell phones on a pay-as-you-go basis. Discuss ahead of time and finalize how this will be done with each key creative and production staff member. Invest in a headset or earbud for your cell and/or landline phones. It saves your neck and shoulders a lot of strain and also allows your hands to be free when you need to write or carry something. Regardless of state laws, get a headset or earbuds if you plan to drive a vehicle during the prep or production periods. It's a safer way to go. Remember, never text while driving. It's extremely dangerous and has caused many fatal vehicular accidents. Either pull over to use the phone or ask someone else to drive if you need to be on the phone. Finalize and purchase production insurance coverage. Make sure to purchase the production insurance so you have coverage for all the things that are going on in pre-production: renting vehicles, renting office space, hiring personnel, renting equipment for camera tests, etc. See Chapter 10, Insurance, for more information. Test the workflow for the media formats you are considering for the production. Test the workflow for production and post-production for whatever formats you are considering for your project. Discuss with the director, DP, editor, and DIT, and then test all the steps in the process: media acquisition, down conversions, editing, outputting, and mastering. This test is vital and should not be ignored. You need to know the whole process, any problems, and any cost implications now, or it could have big negative implications for your project. See Chapter 15, Post-Production, for more information. 7 weeks before principal photography. Hold auditions for all roles. See Chapter 5, Casting, for more information. Have your director of photography, DP, generate tentative camera, lighting, and grip lists for the production. At this point, you should have picked your best 2 choices for each location, and the director has been able to visit them all with the DP. The DP knows what format you are shooting in and the general size of the production, so you can get general equipment orders from the DP now and send to vendors for bids. Later, when you have your tech scout with the director, DP, gaffer, and key grip, you can get the final exact lists. Negotiate location fees and deals. Now that you have your first and second choices for each location in your script, it's important to negotiate your best rate. Chapter 7, Locations, goes into detail, but don't forget to negotiate access for your key department heads to visit the locations soon after you have finalized the deal. They will need to visit the locations to take measurements and photos for the necessary prep work. You'll also want to be able to go back for a tech scout at a later date. Find out about what permits you will need. Each town, city, county, and state has its own rules about shooting on public property. Be sure you do the proper research and paperwork for any locations that require permits, fees, or other paperwork. See Chapter 7, Locations, for more information. Update script breakdown. See Chapter 2, Script Breakdown, for more information. production designer creates props lists and set designs. At this point, with close to finalized locations and an updated script breakdown, the production designer, PD, can finalize the production design budget with an estimate for costs to rent and buy what is needed for the production design, props, landscaping, and set construction. As the producer, you take that list and compare it to the estimates in your overall production budget to see where you stand. If any set building is required, the production designer should have drawings for the design and several bids from builders. You then take all these estimates and figure out if you have enough money to pay for it all. Often you won't, so you'll need to discuss with the director and PD ways that you can tighten the budget. How many period picture vehicles do you really need for that exterior street scene? Can you shoot a scene in one corner of a big room so there is less set dressing needed? Instead of building a complicated set, can you use one of the locations that was ruled out before? These critical discussions at this stage of pre-production allow everyone to come up with solutions creatively to meet the financial reality. Begin shopping for props. The props master, in consultation with the production designer, will need to begin shopping for props. They will go to prop rental shops, online websites, flea markets, furniture stores, discount stores, retail stores, and everything in between to source what is required for the film. By now, they will have discussed the look in minute detail with the director and DP. Is it a period piece, or does it take place in the present day? Does it have a look that is very upscale, or does it take place in a dingy, low-rent world? They will take lots of digital photos to show the director, DP, and production designer to determine the right props for the project. Once the director indicates her preference, the props master will price out those items to come up with an estimated budget. 6 weeks before principal photography. Hold callbacks. See Chapter 5, Casting. Post ads for crew positions and begin crew interviews. You can never start too soon looking for a crew for your film. It's the other casting you do on a project. You cast your crew much as you would cast the actors, and it's just as important. You need to consider experience, talent, personality, and availability. See the department heads list. But because you have limited resources, there are other factors as well. For instance, one gaffer may have his own lighting or grip truck, but the other one is easier to work with. Or one assistant director, AD, is available for the shoot dates but not the tech scout, and the other one is usually a second AD and wants to move up and get experience as a first AD. Or the best key grip who is willing to work for the rate you can afford is a real pain and will bring down the rest of the crew's morale. Your alternate choice is a grip with less experience but who doesn't have an attitude problem. These are the kind of decisions that you have to grapple with. With an independent film, you'll be asking crew members to work for very much below their normal rates, so you often have to work hard to sell the film to each and every potential crew member. And this is where it is important to be clear about the strengths and merits of the film. If Edie Falco is going to be the lead actor, then tell the potential crew member as soon as you get on the phone. If the screenplay was picked as a finalist for a screenplay competition recently, then mention it. If you've got a well-known DP on the project, that should be of interest to the AC, DIT, grips, and electrics. As producer, you have to be a good salesperson, but you also need to know if the crew person is good for your project. As mentioned earlier, read their resumes and call their references. A bad or uncooperative crew member is a liability to your production, and you need to work hard to ensure against it. Ultimately, it is a numbers game. Sometimes you have to call 5 people to fill one position, and sometimes you have to call 50. No joke. Once I'm on the phone with someone, even if they aren't interested or available for the shoot dates, I always ask for at least 2 names and contact info for other people who might be interested. That way you never run out of people to call. Eventually, you'll get to the yes. When hiring crew, always go with your gut. Even on the phone, you'll pick up on a vibe or get an inkling about a person. I always ask enough questions to make sure I know if they know what they are doing. You can often tell by how they answer the questions if they have enough experience. Even if you are desperate, don't hire someone you don't feel confident about. Lastly, there are several crew positions that are notoriously difficult to fill with great people. They are First Assistant Director, First AD, Assistant Camera Person, AC, Digital Imaging Technician, DIT, and Sound Recordist. You may have to pay them more than you originally budgeted, but they are crucial, and if you don't pay now, you'll end up paying more later in post-production to fix mistakes. Begin signing location deal memos and release forms. See Chapter 7, Locations. Finalize security bond with SAG-AFTRA and any other completion bonds, if necessary. As discussed in Chapter 5, Casting, you'll need to put up a security bond with SAG-AFTRA if you become a signatory to one of their guild agreements. The guild will tell you how much you'll need to transfer into the escrow account. If you are using a completion bond with your project, the bond company will require you to put a certain amount of money in an escrow account as well. This ensures that if the producer can't deliver the film, the bond company can step in to finish the film properly, so the financiers and distribution company get a completed film per their legal agreements. See Chapter 10, Insurance, for more information about a completion bond. Create first draft of the production book. The production book is a critical document that the production team uses to keep track of all the key information for cast, crew, vendors, and schedules. It works well to keep the document on a password-protected cloud computing site so only the production team can access it and amend the document in real time. As you cast actors, hire new crew, and add new vendor information, the book is revised so it has the most up-to-date info. Set up a private photo and video sharing service and file hosting service for the production. Use a password-protected photo/video/file sharing service to set up a project folder for the production. Key department heads can upload visual material to facilitate creative dialogue and decision-making about locations, production design, props, hair and makeup, wardrobe, etc. Production staff should use one to share project documents and for dissemination to cast and crew. Make sure you research the security features of whatever service you decide to use. 5 weeks before principal photography. Hire cast and negotiate with agents. Once the director makes his final casting choices, you'll need to book the actors. It's fun to make the phone calls to the final cast picks, but don't forget to call the ones who were in callbacks but who didn't get the roles. If you have a casting director, she usually takes care of this job. If you don't have one, as the producer, you will need to do it. Remember that the actors took the time to prepare for the auditions and callbacks and deserve an answer one way or the other. Thank them for their time and talent, and let them know that you have gone with someone else for the role. No need to get into specifics, and no need to give false hope. Just inform them and thank them for their time and talent. There are times when the first choice has to drop out, and you may have to recast with someone from your callback list. If you are working under a deferred payment SAG-AFTRA contract or a non-union production, with actors deferring their salaries, you will not be paying any of the actors during the production period. But you may still need to negotiate other deal points with your cast or their agents. If you have cast a name actor to your project, or if the talent's agent has some deal points to discuss, you'll need to get the negotiations going as soon as possible. You never want to be a week out from shooting and still not have a signed deal memo with one of your lead actors. Remember that everything is negotiable, so don't despair if the star's agent wants lots of potentially expensive conditions on behalf of their client. That's an agent's job, to get the most for his or her client. Your job is to figure out what your production can and cannot afford to do for the actor, and let the agent know. For instance, you may not be able to give them their own trailer for the length of the shoot, but you can offer them a room at the back of the townhouse you'll be shooting in to be used as a special dedicated room for their own peace and quiet. You can make sure it has a couch, fresh fruit, bottled water, and the actors' favorite magazines. It doesn't cost the production anything extra, but it gives actors the privacy they were asking for. Remember to keep your eye on the final outcome you want, to work with that actor for your film. The negotiating process may be a bit trying, but if you keep focused on the end result, it will be easier for you and best for the production. Put out equipment lists to vendors for bids. As mentioned earlier, you will have researched equipment rental houses, and the DP may have some recommendations or places she rents from on a regular basis. Email the list to the person in charge of the rental department at each place. They will take your list and bid it out. The bid will list every piece of equipment, the list price, and then usually a discount percentage, which can be anywhere from 5 to 40%. No one ever pays the list price, but it's the size of the discount that is most important. If you, the director or DP, have a personal connection to the vendor, let the rental agent know before they do the estimate. That way they can give you the best discount possible. Depending on the format you are shooting in, you may consider buying a camera, tripod, or other piece of equipment. Prices to purchase certain equipment might make the most financial sense. It might be more cost-effective to buy and resell afterwards, or rent it out to others after you are finished shooting your project. Do the research and get bids for purchases so you can make the best decision. The importance of vendor relationships. Having good long-term relationships with the people and companies that rent equipment, locations, vehicles, props, etc., is extremely important for a producer. Vendors are your partners in the making of the project, in the same way as the cast and crew. If you have a respectful working relationship, vendors can really help you regarding service and budget. It's important to be loyal to vendors who help you out. I've been working with the same vendors for decades, and we have an ebb and flow to what kind of deals I make for each project. There are some projects where I can pay full rate, and I do. There are other projects that I do for love, not money, and then I'll ask the vendor for a favor or discount in order to make the project happen budget-wise. Another way to pay back such a favor is to recommend the vendor to other producers for their productions. If you like the vendors, it's great to recommend them. I ask the other producers to let the vendors know I suggested them, so the vendors know that I am serious about supporting and building up their businesses. Keep in mind that you can't ask for a favor every time, or vendors will get resentful and balk. But if you rent from them over the long term, you build up trust and understanding and help each other out. Get bids for studio rentals. At this point in pre-production, you'll know if you will need to shoot in a studio or on location, or a combination of the two. If you need to do a set build, you'll need to rent a studio. Figure which stages will work for your production and get a few bids so you can compare estimates. Discuss and finalize wardrobe budget estimate with costume designer. By now, the costume designer will have priced out all the wardrobe for the film. If the film is not a period piece, then, hopefully, the costume designer can augment the costume list with clothing that the actors bring to set from their closets. This will save you wardrobe rentals and purchases, and it means that the clothes will already fit the actor well. Note: the SAG-AFTRA contract requires nominal fees to be paid to an actor for each outfit you rent from them. With non-union actors, you may pay them fees, or they may allow you to borrow their clothing for the shoot at no charge. Double-check to see if you need multiples for any pieces of clothing. Anything that is going to get damaged or altered during a scene will require you to have more than one for multiple takes. Anything that can't be acquired from the actors' closets will need to be purchased or rented. The costume designer will do the research and send you a line-by-line estimated budget for clothes, shoes, accessories, and cleaning to cover all of the outfits needed for the entire production. Bigger cities will have costume rental houses, and they ship throughout the United States, too. There are many online websites where you can purchase or bid on used or new clothing. After the production ends, the purchased wardrobe will be saved for a period of time in case there will be a reshoot. After the reshoot period is over, production will either sell or donate the clothing. At this point, if the wardrobe budget is too large, you and the costume designer will discuss ways to reduce it. If any of those ideas have creative implications, you'll need to consult with the director and DP to get their approval of proposed costume changes. Discuss and finalize production design and props budget estimate with production designer, props master, and set designer, if applicable. Like the costume designer, you'll need a line-by-line estimate from the production designer. This master budget will include any prop rental and purchases, set dressing, and set construction costs. Once you have the estimate, you can start brainstorming on how to lower the dollar amount, either through discounts and donations or any cheaper alternatives that the PD and director can approve. The production design section of the budget is often a large percentage of your total costs. Anything you can do to reduce costs in this area will have a big impact on the rest of the budget. The production design and props and set departments also have some flexibility on what they choose to purchase or rent to achieve the creative vision for the film. Discuss the budget targets and figure out where there are areas that can be reduced in the budget. If any of those ideas have creative implications, you'll need to consult with the director and DP to get their approval of proposed production design changes. On the feature documentary, Wisconsin Death Trap, the film recreates stories from a newspaper that was published in the 1890s. It was a period film, and we had a very low budget, so one of our smart solutions was to shoot almost entirely at historical sites throughout the state of Wisconsin. Every state has many historic homes and locations that have been preserved by local, state, and federal organizations. Visited by thousands of people each year, they are filled with historically correct and sometimes priceless antiques. We were granted permission to shoot at almost every site that we requested, and were happy to pay a small donation fee to obtain incredible production values. Hire a still photographer and/or videographer to create set publicity photos, electronic press kits, EPK, and/or making-of video. Most distributors will expect 50-plus high-resolution, 300 DPI or higher, still photos from the set of your film. It's important for publicity purposes to have photos that show the director, DP, crew, and actors working on the set. Some deliverables lists may ask for an EPK or a making-of video. These videos are not always required for low-budget productions, but if you have the resources, now would be the time to hire a photographer and videographer so they can visit your set for a few days during the production period. 4 weeks before principal photography. Sign and finalize SAG-AFTRA contract paperwork. You'll want to get all of the signed paperwork into the Guild by now. Once approved, SAG-AFTRA will then send you all of the forms and contracts you need to use for your production. You'll want to know the security bond amount, too, because it will be a relatively large sum and you'll need to finalize your cash flow schedule. Sign cast deal memos. Now that you have negotiated the deals, make sure you obtain all the signed documents and send copies to the actors and agents. You'll need to keep copies for your paper deliverables. See the section on deliverables in Chapter 15, Post-Production. If you are working under a union agreement, you will use a union work contract for each actor. This contract is tied to the Guild agreement you would have signed previously, see Chapter 5, Casting, and will cover the rights to the use of their appearance in your project. If you are using non-union actors, they will sign a talent appearance release form in addition to the deal memo, so you have the proper rights to use their images in your film. In addition to the union contract or appearance release form, you may negotiate a cast deal memo that outlines other deal points that aren't covered. Perhaps you have agreed to put them in their own hotel room while on location, whereas all the crew are sharing a room. Or you might have agreed to rent a small recreation vehicle, RV, for the location shooting for the actors. These are the kind of deal points you would put into a simple deal memo agreement. You can download a template at www.producertoproducer.com that can be customized for your production. Usually, talent agreements are negotiated on a most favored nation basis. See Chapter 3, Budgeting. That means whatever you negotiate for one actor, the other actors will receive the same deal. Make sure you are clear about each deal with your actors ahead of time. Start actor rehearsals. Once the proper paperwork is signed, you'll be free to schedule rehearsals. Talk to the director to find out how often she would like to rehearse with the actors and how. What kind of space would she like? An apartment or black box rehearsal space? You can rent a space, but to save money you can often borrow a space or classroom. Or perhaps you can borrow a friend's apartment during the day if they work outside their home, or use an office conference room if you decide to do rehearsals on a weekend. As you get closer to shooting, it may be helpful to rehearse in the actual locations. If that's not possible, you can put tape on the floor of a studio to mark off the exact spacing. The director may decide to work separately with each actor and then bring them together later in the process. Check with the director and find out how she likes to do it. Be careful about over-rehearsing. That can be as bad as not having enough rehearsal time. Hire assistant camera person, DIT, and/or video engineer. You'll want to have the assistant camera person, AC, digital imaging technician, DIT, or video engineer locked in by now. These positions are critical to the film and directly interact with the DP. Often the DP will recommend good and trusted crew people for you to call. Make sure you check references and that the DP approves each person before you finally decide to hire. Every crew person is critical, but department heads are particularly important as key collaborators and managers of the crew who work in their departments. Obtain caterer bids. You'll want to get recommendations for good and affordable caterers for your crew and cast meals on set. Providing good, hot, and nutritious meals each day is an incredibly important task for the production department. You want everyone to have good food so they can do their best on the project. And it's another way you can let them know how much you appreciate their time and talent. Give the catering companies the number of cast and crew, the number of days, and general budget for what you want. As you hire cast and crew, you'll need to collect information about allergies and food diets, e.g. vegetarian, kosher, etc., and you'll want to give that info to the caterer so they can price out what it will cost to provide the food your production requires. Inquire about any costs for transportation, setup, catering personnel, plates, cutlery, etc., so their estimate is as complete as possible. Begin wardrobe purchases and rentals. Once you have approved the wardrobe budget, you need to communicate the bottom line number to the costume designer and make sure he agrees to keep to that budget. It's very important to be clear about what you expect. Let him know that you are signing off on a specific amount of money for costume rentals and purchases to clothe everyone in the film, and it can't cost more than the stipulated amount. The costume designer should sign off on this amount and agree that if he thinks he may be going above this amount for any reason, he has to let you know immediately, because only you can authorize him to spend any more money. In each crew person's deal memo, there should be a section that outlines this procedure. You never want to be in the position of a department head handing you a bunch of receipts at the end of the shoot with the expectation of reimbursement, even if it exceeded the allotted budget. Keep in mind that sometimes things change. Maybe new costumes must be added to your list, or an affordable costume becomes unavailable, and you must substitute a more expensive garment. The costume designer needs to inform you immediately so you can be aware of potential overages. Then you, the director, and the costume designer can discuss it and decide what to do. Finalize credit card authorizations and security deposit paperwork for all vendors. When renting from vendors, equipment, costumes, props, etc., you'll need to fill out paperwork to set up an account and scan or email a copy of the production's credit card for the security deposits. The deposit protects the vendor in case there is damage or loss to their rentals. To avoid fraud, the vendor usually requires a copy of the front and back of the credit card and a copy of the credit card holder's driver's license. A few days before the rentals are picked up, remember to confirm that all the paperwork is in order to avoid any delays on the pickup day. Sign out petty cash or debit cards to key department heads. At this point in pre-production, several departments will need petty cash for their purchases as well. They will sign out on a petty cash sign-out sheet for the amount of money they are given. The department heads will make the purchases and keep all the receipts. Anything they do not use for the production will be returned to the production. It is the department's job to reconcile all the petty cash on a petty cash sheet, including all of the receipts. Keep a revolving line of petty cash for each department. Once a certain amount of money has been reconciled, a new infusion of cash can be given out so you never have a large amount of unreconciled cash at any given time. It allows you to track spending and keep on top of your actualized budget so you know where you stand. Some productions prefer to issue debit cards to departments for petty cash usage. That way, every transaction is immediately tracked online, and the department can't spend more than the limit on the debit card before they reconcile and request more petty cash. There are still some instances when actual cash is required, e.g., gratuities, some parking meters, and certain vendors, so you'll probably have to sign out some cash in addition to the debit card. How to reconcile petty cash. Reconciling petty cash is an important skill. It may seem like an easy thing to do, but I can't tell you how many people have trouble with it. Here are the steps to follow for petty cash reconciliation. 1. Count out the money that you are given and then sign out for that amount with the producer, UPM, production coordinator, or accountant. 2. Keep petty cash separate from your own personal money. 3. Pay for production-related expenses with cash and obtain a receipt for everything you pay for. If you can't get a receipt, e.g., parking meters or gratuities, write down the amount on a piece of paper with the date, the amount, and what it was used for. 4. When you are ready to give the money back to the production department, tape up each receipt on scrap paper and number them. 5. Get a petty cash reconciliation envelope from the production department and fill in the info for each receipt. 6. Add up each receipt and total it for the receipt total column. 7. Add up the total cash you have on hand for the cash on hand total. 8. The receipt total and the cash on hand total should equal the total amount you were initially given. 9. If the amounts do not total correctly, go back and check your math or find missing receipts until the totals are correct. 10. Hand in all the paperwork, receipts, and cash to the production department and make sure they take your name off the petty cash sign-out sheet and close out the amount. It's a good idea to scan or take photos of all of your paperwork so you have a copy of everything you handed over. Pick studio or stage facility. Once you have bid out your job to several studios, you'll have an idea of the various costs. Make sure to go over the bids thoroughly. One studio may charge a flat fee for 10 hours, and another stage may charge a higher fee for 12 hours. But when you add in the 2 hours of overtime, OT, for the first facility, you realize it is more expensive if you plan to use the studio for 12 hours or more. Remember to factor in the other costs like green rooms, holding areas for actors, tables and chairs, hair, makeup and wardrobe rooms, electricity, dumpster fee, cartage, and studio manager rates, so you know you can make accurate comparisons between the 3 bids. There are other factors to consider. How far a distance do cast or crew have to travel? If they are driving their own vehicles and you need to reimburse them for gas and tolls for each day of filming, it could really add up and make the studio rental less cost-effective. Or the travel time to get there and back adds 2 hours to each shoot day and blows your tight shooting schedule. Once you have analyzed the bids, discuss them with the director and key department heads to find out if there are any other mitigating factors that concern them. Then make your decision and negotiate the best rate you can. Use the other bids you received as leverage in your negotiation. If it's a multiple-day shoot, maybe you can get the build or strike day for free. When booking, always put the studio on hold, but don't confirm until you must, and you know you are definitely going to use it. See the distinctions below. Hold and confirmation protocol. Reserving equipment, studios, and locations all work on a hold, confirm, and challenge system. You need to know these terms and understand them so you don't put yourself on the hook for commitments you can't keep. Confirm means you have bought the reservation and the vendor will not rent the stage or location or equipment to anyone else. If the shoot gets canceled or postponed, you will still owe the studio or equipment house for the rental costs for those days you confirmed. So the best thing to do is put a hold on the facility for all the dates you need. Ask if you have a first or second hold. If you are reserving far enough in advance, you'll probably have a first hold. The next person or company that wants the same dates will have a second hold. As the dates get closer, the other production may decide they want to book or confirm and will put in a challenge for those dates. The studio or rental house will then call you and give you 24 hours to confirm, or you lose the dates to the other production company. If you confirm, then you own the dates and will need to pay for them whether you shoot or not. This is the way it works for equipment rentals, wardrobe and props rentals, studios, locations, and freelance personnel. It's a pretty fair system, and it's important to understand and follow the rules of the game. Your word is your bond in this business. Make sure you understand the language and honor your commitments. Pick equipment vendors. Picking equipment vendors is very similar to picking a studio or stage. You'll be making the decision based on price, availability of what you require, and other factors like reputation for service, quality, and reliability. Consider this. You are shooting far out of town on location, and an important light stops working on the set. If the vendor can't replace it until the next day, they may not be the best company for your production. Maybe it makes sense to pay more for the equipment rentals if it means you'll be given better service, or they'll give you some backup lights as part of the deal. These are the kind of factors to consider before you pick your equipment vendors. For studio shooting, check the rules because often the facility requires you to rent their own lighting and grip equipment. You'll need to know their rates. Assistant director creates first draft of production schedule. The first assistant director, AD, creates the project's production schedule. If you can't hire the AD until later in pre-production, then you, as the producer, might need to create the first draft yourself. The schedule will be based on the latest draft of the script. Each scene will be given a consecutive scene number that will be locked in from this point forward. If scenes are added or subtracted, they will receive scene numbers like 1A or 2A, then 1B or 2B. Shooting chronologically by what happens in the script is rarely the most economical way to shoot a film. So the AD will break the scenes down into the smartest and most efficient way of shooting. Considering factors like location availability, weather conditions, geographic considerations, actor availability, and technical requirements, the shooting schedule will most likely be out of sequence. Once the first shooting schedule is created, It is disseminated to the key department heads, who go through it and give back notes. Maybe a set needs to be built, and it won't be completed until the second week of principal photography, or a certain location can only be shot on weekdays. Based on the feedback, the AD makes adjustments to the schedule. For the film Man on Wire, we had a 7-day shoot for our NYC historical recreations. Because another film was shooting in our interior apartment location at the beginning of our production schedule, we had to shoot there on our last days. Our 2 days of shooting at the 7 World Trade Center office building could only happen on a weekend. So it meant that we had to shoot the big set construction in a studio as our first shoot day. We would have much preferred to shoot that later in the schedule, but we were forced to make it our first day of principal photography by default. 3 weeks before principal photography. Sign crew deal memos. At www.producertoproducer.com, you'll find a sample crew deal memo. You can amend that one or create your own. At the very least, it should state the crew person's name, address, phone, social security number, paid rate for the job, dates of employment, title, screen credit, and rules of employment. Finalize vendor deals and payment details. Make sure to finalize your vendor deals for now. Give the vendors the most accurate info about your equipment rental lists and let them know when you'll have the final list, usually as soon as the tech scout is completed. Work out your money deals at this point so you know what to expect. Find out the exact language each vendor requires for the insurance certificate for their company so you can make sure it is correct. Finalize how you will pay for it, too. If this is your first rental with this company, they may require you to pay on a COD, cash on delivery, basis. Do they accept credit cards, or must it be a certified check or some other form of payment? Work out these details now and make sure you have done all the proper paperwork for each vendor so there are no problems when your crew picks up the equipment, props, etc. on the pickup day. Obtain location permits. If you are shooting on location, the production may need to acquire filming permits. Contact the film commission that has jurisdiction for the towns, cities, and/or states where you will be shooting. The Association of Film Commissioners International, www.afci.org, has the listings for U.S. and international film commissions. See Chapter 7, Locations, for more information. Obtain insurance certificates for locations and equipment. Insurance is a critical part of producing any film production. Chapter 10, Insurance, has a wealth of important information. Be sure to read it carefully. Any individual or company can obtain insurance for a production, and there are many insurance brokers that cater to the film business. Some of them allow you to fill out a form online and then get a quote via email. Go to www.producertoproducer.com to get a list of insurance companies and brokers. At this point in pre-production, you'll start to issue the insurance certificates for all your vendors and locations. Usually, the insurance broker will provide the production with an online portal so you can type in the vendor's information and obtain an insurance certificate that you can forward to the rental house or location owner, etc. This certificate assures them that your general liability and production insurance are in effect and will cover any loss or damage caused by the production, less the deductible that your policy dictates. Hire transportation vehicles. At this point, you'll need to figure out how many vehicles to rent for the production. Certain departments may need their own vehicles, such as art, camera, grip and lighting, and wardrobe. These may need passenger vans, cargo vans, and/or trucks. Depending on your studio or locations, you may need to transport cast and crew to and from the set each day. Add up how many people you need to transport and then put the appropriate number of vehicles on hold. Remember that not all cast and crew will have the same call times, so you have to figure out how many people will travel at the same time. Perhaps you can do 2 runs to the set in the morning in the same vehicles, if there is enough turnaround time. But that is not always feasible. Keep in mind that you'll need to rent vehicles for errands and pickups and returns. Sometimes the cheapest way to cover this situation is to hire production assistants who have their own cars and pay them for the mileage traveled or the gas and tolls during the production. When renting vehicles, vans and trucks, be sure to hire only qualified people to drive them. Make sure the PA or other crew person has experience and is comfortable driving a van or truck. 14-foot trucks can be a daunting challenge for uninitiated drivers, so you can prevent accidents. You may need to hire professional drivers with commercial driver's licenses, CDL, for some of the vehicles. Early in my career, on the first shoot day of a short film I produced, we had to drive 45 minutes across the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway Bridge out of New Orleans. The night before, I had worked out with all the PAs who was picking up which cast and crew member and driving which vehicle. We all set out at 5 a.m. the next morning, crossed the bridge, and arrived at the location right on time at 6 a.m. As we were setting up, we realized that our lead actor was not on set. I queried the assigned PA driver, and she let out a gasp when she realized she had picked up the other two actors, but had forgotten the lead who was still waiting for her back in his apartment in downtown New Orleans. As we waited an hour and a half for the PA to go back and pick him up and bring him to set, we had already blown our first day's shooting schedule before the day had even begun. Pick caterer. Figure out how you will feed your crew good meals. I almost titled this book, Feed Your Crew Every 6 Hours, because I believe that is one of the most important things to do as a producer on any project. I'm not kidding, and I'll tell you why. Every production runs on the stomachs of the crew. Sometimes your crew is not being paid at all or very little, so the only thing they are getting each day for their hard work is food. So make it good, as it demonstrates that you value and respect their contributions by serving good food at mealtime and on the craft service table. It won't be cheap, but it will be the best money you spend on your film. A well-fed crew is a happy crew, and a happy crew gives its all to you and your project. If you choose not to hire a caterer, you can hire a friend or family member who is a great cook to buy all the ingredients and make home-cooked meals for your crew. They will need a place to prepare the food for a cast and crew of 20 to 40-plus people, and be expected to serve the food at the specified time and keep it hot. For some of my productions, I'll canvass the neighborhood we are shooting ahead of time and decide which restaurants can make platters of good food that we can serve for lunch and dinner on set. Different kinds of foods work well this way, but make sure it is high quality and does not have any MSG in case crew members have reactions to that ingredient. Serving fast food is not acceptable. Lastly, remember to poll your crew prior to finalizing the menu to find out about food allergies and special dietary requirements. You want to know this information ahead of time so you can plan properly for everyone's dietary needs. Coordinate extras casting. If your film requires background actors or extras, non-speaking actors who appear in the background, you will need to cast and coordinate them. Depending on how many you need for each shoot day and how specific they need to look, this often is a separate casting job. Ideally, you'd have an extras casting director. If that is not possible, you'll need to get a coordinator to take on this challenge. The key is to find a very organized person for this job. See Chapter 5, Casting. 2 weeks before principal photography. Do Tech Scout. The Tech Scout is when the director, producer, and department heads go to each location and work out all the logistics for each shoot day. The crew should include the director, producer, DP, first AD, gaffer, key grip, sound recordist or production mixer, production designer, location manager, production manager, and PA or driver. The director and DP should have a close to final shot list and will walk through what will happen in each space. The DP will discuss lighting and grip requirements with the gaffer and key grip. The production designer will go over the plans for what will be in each space and how it will look. If you have a location manager, he will be there and will discuss the rules for shooting in the space, e.g., no smoking, garbage disposal, what entrance can be used, shooting times, parking, etc. If you don't have a location manager, the producer should have all the pertinent details. The sound recordist will be listening to the space and deciding if there are any problems that need to be addressed, such as turning off central air conditioning, refrigeration, or a background music system. If there is a construction project nearby, it may impact your shoot during the day. Try to go to the location on the same day and time of the week that you plan to shoot, so you can learn if there are certain things that might affect your production. Discuss with the location owner anything that might have consequences for your filming: garbage pickup schedule, landscaping and lawn mowing, building construction, apartment renovations, school children playing in a nearby playground, freight elevator operation schedule, parking regulations, etc. The producer and the production manager will be listening to all of these issues and concerns and taking complete notes. Each key department head will have his or her own specific questions, concerns, and requests that you will need to follow up on. Don't let them talk to the location owner, or else the owner may get overwhelmed with requests. Have it all funnel through the production team. Don't worry. At some point on the Tech Scout, your head will want to explode with all the specific requests and details that each department head is bringing up. But it's okay, because you want to know about all these things now. This will allow you to address them and work them out so they do not plague you on the shoot day when you have scores of people, lots of pressure, a tight shooting schedule, and a lot of money at stake. I promise, it will all work out. How to do a Tech Scout. 1. Schedule the Tech Scout far enough in advance so that you can have all the key department heads there: director, producer, production manager, first AD, DP, camera assistant and video engineer, gaffer, key grip, sound recordist, production mixer, production designer, and PA or driver. Usually you'll rent a 15-passenger van and have the PA drive from location to location. This will keep everyone together so you all arrive at each location at the same time and allow people to discuss questions with each other while in transit. 2. Check with each location owner and make sure they can accommodate the date and time you wish to scout. Tell them that you will have a small posse in tow so they don't freak out when you arrive with so many people. Non-film people are always surprised that it takes a small army to make a film, and it's best to prep them so they are not overwhelmed by the crew's arrival. 3. Arrange the scout in the most time-saving way. Start south and move north, or start east and move west. Whatever makes sense for the city or town you are scouting. Keep in mind traffic patterns. Don't schedule the scout to start in the middle of rush hour, and avoid as much of it as you can with canny scheduling. 4. Create a schedule on paper that reflects travel time and how much time you'll need at each location. If you are shooting at a suburban house in 4 different rooms and a backyard, it will take more time to scout than a small Manhattan apartment. Allow enough time for a full discussion in each location with the director. The crew will need to take measurements and notes so they can plan appropriately for their departments. 5. If there is a house electrician or maintenance person who will be a key interface for the location, ask the owner if that person can be available during your visit. The gaffer will need to talk to the house electrician, and other crew may have questions of a technical nature for the maintenance person. Some office buildings have HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, personnel, and it would be good for the sound recordist to talk to them about any sound issues. 6. Once you arrive at the locations, meet with the owners and introduce them to the crew. Then move to the first area or room you plan to shoot in and start the Tech Scout discussions. 7. The director and DP will go through the shot list for the area so everyone knows what will happen in the scene, where actors will move to, where the camera will be, and what shots are planned for the scene. The first AD may add info that is relevant for the crew, like the sequence of scenes that are scheduled for that day. After the director has taken everyone through the sequence, the crew will quickly and succinctly ask pertinent questions. Certain issues or problems will come up, and often they can be solved on the spot. If the discussion gets too long, you may suggest that it be tabled until another time so you can keep on schedule. Continue in this way until you complete all the locations scheduled for the day. 8. If you fall behind, call the next location to inform them of your delay. 9. Schedule enough travel time between each location or you will fall behind. After 6 hours, schedule a lunch break. With a crew of about 10 people, you'll need to make a reservation somewhere so you can get in and out easily. Keep in mind the crew's food preferences or allergies. Choose a restaurant or diner that can accommodate them, and don't consider drive-through or a fast food restaurant. Everyone needs to sit down and have a proper meal to fuel themselves for the rest of the day. 10. Make sure to bring bottled water for everyone so no one gets dehydrated. You may decide to do a coffee or tea run sometime during the day, too. It keeps everyone's energy up. Obtain final equipment lists and send to your vendor. After the tech scout, the gaffer, key grip, and assistant camera and video tech will send you their final detailed equipment lists within 24 hours. Hopefully they are not too different from the original guesstimates. Take the lists and forward them to your equipment vendors. The vendors will tweak their bids, and you will negotiate the final deals for all of your equipment. Confirm credit card authorization and payment paperwork with all vendors. Check with each vendor one last time to make sure they have all the proper paperwork for your order. Nothing can destroy a tightly packed pickup schedule the day before principal photography faster than PAs waiting at the rental house because the correct paperwork is missing. When you do get confirmation of your order and the paperwork, make sure to get the name of the person you spoke to so you can give it to the PA when they pick it up 2 weeks later. Confirm insurance certificates with all vendors. For all the above reasons, make sure each vendor confirms that they have the proper certificate from your insurance company. Often, vendors have very specific wording for how the certificate needs to read, so make sure you put it down correctly or the vendor won't accept it. If you have any questions, contact your insurance broker so you can deal with the issue now so it doesn't derail your production. Fill out tax resale certificates and send to vendors. As mentioned in Chapter 3, Budgeting, each state allows production companies to use resale certificates when purchasing goods or services that contribute to the production of a film or media project. Obtain your state's resale certificate form, fill it out, and send it to all the vendors so they will not charge state sales tax for your transactions. Create transportation personnel lists. Transportation of cast, crew, equipment, props, and costumes can be a surprisingly complex task. If the location and/or studio are not easily accessible by reliable and cheap public transportation, or if your crew don't have access to their own vehicles, you will be responsible for getting them to and from set every day. If you have a transportation captain, she will coordinate the schedules and vehicles for the daily production. If you don't have a dedicated crew person, then the job falls under the production staff duties. This is a critical job and needs to be taken care of properly. Transportation problems are the #1 reason why schedules get delayed on shoot days. Make sure a very organized someone is on top of this job on a daily basis. Keep in mind the individual cast and crew call times for each shoot day. One actor may need to be on set at 7 a.m., and another one has a call time of 12 p.m. You'll have to make separate arrangements for each actor. For people, cast and crew, who have the same call times, it works best to have a central place where everyone meets and then have a 7 or 15 passenger van take them to the location. Depending on the size of your cast and crew, you may need more than one van. Also remember that you will need to have a competent and experienced driver armed with accurate driving instructions to set for every shoot day. You don't want the production's driver to get lost on the way to set. The other vehicles you need to coordinate are the vans and trucks that will be used for picking up and delivering equipment, props, set pieces, and wardrobe. Certain departments, art, camera, wardrobe, construction, may rent vehicles for exclusive use by their departments, but the production department will need at least one van for pre-shoot day pickups and errands throughout the production. Figure out who will be driving it each day and make a schedule with all the necessary driving directions, addresses, phone numbers, and contact personnel. Remember that there are two designations of license plates, commercial and personal. Certain trucks and large vans have commercial license plates, and there are different regulations that pertain to that vehicle when on the road. In most states, 15-passenger vans, cargo vans, and trucks have commercial license plates. For parking areas that are designated commercial only, vehicles with commercial license plates can load and unload. Often commercial vehicles pay different tolls on roads and bridges. When transporting people and equipment in and around the greater New York City area, there are special rules for vehicles that have commercial plates. They are not allowed on any road designated as a parkway, and on certain other roads or bridges due to license designations or height and weight limits. Make sure all production drivers know and follow these rules. Otherwise, you'll get a very expensive citation, and in some cases, a truck could get stuck under a low underpass. An absolute nightmare. 1 week before principal photography, buy craft service food and supplies. Craft service refers to the food and beverages provided to the hard-working crew and extras throughout each shoot day. The origin comes from the phrase to provide service for the crafts. Usually, it is laid out on a table and it can be anything from a minimal setup, coffee, tea, water, fruit, and bagels, to an elaborate and expensive smorgasbord, handmade gourmet treats, and made-to-order cappuccinos. Your budget will probably be more along the lines of the former, but it's still important to have craft service and keep it stocked during every day of shooting. Cast and crew work very hard and need to have snacks and beverages available throughout the day for energy and hydration. When affordable, hire a professional craft service person to buy, prepare, and serve craft service. On tighter budget films, you may assign a PA to purchase the food and supplies and to set them up as a self-service table. Green practices in film production. Following green and eco-friendly practices when producing a film is good for the environment and can save money. The Producers Guild of America, PGA, provides helpful and important information at www.pgagreen.org. Green practices impact craft service in several ways. Providing water to everyone throughout the day is an important job for the production team, as dehydration is a serious issue. To save money and keep plastic bottles out of the landfill, ask cast and crew to bring refillable water bottles and hot beverage containers and/or provide them with these at the beginning of the shoot. Then provide large containers of chilled water on the craft service table, and people can fill up their bottles throughout the day. If cast and crew use refillable hot beverage containers for coffee and tea, you can reduce the number of paper coffee cups you need to purchase as well.